don't know what kind of program.
Action.
And then with the transcript scrolling underneath it. And they've actually excised the word inaudible and replaced inaudible with ellipses and dashes, which can give the jury the impression that what is being said is the most important part and that everything else doesn't really matter. And in that instance, Your Honor, the transcript becomes the evidence. And that is why we cannot stipulate to its use as a demonstrative aid. Now, we understand that Ms. McBanowa took the stand yesterday and suggested that she can now attest to its authenticity.
Well, I don't think she suggested it. She said it's accurate.
She said it, Your Honor. Now, I think reasonable minds probably can agree that there are some truth-telling issues that Ms. McBanowa, some of which she admitted to, others she did not. But in her previous trial, when Ms.
Defense is objecting to the transcript that the government wants to apparently reintroduce since Katie has made some modifications.
Audio and the video from the Delta Vita recording.
Sorry for the video quality that's on the court's end.
Said repeatedly, I can't hear that. I don't hear that. I didn't hear that. So she certainly changed what she's had to say. But it remains, Your Honor, that if the transcript is allowed on a recording that has so many portions that are inaudible, Katie McBanowa cannot be heard virtually at all. Mr. Adelson's statements are often inaudible. If the transcript is allowed to roll with the dashes, with the ellipses, it becomes the evidence. It becomes what the jurors are going to fixate upon. And that is exactly what Martinez said should not happen.
Well, let's take this step by step because I believe I want to make sure at least we're all talking about the same thing. There is an actual copy, paper copy of the recording that could be provided.
Your Honor, we received it in discovery. I don't know that that's what the state intends to use.
Then let's clarify that point. Is the state wanting to use then a paper transcript that has been prepared and already disclosed, or are you wanting to roll the words under the video itself?
The latter, Your Honor, but it's the same transcript that's been applied to the video for demonstrative purposes.
Right, I believe Ms. Myers has already indicated it's not in fact the same because the portions that would otherwise refer to being inaudible in the transcript do not appear the same in the video.
We're going to switch to a different live feed real quick.
So we want
That's better.
Okay.
It's actually Tallahassee Democrats' issue.
I believe that's what they're suggesting as a part of, or at least part of their objection, because
We had technical problems last night, by the way, so sorry those of you who tried to join us last night. We did not get it off the ground. We made multiple attempts. John
testifies at
Tallahassee there had bad
there is
connectivity
someone who is a
at
direct
his
participant
place
in
he
this
was staying.
conversation.
Maybe I've not gotten a text from you yet, so if you want to try again, my number is on the YouTube
or any
page
transcript
there.
has been prepared. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is about the Gross
whether or not
Vita
you all are
transcripts.
expecting
I
to
don't
testify
know
or
why they're
not.
still trying to get a
She
written
has
version of it,
testified that
because
it's authentic.
the written version is more subjective and more subject to potential problems on appeal of it not being properly authenticated and whatnot. So I just wish we could stick with the audio.
I think we have a credibility issue at a minimum. I don't know why she suddenly.
Yeah, some people are saying Rashban was, did a great job. Very few and far between. And he's not made any.
Am I to determine her past testimony as far as ruling on this specific point?
No, Your Honor, but at a minimum, I think we ought to be entitled to do a voir dire of her to determine what she can hear and what she can't, and why she suddenly changed.
Well, Ms. Kappelman, any additional argument?
No, sir. I think her prior statements regarding, no, but I'm going to yes. I think her prior statements are not in evidence. I don't recall her being impeached with those prior statements regarding the wire. That opportunity was present during cross-examination. I don't think an additional voir dire is required. I think we have met the standards under Martinez and would ask that we be permitted to use the transcript merely as a demonstrative aid with the cautionary instruction that Your Honor would give.
Well, cautionary instruction definitely will be given as it pertains to this recording, as since the beginning. I believe the defense has already raised previously up to 30 minutes of the beginning of the recording cannot be heard. So on that basis alone, a cautionary will be given. The other point about the transcript that would potentially be under the video matching what the court reporter has actually prepared, I do believe is a fair one. And it cannot be inaccurate in any way if it's going to be used even as a demonstrative. Ms. Myers?
Just to clarify, I believe in her trial last year, Ms. Nagbana clips were played. Obviously, we were not there, but I believe, well, we were not arguing. I believe Ms. Dugan presented them to Ms. Nagbanawa and said, "Did you hear that? What did you mean by that?" And Ms. Nagbanawa's response, time and time again, was, "I didn't hear that." So she was given that opportunity. She did testify under oath, but she could not hear it. And that doesn't even account for all of the statements by Ms. Nagbanawa and Mr. Adelson on the recording that cannot be heard. So I think that if the transcript is given as it in the version that the state wants to use, those words become the evidence, because those words are the ones that the jury is likely to fixate upon. And then with the ellipses and the dashes, as I said, it does suggest that there's more there, but it doesn't really matter. When in fact, there's more there, but nobody can hear it.
No, Ms. Myers, I am in agreement with you. That part has to be accurate. If it's going to be used, there's not going to be any guesswork. The foundation, though, for using this as a demonstrative aid can be laid among multiple witnesses. Ms. Nagbanawa has already provided the initial layer with authenticating the transcript is accurate and correct. Any further foundation that needs to be laid for the introduction of the demonstrative aid, the state will have to properly lay. But as far as using the demonstrative, it has to be accurate in all respects. Ms. Kappelman, do you understand what I'm saying?
I think what you're saying, Your Honor, is that you'd like the word inaudible to be present on the demonstrative if it's present in the transcript.
That is correct.
Okay.
Before it's shown to the jury, if the defense wishes to engage in any further voir dire with the witnesses that are going to lay the foundation on this topic, I'll allow them to do so. But as far as considering her past trial testimony for the basis of making this ruling, she has testified under oath in this trial that the transcript is accurate and correct. The court will accept that representation. She was subject to cross-examination. If the defense is going to call her again to dispute this point or for some other relevant purpose, you have the ability to do so. All right. Let's bring him in.
All right, I think the legal fees probably were not discussed through Kitty's testimony yesterday because I think the government probably believes that it wasn't coming from Adelson, so there was no point for them asking that question. Although there was an offer to be paid, if you recall, Charlie made contact with Katie's brother to see if he could help pay her fees. And if you notice, and go back to that if you haven't caught it, Rashmar immediately moved on to something else and tried to cut her off. So you knew that was a hot button issue for the defense they don't want to bring out. And unfortunately, the prosecution didn't go back to the issue. So them offering to pay for her defense or a portion of it, I thought would have been nice to know. But in the end, it's not going to matter. They got a slam dunk here. So. Yeah, Carly, you're right on that. Yeah, supposedly that's what the big sport is, and supposedly they won it for really cheap. They would have probably lost money on it, from what I understand.
Everyone can be seated. What's that? Okay. Go ahead and bust them out.
this. The judge did allow the wiretaps. How much they intend to use, we do not know, but I don't think they need to use much at all. Maybe the first day or two of when they started, right after the bomb.
Morning, members of the jury. We are going to continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett. Last night when we left off, the state finished its direct examination. The defense is now going to have its opportunity to cross-examine him. When the defense is ready, you may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Sergeant Corbett, that was just so smooth and brilliant the way you came across yesterday, all that detailed data. I mean, trying to put all that together and the graphics that they had as well. I've never seen something that sophisticated by a prosecutor before, so how we pull that off is, don't know, but it was quite amazing and impressive, and it pretty much sunk, I think, all the
Sergeant Corbett, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Now, you testified yesterday about phone records.
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Phone records are only kept for a certain amount of time, right?
That's correct.
So you subpoenaed these records back in the 2014, 15, 16 timeframe, right?
Yes, most of the records would have been obtained primarily in the 2014, 2015. Those additional records obtained just prior to the intercept.
In the PowerPoint presentation that you showed yesterday, there was no new data in there since the arrests of Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Katie Magbanawa back in 2016, correct?
In the presentation, we have no new data.
Let me ask it differently. The presentation may have changed,
Correct.
but you didn't receive any new data since that point in time.
That's correct.
So everything in that presentation you had back in 2016.
Yes, we should have.
And you're aware that Mr. Adelson wasn't arrested until 2022, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that whatever is in your presentation, someone didn't think it was enough to arrest Mr. Adelson, correct?
Objection to speculation and relevant.
Relevance.
I'll move on. When you're doing your analysis, you are just plopping data in and looking for patterns, right?
That's one of the things I do, yes.
Okay. It's hard, believe me.
I know.
Okay. And let me say this, the amount of work was tremendous in putting this investigation together, correct?
It was, yes.
The amount of work in 2014 and 2015 in going through bus videos and ATM videos and SunPass records and phone records must have been thousands and thousands of man hours, right?
Yes,
And ultimately you got the two shooters, correct?
we did.
As well as Katie Magbanawa, right?
Yes.
And those records led you right to them, but it was a lot of work and amazing work, right?
It was a thorough and complete investigation, yes.
Amongst a lot of agencies, right?
Yes.
Now, when Charlie Adelson was arrested in 2022, the phone companies no longer had records for 2013 or 2014, right?
It would depend on which company. Some would, yes.
But AT&T didn't, correct?
AT&T may have, yes.
Well, if I told you they didn't, would you believe me?
Yes.
Okay. And if you don't have the phone records, you also don't have cell site data, right?
That's correct.
And so if you don't have the phone records and you don't have the cell site data, you're limited to the phone records that you have, right?
Correct.
And your records began in May of 2014, right? Your phone records.
Yes.
So if we wanted to see the patterns of these calls at time periods before May of 2014, we are not able to do so, correct?
That's correct.
Now,
One moment. Whoever's phone is going off, turn it off or leave the courtroom. Please continue.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, I think you said on direct that when you look at the call detail records, there's sometimes duplication.
There is, yes.
So sometimes one call will look like 3 calls.
Yes.
And cell site data, you talked about it a little bit on direct. Cell site data isn't for every single call, right?
No, we do not have cell site data for every call. If the call does not reach the handset, then we would see a record of that attempt, but there may not be cell site data associated with that particular event.
And with text messages, sometimes you can get cell site data and sometimes you can't, right?
It's largely dependent upon the carrier. Certain carriers do provide cell site location for text messages and others do not. For instance, Verizon.
What about AT&T?
AT&T does provide location information with text messages.
But in your call detail records, aren't there instances where there are text messages and there's no cell site data associated with those text messages?
So again, there may be attempted messages that do not reach the handset where there may not be location. And then we kind of talk about text messages as a singular thing, but really we have messages that are completed through the carrier that go through the carrier's network. And then we have things such as iMessage, which from Apple devices, iOS devices, that don't go through the normal carrier network. And so we don't see records at all for those in the call detail records that the carrier provides. So there are a lot of messages that we see for which there is no associated location information or events in the carrier records.
Okay, and it's scary that I am doing this with you with my technological inefficiencies, but let's talk about iMessages a little bit. So iMessages are when an iPhone user is speaking to an iPhone user through text messages, correct?
Yes.
So if Charlie Adelson and his parents are messaging each other, it will often go through iMessages, right?
That's correct.
And associated with that, you wouldn't see cell site data, correct?
That's correct.
Now, SunPass records, you got them in 2014, right? In 2015.
I was not the one who received those directly, so I don't know exactly when they were obtained.
Okay, but you testified to some SunPass records yesterday, right?
I don't believe that we did.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2022 you can't get SunPass records back in 2014?
I was not.
Okay. Let's talk about frequency reports. And you mentioned this a bit yesterday, but I want to make sure it's clear. You said that one thing that you look at as an investigator is frequency reports, right? Meaning the amount of times that people are calling each other.
Yes.
And you said that you're looking at that to see if there are co-conspirators. I think that's one of the words you used, right?
And that is one of the things we're looking for, yes.
Okay. But frequency reports can also be seen between wife and husband, girlfriend and boyfriend, mother and son, and daughter and father, right?
Correct.
So the fact that a mother and a son and a girlfriend and a boyfriend call each other a lot doesn't necessarily make them co-conspirators. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay. Depends on your perspective, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these calls and call logs and frequency reports, they don't tell you what people are actually saying, right?
The records that I have from the carriers, no. We have no content with that.
Okay. You're just seeing the calls.
Yes.
And you're just seeing or looking for some patterns.
Yes.
But sometimes those patterns can bring about false positives or false assumptions, right?
Well, the patterns are what they are. The communications happened. They're there in the records. Their relevance or meaning is, could be varied.
And their relevance or meaning sometimes determined by guesswork, right?
I wouldn't say guesswork.
Assumptions.
I think the call patterns are looked at in conjunction with other information, other evidence, other things that are going on at the time, and the totality of that would lend whatever relevance to those calling patterns.
Fair enough. So let's look at the totality of these calls, okay? So let's start with July 1. And from July 1, you can tell from text messages that there was an incident between Sigfredo Garcia and Charlie Adelson, right?
Yes.
And so what I'm going to be talking to you about today is not only your report and your call records, but in trying to find out the patterns, you looked at Mr. Adelson's and other people's text messages, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you can see from those text messages that this confrontation between Sigfredo Garcia and Mr. Adelson caused a lot of stress. You can see that, right, in the text messages?
Yes.
Okay. For instance, you can see in the text messages that for the only time in your investigation, there's text messages from Charlie Adelson's dad to Charlie Adelson after midnight.
I don't know that that's the only time, but it could be.
Well, you would agree that at 12:38 in the morning, his dad texts Charlie and says, "Are you home?" And Charlie says, "Yes, home safe," and the dad has a thumbs up. Do you agree with that? When you went through your investigation, you saw that, correct?
Well, I certainly don't remember every one of the tens of thousands of messages, but I can look it up real quick and confirm that.
May
But
I approach, Your Honor? And it goes to the next page.
And are these times adjusted?
They are adjusted.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's either 12:38 or 8 o'clock in the evening.
It's 12:38.
Okay. I can confirm that as well.
It's on the second.
Okay. So many.
Judge, while he's looking that up, could we have a brief sidebar?
You may approach.
I am sorry, I've been on mute. Thank you for warning me here. What I was saying is I hope we don't have to go through this micro little detailed dive that Rashmon's maybe going to try to do to put a spin on all these little text emails and stuff like that. The emails say what they say, and whatever interpretation Rashmon's going to put a spin on them, hopefully this is not going to last too long. But if he does, he's just going to alienate the jury. So it remains to be seen what happens.
The audio's not working. We have to. I don't know why it's not working.
Okay. Could you acknowledge that we understand the audio's not working? Is it on us or so? My audio is not working.
It's your
right?
audio.
Oh man. Just we're having sound problems right
I'm
now.
not finding those messages at that time. So there is a message from Harvey Adelson to Charlie or from Charlie to Harvey saying trying to return your call.
But then
That's at
someone
8:10
comments
in the evening
they
on
agree
the
with
2nd.
us. That's weird.
We're talking July 2nd.
We're talking July 2nd at 12:38 in the morning. And if you want to look on your thing at 8:30.
Sorry, I was on mute when I was
that's
talking.
fine as well.
It's not there.
Apologize.
Because I've not adjusted this.
Are you sure that you have all the text messages?
This is one of the extractions. I'm not sure where that came from. I don't recognize that format that you have.
I'll move on, but are you sure that when you did this report, it included every text message received on Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
I believe that it does, yes.
But you don't have those, right?
I do not see those in what I'm looking at right here in the timeline.
I'll move on. You talked about this June 2nd, 2014 rental car pickup. Remember
Yes.
that? And during your testimony, you put Miss Magbanawa at the rental car pickup, correct?
Consistent with that, yes.
If Miss Magbanawa testified yesterday that she knew nothing about the first trip and had nothing to do with renting the rental car, that would be a lie, right?
Objection to speculation relevance.
The rule is to relevance, sustained as to speculation. You may rephrase if you're capable.
If she testified yesterday that she had nothing to do with being near the rental car or knowing about the first trip, that would not be consistent with your data, correct?
I don't know her testimony, but it would not be consistent with the location of the handset.
Now, Charlie Adelson's handset wasn't located anywhere near the rental car on that day, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, looking at his text messages, you could tell that he was working as late as 9:05 that evening, correct?
Again, I don't recall the content of every message, but there was nothing that I recall associating him with the rental of the vehicle.
May I approach Your Honor, try to refresh witness's recollection?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that he was leaving the office at 9:05 p.m. that evening?
It's about 500. This message here that you'll start?
These three messages here.
There's nothing about leaving the office. There's a request to put something in a safe. Thanks again. But I don't see anything that says I'm leaving.
What's the something in a safe?
I left a container of bone on your desk. It's in a blue box that says Zimmer on it. It's about 500 in bone.
Okay. Do you know what Charlie Adelson does for a living?
I do.
What does he do? What does he do for a living?
He is a periodontist.
And does he work with bones?
He does.
Okay. And do you know that he works with a dentist called Bloom?
I'm not familiar with that name.
And that dentist's office is in northern Fort Lauderdale?
Not familiar with that.
Okay. And so when you looked at that day to see where he was located, this text message meant nothing to you, right?
It just indicates that something was left in an office, and there's not a time with that. I just left something in your office. I'm leaving now. There's nothing in that exchange that gives me an idea of where he was at that particular time. And so, no, I did not consider that in that. We look at the cell site locations primarily. But again, I have nothing that associated Mr. Adelson with the rental of that vehicle.
You can agree that when that message is sent, it's at 9:05 p.m., correct?
In your report, yes, sir?
Okay. You can agree that on your chart, remember you did that chart with all the red and blue arrows?
Yes, sir.
You can agree on your chart, his first phone call is to Catherine Magbanawa at 8:57 p.m.
Again, not having memorized every call,
It's the first page of your chart.
The first call that evening, yes, was at 8:57 p.m.
If you take my word that he was leaving the office at around 9 o'clock, would that indicate that that call was made from the car?
If he was leaving the office, then it could have been made from the car, yes.
Okay. And there are no text messages before that call between him and Miss Magbanowa, correct? The last text message is at 6:41 that evening, correct?
Again, I can look at that. I will take your word. I do not recall any text messages that evening relevant to the rental of the vehicle.
The next page of this exhibit has a call back from Catherine Magbanowa. Do you see that?
At 9:17 p.m.?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
The first call is only a minute long, right?
Correct.
And she calls him back. There's nothing odd for a girlfriend to call a boyfriend back on the phone, right?
Correct.
The next page has a text message at 9:31 from Wendi Adelson to Harvey Adelson. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Harvey Adelson's Wendi Adelson's dad, right?
Correct.
Do you have any idea what that text message said?
I don't know that we looked at that. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't recall what the text message was. Nothing of relevance to that rental of the vehicle.
But relevant enough to put it on this chart.
It's just a record of the communications. So the communication occurred, so it's included as in that series of communications.
Now, 2022, I have no access to Miss Adelson's text back then, right?
We have the forensic extraction of her handset, which could contain that text message.
What if I told you it doesn't?
Then it doesn't.
Okay. So we have no idea what that text says. It could say anything.
I'm not familiar with what the content of that text message is, no.
The next call you have is a call from Charlie Adelson at 9:44 to the Adelson residence. He calls his parents, right?
That's correct.
And again, using my time frame, he still could be in the car, right?
He could be.
By the way, when you went through the patterns, did you notice that he makes a lot of calls to his girlfriend and his parents in the morning and in the late evening?
He makes a lot of calls at all times, but yes.
Did you notice more calls in the morning when he's driving to work, in the evening when he's driving home from work, than in the middle of the day?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Charlie Adelson was working at the Adelson Institute the next day?
I was not.
Are you aware that he had a big surgery the next day at the Adelson Institute?
I was not.
Okay. We're going to get back to the residence calls, but let's just put a thumbtack on that for right now. By the way, when he calls the residence on this call, he's calling from his own cell phone, right?
That's correct.
He's not calling from a friend's phone.
Correct.
He's not calling from a payphone.
Correct.
He's not calling from a landline.
Correct.
The next call you have is a call between Catherine Magbanowa and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
And same with the next one we'll skip over. It's between the killers, correct? Garcia and Magbanowa?
Correct.
Now, Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson at 10:16, right?
That's correct.
And this is cell phone to cell phone.
Correct.
That call happens at 10:16 and it lasts for a little about 5 minutes, right?
Correct. 5 minutes and 18 seconds.
And immediately thereafter, Charlie Adelson calls his dad back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you aware that at the time that these calls happened, the Adelsons, you have them living...
Objection to counsel testifying.
I don't know why he's doing that.
I'll let you finish the question first, but go ahead. You may finish your question.
Are you aware, where did you think the Adelsons were living, Donna and Harvey Adelson, at the time of these phone calls?
I don't believe they were living at the Icon at that point. I believe they were living further north.
Would it surprise you that they were living further south part-time at a place called the Continuum?
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, did you look at the cell phone, the text messages where they're talking about sharing a place at the Continuum?
I do not recall those.
Do you know whether the Continuum has bad cell phone reception?
I'm not familiar with that at all.
Would these two calls that you have as two different arrows indicate that the call could have gotten cut off and Charlie's calling his dad back?
The call could have ended for any number of reasons, and there's nothing in the records that would tell me it was cut off from a service reason versus just the conclusion of the call.
But the calls are immediately after one another, correct?
Not immediately. They are 6 minutes apart.
With no calls in between, right?
No calls between any of the involved parties. So there could be, if we were to expand and look at all of Charlie's calls, there could be calls to other persons, or Harvey Adelson could have calls to other persons. This summary is limited to just calls between our subjects, and there are no additional calls between our subjects in that time frame.
Fair enough. Skipping 2 away. You then have a call at 10:41 between Katie and Charlie.
That's correct.
And did you look to see whether there were any text messages in between this call?
I do not recall any text messages that evening in Mr. Adelson's return. Now, there was a picture sent that were not retained, and that was the only communications that I saw in the iCloud return.
And the last 3 sheets have nothing to do with any calls or text messages involving any of the Adelsons, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about this sheet right here, which is this landline sheet. You recall this?
Yes.
And you talked about how it was very significant to you that there were so few contacts between Charlie Adelson or anyone, Charlie Adelson's phone and his parents' house phone, their landline. Remember testifying to that yesterday?
I do.
And remember testifying that this was an indication for you when people use landlines that they might be wanting to disguise things. Do you recall saying that?
That was a question that I was asked, if there was a perception that cell phones were less secure than landlines. I do believe that perception exists. That was my answer to the question.
And this point was important enough to you that you made a whole slide on it.
I was asked to review the frequency of communications from the cell phones compared to the landline, and how frequently the landline was contacted versus their cell phones.
On all of the calls to the Adelson's landline, are they all from Charlie Adelson's cell phone?
The ones, yes, we were looking at Charlie Adelson's cell phone. That chart is based exclusively from his cell phone. So we're looking at the cell phone contacts between his cell phone, their cell phones, his cell phone, and their residence is what we're looking at. If he were to call from the office or call from other places, that would not be included.
Is that an indication that he wasn't trying to disguise anything?
I don't know if he's trying to disguise anything or not. Again, I was asked to look at the frequency of communications between the two numbers.
By the way, this landline, did you look at whether the phone number has ever changed since 1978?
I have not.
Let's move on to June 5th and the surveillance of Professor Markel's home and the return travel to Miami. You went through Charlie's text messages on the 5th during this time period, right?
I have reviewed them at some point, yes.
And you reviewed them to see if there was anything out of the normal or routine, correct?
looking for any information that was related to this travel, the incident, anything like that.
When you reviewed them, did you see anything in this time period in the text messages that looked off?
Again, with hundreds of thousands of messages, I certainly did not attempt to memorize them all. I can look at that day and see. I don't recall anything that appeared off or appeared, that stood out to me.
You were asked about a birthday present. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was there anything in the text messages discussing a caterer?
There was, yes.
Was there anything in the text messages discussing how Charlie Adelson was working on getting a caterer for the birthday party?
Yes.
Do you recall if those text messages were on June 5th, 2014?
I don't recall the exact date. Again, I can look that up, but...
Let me try to help you.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Yes.
On June 5th, do you recall that Charlie Adelson was working late?
I do not.
Do you recall that his parents were talking about going to yoga?
I do not.
Now, I want to move to June 6th and the location of the rental car. Now, the first thing you had behind this slide was a text message between Wendi Adelson and Professor Markel. Do you see that? And let me.
And I'm sorry, which?
Okay, let me show you so you can catch up. Right there.
Yes.
And this is a text message where Wendi Adelson, and it's in evidence, Your Honor, where Wendi Adelson asks Professor Markel whether he's in Tallahassee, July 14 to 18. I just want to know if I can have the kiddos on the 16th. Thanks. And she says, yes, you can. You see that?
Mr. Markel says yes, you
Sorry,
can. Yes.
Professor Markel says, yes, you can.
Yes.
See that? Are you aware that that was that there was a birthday party on the 5th in South Beach for Harvey's 70th birthday?
Yes.
And are you aware that the next slide you have Miss Adelson down in South Beach? Are you aware that she attended that birthday party on the 5th and stayed in town on the 6th?
Yes.
Now, in your experience, is it normal for co-parents to text each other about visitation of kids?
Sure.
By the way, she's asking whether she can have the kids on the 16th, right?
She's asking for the date range of the 14th through the 18th. And yes, if I can have the kids on the 16th.
You're aware that Professor Markel's murder happened on the 18th, right?
I am, yes.
Didn't happen on the 16th, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Professor Markel had custody of the kids on the 18th, the day that he was murdered, right?
That's correct.
By the way, just moving back very quickly, and I don't know where your slide is on this, but regarding July 2nd, after the incident,
Yes, sir.
can you pull that slide up where you have a text message between Charlie Adelson and Katie a series of text messages.
Yes, sir, that would be slide 28.
And one of the, can we put slide 28 on the screen? Is that possible? Oh, I'll do it from here. Hold on.
Actually, the witness can.
Can you put it on the screen? Did you make a mistake here by accident, Sergeant Corbett?
It's possible these were cut and pasted from the actual Cellbrite report.
Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson said this really sucks?
It's possible.
Can you check?
I can.
Let me see if I can help you. May I approach, Your Honor?
You are correct.
Can we put that back? Can we put the other one back on the screen now?
Sure. Possibly.
And isn't it true that Ms. Magbanua said these two statements, not Charlie Adelson?
Well, let me double check that.
May I approach, Your Honor? They're right after.
Yes.
Or 9-6. 9-10.
That's correct.
Okay. Going back to June 6th, you showed Charlie Adelson staying at Miss Magbanua's residence that evening, correct? Well, you show him there at 12:30 in the morning and 11:46 in the morning, right?
On the 6th.
On the 6th.
Yes, sir. The events that we looked at, he had an event at 12:30 a.m. and then the next event at 11:46 a.m.
And that would be consistent with him leaving his parents' party, his dad's party, and staying in South Beach at his girlfriend's house?
It could be, yes.
And looking at the text messages, could you tell that the family was going to get back together in South Beach the next day for dinner?
There was conversation to that, yes.
Now, if we could move to July 14th. Your analysis through the text messages and through the cell site data shows that Charlie Adelson had dinner or met up. I don't think it says dinner. Oh, it actually does. Had dinner with Katie Magbanua on the evening of the 14th, correct?
That's correct.
That would be inconsistent with if there's testimony in this courtroom by Ms. Magbanua saying that she did not have dinner with him that evening. That would be inconsistent with your data, correct?
What I have is a text message indicating that they could eat closer to her residence, and there is location information that Mr. Adelson traveled to that area, traveled away from that area. I don't know exactly where Midtown is, where the request to eat was, and then traveled back to her residence. What they did, I do not know.
Okay. Now, what you do have, and this is important, so I want you to go to this page of your exhibit. You have him leaving, Charlie Adelson leaving the area around 12:42 a.m., correct?
He has events consistent with the area of her residence at 12:42, and then the next event at 1:02 has traveled some distance. So yeah, somewhere after 12:42, he would depart that area.
Okay. And you have a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia, a call from Katie to Sigfredo Garcia at 12:48.
That's correct.
So that would be consistent that that phone call was made after Charlie Adelson left the residence, correct?
Correct.
If you're looking at patterns, it might indicate to you that Katie wanted to make a call to Sigfredo without Charlie being there, right?
It could be.
By the way, you have no phone calls whatsoever between Charlie and Sigfredo Garcia or vice versa.
That's correct.
And you have no indication anywhere in this chart, through cell phone data or otherwise, that Katie ever called Sigfredo when Charlie was with her.
I certainly have not analyzed months of location data to see if they could possibly be together when a phone call was made to Mr. Garcia.
Well, let me ask you this question. There's a lot of pages in your exhibit with a lot of dots.
Yes, sir.
On any of those dots, can you tell, none of those dots show that Charlie Adelson was with Katie Magbanua when she ever called Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
July 15, 2014, the Prius rental. What color was the Prius?
Green.
It wasn't silver, right?
The Prius was not silver. It's a mint metallic green.
And is Prius a Toyota or a Nissan?
It is a Toyota.
Now, you did the arrow sheet again for calls on the 15th, right?
Yes.
This time you did it a little bit differently, right?
Yes.
What was different this time versus the way you did it previously?
It was just contacts between persons as opposed to breaking down each individual call.
And these contacts between persons, some of them might have been callbacks or misconnections or voicemails, correct?
That's correct.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to say something in private to the bailiff.
We'll take a brief recess. Members of the jury, please follow the bailiff.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
All right, so nothing like that to start out the morning. Very boring cross-examination. There was really nothing of significance to discredit Sergeant Corbett at all. I mean, so he doesn't have every little detail of every other text message they sent at the time they were talking or right around the time they're talking, and they don't have every single phone record as he's already testified to. So it's just sort of like he's taking up time just to act like he's getting points with the previous testimony on direct, but he's really scoring no points here at all. And so it just looks like a desperation attempt. And if you notice, a lot of times what his technique is, I'm talking about Rashbaum here, is he's saying, "Oh, we'll get back to that," and "Oh, let me help you," and "Oh, so you can catch up," and then he starts sort of testifying as well. And then he also says, "Well, let me ask you this question." So I think all of that is coming across as sort of like condescending of the witness and trying to be mocking in his attitude towards him. And I don't think that carries well at all with the jury. I would never advise attorneys to do that kind of behavior and treat a witness this way. So it's just such that he's got nothing else to go on. He's trying to look like he's an authority in the courtroom, and this witness doesn't really know what they're talking about, and he's going to shake them loose, and he's not doing any of that. It's just really more theatrics and grandstanding. And so I would say the jury definitely sees through this, and like John says here, they're very attentive. They're sitting there. Notice he didn't say they're taking notes, so they're just sitting there making sure they do their job as jurors. They're not falling asleep. I've seen that happen before, where jurors fall asleep, and even in federal court. And so they're not doing that at all. They're very much glued to their seats, paying attention to the testimony, even if it's really not amounting to anything significant at all. And then I think that even Rashbaum is actually helping, I think, the prosecution on a couple of points. Like he said, he was asking about the 16th, that email from Wendi. Remember, she asked Charlie in a text, asked Dan Markel on what was he doing between this 14th and 18th of July. And keep in mind, he was murdered on the 18th of July. Well, and that was the time that she was down in Florida on 6th July. And that's where it looks like they were planning and rehearsing how to do this hit. And then she mentioned something like, "Well, I would like to have the kids on the 16th." So her asking for them on the 16th, I think it was just a ruse to try to make an excuse for wanting to know why is he available from the 14th to the 18th. So that actually, I think, helps the government that he's reminding them of that. And like somebody also commented here, the caterer comment, that was probably code. The birthday party and the caterer is one of the ones helping deliver the birthday present, right? The murder of Dan Markel. So this was the probably code for caterer, and Rashbaum probably didn't even pick up on that. So hopefully some of the jury does as well. So keep in mind that nothing has been brought up that I've seen about WhatsApp usage. Keep in mind, even on their phones, WhatsApp was never searched from what I've seen by the government for any of these cast of characters. And so there's a lot of conversations we cannot have. Sergeant Corbett is only talking about those they have recovered. He also testified that some phones, based on the fact that they transitioned between Metro PCS and something else, that there was a loss of data there that they didn't have. So he's not trying to fill in every single gap of everything these people have used for any form of communication for this entire time frame here. But in any event, I think it's going really good for the prosecution. Rashbaum hasn't done anything but basically make some points that are meaningless. So. All right, just looking through some questions here. Yeah, definitely. I think the cater comment was a code. That definitely sounds like something they were code. I don't know if that's on the code sheet at all. I think that might have been. I think that list that we had for codes that was introduced, I think that was only had to do with Dolce Vita. I don't know if they included all conversations, and I don't believe they referenced that necessarily as to what it applied to. So yeah, we don't know who's going to be next. Hopefully do have this coming to an end pretty soon with the crosshair of Sergeant Corbett, excuse me, I don't know why I'm calling him Corbin. And I do think that Charlie's sitting there thinking that, whatever Rashbaum says, it's all good. It's all driving home his theory, and the government hasn't proven their case at all. So I think he's just completely missing the mark here on what's really going on. I don't think Charlie's not looking over the jury, because I think he doesn't want them seeing the guilty look on his face. So he's just trying to stay busy looking at other things, looking at witnesses. So it looks like we're coming back here.
And preventing them from being able to follow the testimony itself. Obviously, you all committed to sit here, watch the trial as it unfolds, but nothing is to distract the jurors from their job, which is the task at hand. If you need to speak with each other, and it's going to become louder than a whisper, you need to exit the courtroom. If anyone who's unclear about what I'm saying right now. Please enjoy watching the proceedings, but again, do not distract from what's taking place.
Looks like we got a full house there, and some of the spectators are talking on themselves. So yeah, that's something that's going to draw the judge's ire. So good judge, he addressed it. We don't want to have the jurors distracted from doing their job. So back to business here now. I guess we're still on break here, so I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes. I'll be back momentarily.
gallery, as you are watching the testimony, please avoid from either nodding your heads that you're agreeing with, disagreeing with, or overtly gesturing in any way that may affect the jurors. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Sarah. Yeah, I'm not down there. I don't know if I can make it down in time before this case is over. If I can get down there, I will. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff that a lot of details I think could have been brought out, and some have been brought out, but not all of them that we have brought out. Keep in mind, when Wendi testified about this book that she wrote, remember how she was smiling about it, so happy about it, and seemed very proud of that book. And she said it was not based on her, and she denied it was about her, but she said it was about a friend of hers. But if you read the afterward portion of the book, she said it's largely based on her. She doesn't say anything about a friend. And then you have Dan Markel is then the male in the character, the husband known as Josh Stone. So what's interesting is Josh Stone in the book is from Montreal, where Dan Markel is from. So you have that tie right there. And then this Hiawassee Springs, she made it sound like it was south of Tallahassee, but the book is made it be in the setting of a north central part of Florida near the Panhandle. So that's very close to Tallahassee. So it's just a lot of spins, deflections, and not truths that were spoken by her in that. So we're going to have a separate breakout quick session on that. John and I will, comparing what she said to what she actually had written in the book. Yeah, Charlie's blinking a lot. We've had a couple doctors on here that have said that could be from some of the medication Charlie's on, like maybe Seroquel, an antipsychotic drug. So there's definitely something odd about Charlie's behavior. I agree with that. So yeah, fancy fiction's down there too, watching this trial. I saw something where she couldn't get in there because the courtroom was full. Or maybe if you get late, they don't let you in. I think that's what it is. So I know John can't leave to find out who the next witness is because they don't want people coming and going from the courtroom and causing a distraction that way. So yeah, apparently there was a couple folks in the back talking there, and that's why the judge made that comment about maintain proper decorum in the courtroom. Okay, so Tennis Girl says apparently a juror complained about people talking in the gallery. So I texted John and asked him, are jurors taking notes on this cross-examination? And he said no, as expected, because they're just really, they got to be really bored with this. They're trying to pay attention and looking to see if there's anything that's worth taking notes on. And so this is one of the 15-minute breaks that they have. In the afternoon, they also have a 15-minute break. So we're about ready to start here again. Let me go through a couple of my notes. As you know, we weren't able to do a live stream last night. We had a lot of problems that developed both in Texas and Florida, and we're trying to get that. We're trying to get that corrected. Hopefully, it'll be on tonight as well. Just some of the things that, well, we're going to get started here. So Yeah, hopefully the arrest for Wendy's coming really soon. It's just so obvious she was involved. So why the prosecution has not arrested her and Donna at a minimum, it's just really baffling and troubling. But if they needed this confidence because they're not confident with their abilities to prosecute a case that's more circumstantial than non-circumstantial and direct evidence, and then I think Sarah Dugan is very good on details. I really think she would be really well suited for a case against Wendi. She really hits a lot of the details that are necessary from what I notice on her witnesses. So I think they got the team already in place. They just need to be able to get the approval from the chief prosecutor there, Jack Campbell, to go after more Adelson. So hopefully they're not going to continue to sandbag justice. Some of the things I had notes for that just were sort of like coming back to mind on really points that that stuck out to me in some of the testimony over the last days of the government's case in chief. The fact that Jeff Lacoste testified, keep in mind that they had to watch TV with a broken TV screen, a whole 2-hour movie, I think he said, that was just such a distraction, and her boys were even complaining about it. And Jeff Lacoste offered to buy her a new TV, and she said, no. I think that just, and they had it there, I think he said for 2 months, correct me if I'm wrong, but why would you keep a TV around and then force folks to watch a 2-hour movie with that? I think it looks like she was trying to make the impression in his mind that, yeah, we did have this cracked screen TV that needed to be repaired. And you don't want to get it repaired or replaced, because then that sort of gets rid of the alibi they had been working on. So the code for this murder among the Adelsons was TV. So anything having to do with the TV, you notice in the wiretaps that are coming up, they'll be talking about the code for TV and between Donna and Harvey. So obviously the TV repair guy from Geek Squad was set up by Donna as well. So you got Donna's comments during the wiretap, the fact that she set up the repair service as well. And one of the points that I think is so revealing of how ridiculous this whole plan was, if you have a big cracked screen that really prevents you from watching a movie and it's less than a year old, are you really going to set up an appointment and have a Geek Squad guy come by the house, or are you just going to go ahead and get it replaced? So to think that something that's broken on behalf of the user, screens don't spontaneously burst and crack on their own, right? So it's obviously something that was broken. Don't know if it was broke intentionally or not, but either way, it's really odd behavior having to do with that TV screen. I think that also brings into the crosshairs of how Wendi was involved in this as well. So her refusal to allow Jeff to replace the TV, not having it where the Geek Squad can come out sooner if they even were going to have the Geek Squad come out. But I mean, they're intelligent people. Nobody's going to call and have a Geek Squad guy come out. They would even call them if they were that clueless. Let's say they'd call up the Geek Squad number there at Best Buy and say, hey, we have a cracked screen. Is that covered under your warranty? And obviously they're going to say no. So it's just common sense. That was just a ruse, that this was just a chance to make it look like, of course Wendi wasn't a part of this. She had other plans that day. She was on the phone nonstop. And, but she slipped up when she went and decided to drive over there to see what's going on Trescott, right? So she went way out of her way. We've seen it's actually over 9 miles away. Excuse me. Excuse me there. she drove over 9 miles out of her way, circled way down out of the northern part of Tallahassee where she lives, went way down towards central Florida to go past Trescott and then to go over this ABC Liquor when there was liquor stores just a couple blocks away from she was going for lunch. So, and then she testified that Trescott was a shortcut, and obviously it's not a shortcut. There's a lot of speed bumps along the way. It's a narrow street. There's a lot of trees and foliage there. There could be kids playing or people walking or dogs, cats crossing streets. It's just not a convenient way to go, even if it was a shorter way. So there was bigger streets, more heavily trafficked streets that she could have used that were not busy because it wasn't rush hour at all when she went down that road, right? It's during the little bit afternoon hour. So, and then what she also did was she had her luncheon with her friends, and the friends there, they had also been there as a routine meeting on a Friday. So what was really odd, some people comment on this too, it's really odd the way she dressed. So if you're going to meet friends for lunch, it wasn't a spontaneous thing, it was a normal thing. Why would you look and dress like you're in the garden? It looks like she's more dressed for working in her backyard, digging out bushes and stuff like that. And she was not dressed appropriately. So I think she was trying to just look like she was caught off guard, that this whole thing was, oh, what a surprise and that kind of stuff. So just all this really bizarre behavior by her that day just really was just really so indicative of involvement. Yeah, so maybe she broke Mr. Stubbs. Yeah, maybe they intentionally broke it, and then she had to hang on to it until the right time. So yeah, it sends chills down Kay Ocean's spine. Speed bumps, Amanda, were actually there because I've actually seen video footage. If you go on, it's on YouTube. Some of the local TV stations, they sent crews out right away, and they had the police squad cars. They actually were sitting directly on top of those speed bumps. So that's the speed bumps were there, and it didn't look like it was new concrete or new asphalt either. So the speed bumps definitely were there, and it's just so compelling to show that she was involved as well. Yeah, we see a comment here. My kids ought to replace it right away. Yeah, I mean, this is such odd behavior. Replace it right away. Don't make the kids watch through that. They were really small. I mean, this is wow. Yeah, it's just really telling. And Society Page, you make a great point. Society Page, so technically savvy, is an expert in the videos produced on YouTube there. So it's a good point you're making. This excuse is made by people who don't understand the basic technology. It's a theme in this case. Yeah, I mean, we've had enough, crime series shows, 2020, Dateline, all that kind of stuff that shows how so many people are trapped by the digital trail they leave, phone records and whatnot. And it just seems like they were oblivious to so much of that. I think they did use WhatsApp to some extent, but obviously not enough. Yeah, I think Wendi broke it. So that was the thing that we got from Sergeant Corbett yesterday, that the timeline looked like Wendi wouldn't have gotten to Trescott at the time the calls were made to down south. So let's go back here now.
Like I say,
Seated. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Okay, so I think where we left off, I might go back a little bit. Where we left off, we were talking about your slides from July 15th and how they were different than the previous slides. Can you just repeat for the jury how they're different?
Yes. The first time we looked at the calls, shorter time frame, and we looked at each individual event. For this, they were summarized. All the calls are there. They were summarized in the pictures with arrows as just the totality of contacts between certain people. So the total number of contacts and the duration of those contacts.
And those could include voicemails and missed calls, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you aware that on the 15th, there's some communications between Charlie Adelson and the Adelson residents, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that from the text messages that there were some billing issues that Charlie was having with his mom that day? Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that his mom was trying to figure out about a bill with a company and what she should do with it?
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained. You may ask the question in a different way.
I'll move on from it. One moment, Your Honor.
This is again that technique that Rajpan's using. He's trying to say, "Are you aware?" And he's basically almost testifying to what is contrary facts that he's trying to establish. But then he never brings home any other facts, and it remains to be seen. I don't see him doing that.
Are you aware that on that day, Mr. Adelson purchased a vehicle?
I'm not.
Are you aware anything in the text messages about partnering in a limo?
I know that there's conversation at various times about limo, but I don't recall specifically from that day.
You don't recall that that was the day when he and others closed on a limo?
No.
Now, you have a slide about a July 15th meeting between Garcia and Magbanawa.
Yes.
During this meeting, you can tell from cell site data that Mr. Adelson's about an hour north, correct?
I believe so.
Now let's talk about your slides on July 17th. The slides on July 17th, you again have no idea what Mr. Adelson is discussing with Donna Adelson, correct?
I don't recall the specifics of any communication that day.
And on the 17th, there's two communications with Miss Adelson, between Charlie and Donna, correct?
That sounds correct.
And then there's a bunch of communications between Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, correct? Several
Yes.
slides.
And I believe there's more than two between, that's Wendi. Yes, I believe I see at least three on the 17th, four, if you count the one on early morning, the 18th, between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. And then, yes, there are a number of communications between Ms. Magbanawa and Mr. Garcia.
So we're going to get to the one early in the morning on the 18th. There's a communication early in the morning on the 18th between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa. You see that, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether that communication had to do with a fight they had earlier in the day?
I don't.
And the communication with Donna Adelson that morning at 1:02 is a 0-second call, right?
Correct.
Would that be consistent with what I call a butt dial?
It could be a butt dial. It could be an unintentional dial. It's obviously a very, very short duration, was terminated very quickly.
By the way, there's a couple calls that evening between Charlie and Catherine Magbanawa. You see that, right?
Yes, sir.
I know you said that you look primarily at days where events occurred, right?
Yes, sir.
But it makes sense that you would also look at days when events don't occur, right?
We did, yes.
So was it common on days when events didn't occur that Charlie Adelson would almost always speak to his girlfriend late at night?
They spoke frequently, yes.
And almost every night they spoke, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that would be on a regular day versus an event day, correct?
Correct.
Let's move on to July 18th. And the first document you have is a calendar entry from Wendi Adelson, and that entry is deleted, correct?
Correct.
Do you know of people who delete their calendar entries after they occur?
I'm sorry?
Let me rephrase. Do you keep a calendar?
I do.
Do you know of people who, when the event occurs, they delete it from their calendar?
Yes.
It's pretty common, right?
I don't know how common it is, but it certainly happens.
And you have a call at 8:09 in the morning from Wendi to Donna, and then a call at 8:09 in the morning from Donna to Wendi.
Yes.
Right. And then you have, well, let me ask you, were you aware that there was a Best Buy repairman coming to fix a TV that day?
Yes.
And were you aware that the warranty for that TV was in Donna and Harvey Adelson's name?
I was not.
You then have an 8:11 text where Donna is telling Wendi that Best Buy called her, meaning Donna.
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the warranty being in Donna and Harvey's name?
It could be.
You then have a text from Wendi Adelson which says, "This is so sweet." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you tell that it was a picture?
I don't know that it was a picture.
Okay. Do you know what it was?
Just a text that said, "This is so sweet."
And that ominous text, scary text, that was also deleted, right?
It was, yes.
Now, you then have a call between Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson at 9:12 that lasts for only 29 seconds. Is that consistent with not reaching the recipient of the call?
Yes.
And then you have another slide with a call at 9:19 where Wendi Adelson calls Charlie Adelson back and they speak for 18 minutes, right?
Correct.
Now, through your investigation, are you aware that Charlie Adelson was working in Jupiter that day?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Do you happen to know how far Jupiter is from Charlie Adelson's house?
It's a distance.
Okay. Would it surprise you that can be a 2-hour drive?
No.
And do you know that when he started work that day in Jupiter?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know about what was
One
taught?
moment. Bailiff, please escort out the person whose phone is ringing.
Yeah.
I think they're going up to approach council table. They don't want Ruth to have to be excluded from the courtroom. For gosh sakes, how terrible that would be. I think they're going to reverse it, and the judge is going to not hold that against her. Obviously, the victim's mom is not trying to be a distraction in the courtroom and violate any of the judge's requirements. So,
trial. If there are any more issues with phones, murmuring audibly, or anything else, you are leaving the trial. I hope I am making myself clear. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
hopefully she's back in. Wow.
That morning through text messages, could you tell that there was an issue between Wendi Adelson and Professor Markel regarding some swimming and the boys?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson were talking about that on
I
the
do
phone?
not.
Do you know if Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson were talking about the fight that he had with Katie Magdanowa the day before?
I do not.
And with all of these calls on the 18th, you have no idea what they're discussing on the phones, correct?
Correct. We don't have any recordings of those, so we don't know what was said during those communications.
By the way, there's several back-to-back calls in here between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magdanowa. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the calls are pretty short in duration, and then there's a longer one.
Yes.
Are you aware that there's cell site issues on the turnpike going to Jupiter?
I'm not.
And just so everyone's clear, when you did these graphs, in parentheses is the length of time of the call, correct?
That's correct.
So if there's a call for instance, 11 seconds, it's probably not a connection, right? Voice to voice.
It could possibly be, but more likely not, yes.
Now, you have a call between Catherine Magdanowa and Charlie Adelson at 10:07 a.m.
Yes.
Looking at the text messages around that period of time, in the text messages, are there discussions about dinner that night?
I don't recall.
Do you recall discussions about Charlie getting dinner with a friend?
There was a conversation about that, yes.
And do you recall discussions back and forth about whether he would get dinner with the friend or whether he would get dinner with Catherine Magdanowa?
I believe so, yes.
And it was a bit of a exchange back and forth, correct?
I remember several messages about dinner and timing, if I recall.
I want to move on to Wendi Adelson's travel on the 18th and cell site locations, okay? And what I'd like to do, well, let's try it just verbally, but I want to do it carefully, okay? If you look at your timeline, the first document you have, and maybe you can pull it up actually, is that ABC Fine Wine and Spirits receipt.
Yes.
Okay, and I want to be particularly looking at times, okay?
Yes.
Times are important in this case. all right? So on that receipt, we see that Wendi Adelson bought the liquor and paid for it at 12:49 p.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if you can go to, I think it's the next page, but let's see. Perfect. You'll see that Wendi Adelson is nowhere near Trescott at 12:30, right?
Well, depending on what you mean by nowhere near.
Let me ask you this. She's here at 12:30, right?
Her handset's communicating with a cell site there, so
And Trescott's all the way down here, and there her handset is communicating with another cell site, correct?
that's correct.
And you certainly, you would agree, you can't see Professor Markel's house from here, correct?
I would not exclude his residence from possibly being serviced by that cell site. We actually see that Mr. Rivera's handset, also AT&T, communicates with that cell site when he was there.
So your testimony is that Wendi Adelson isn't here?
No, I would certainly not say she's at that definitive point. That's the location of the cell site that her handset is communicating with. And as we know, the cell sites have a relative coverage area, so that's not saying that she is specifically at that point.
Do you know how far the house is from ABC Liquor?
The house is very close to ABC Liquor.
Like 2 minutes away, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that, let's say it took her 10 minutes to buy the alcohol that she knew what she was getting, and it's 2 minutes away? Well, let me ask you. 12:47 is how many minutes after 12:30?
17.
Now, you recall a call at 12:30, the only call, the first call, between Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia? It's an
Yes.
important call in this case.
Yes, sir.
And that call happens at 12:30, correct?
Yes, sir.
12:30 is before Wendi Adelson is pinging on this cell site, right?
That's correct.
And again, you say Wendi Adelson, that cell site could be picked up from over here, right?
It could, yes.
But it could also be picked up by where the cell site is, right?
That's correct.
Do you know if there are other cell sites closer in this area?
There are not between those two, no.
There aren't.
No, sir.
This is the closest cell site to Professor Markel's house?
No, it's not the closest cell site. There are, between the two cell sites that you're referencing there are no other cell sites between those two.
Let me rephrase the question. I wasn't precise. There are closer cell sites to Professor Markel's house than this cell site here, correct?
That's correct.
Now, throughout the afternoon of July 18th, there are very few text messages between Charlie Adelson and anyone else, right?
I don't recall how many there are.
Do you recall that people are texting him and when he's getting back, he's saying, I'm in a lot of surgeries, that he had a lot of surgeries that day?
Again, I don't recall the specifics of each message.
Do you recall, though, that there are several text messages between him and his friend Mike about dinner that night? And there's one text message between him and Katie confirming that he is going to go to dinner with her that night.
I believe that's correct.
By the way, the text messages between Charlie and anyone that day. Nothing out of the ordinary, right?
Nothing that I recall, no.
Nothing that you thought were important enough during the day. I'm not talking about the night. Nothing that you thought was important enough to put on your PowerPoint, right?
Correct.
Do you recall there being one phone call with Katie in the afternoon?
Afternoon of the 18th?
The 18th, I believe it was at give or take 1:24 p.m.
I believe that's correct. If you no longer need this, I can bring it down and confirm.
Let me show this off. And that call occurred after a text message where she said that her phone was dying?
I don't recall that specific message, but
Do you recall her texting him about asking him how work was?
yes,
And do you recall that he didn't get back to her for a while?
correct.
And do you recall that there's text messages indicating that he worked late that evening?
Yes, he indicates that he was just finishing work around 8:20, 8:23.
Now, at some point, he gets a text message from his mother, correct?
Yes,
And that is after Wendi Adelson has called Donna Adelson from the police station?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall what the text message said?
Call us as soon as possible, ASAP.
And after that, did you see a phone call where he communicated with Donna Adelson? Had a call with Donna Adelson?
There is an outgoing call at 8:29, 7:13. So yes, there are calls between them, yes.
And there's one call that lasts a little bit longer?
Yes, there's a 6-minute and 31-second call. There's a 5-minute and 47-second call.
Okay. And after that call, are there text messages where he's telling people that he doesn't feel good? I think you showed them.
Yes,
And there's a call after that point to Katie. Is that fair to say?
there is, yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about a couple Katie texts him at 6:01 p.m. before he's spoken to his mom, right? It's on one of your sheets. I'll show you. So that you
Yes, there's a couple of texts before then.
Okay. And those texts are about work, right?
Correct.
Including at 6:01, before he's heard from his mom, he's about to start a big case.
Correct.
He's doing surgery.
I would assume so, yes.
And at 8:23, he texts her back. She asks if he's at work. And he texts her back and he says, just finishing, I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang out at my house.
Correct.
And that would be consistent that text was after he heard whatever he heard from Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Now, what you see on your map of Katie's whereabouts then is that she's a little bit all over the place, right? Meaning her phone is a little bit all over the place. It's traveling.
Yes.
And it's going to different locations.
I believe that for the period of time we're talking, her handset is consistent with leaving her residence and traveling to Mr. Rivera's residence.
Do you know if her handset went to her friend Yindra's residence, where she was hoping to get a babysitter last minute?
Certainly. So there was calls, communications with Yindra, and her residence is on the way to Mr. Rivera's. So there was certainly an opportunity for her to be able to stop.
And on those calls, or through your investigation, you learned that Catherine Meg Bannerwell was in a pinch because she didn't have a babysitter, right?
I believe that's correct.
And so she was scrambling to find someone who could watch her kids.
Yes.
And she needed a babysitter because she needed to go that evening to Charlie Adelson's residence, right?
I don't know if she needed to go, but it appeared to be the plan.
Well, there wasn't really Rich on. Now, you have a chart where you show Charlie Adelson leaving Jupiter. I know they're estimations, but he's driving south at around 9:19 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And Jupiter was where he was working that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you have him arriving at his house at approximately 9:40 p.m., give or take.
Yes, I believe that's the first event with location that would be consistent with his house.
And through your investigation, you know where he lives, right?
Yes.
You know that he lives in an area that is a stone's throw from the turnpike, right?
Correct.
Like, I mean, when I say a stone's throw from the turnpike, you can literally throw a stone and hit the turnpike, right?
Yes.
And you understand that when you're going to Tallahassee from Miami, the most direct route, you like routes, I know that. The most direct route is to take the turnpike, right?
It would be, yes.
Okay. And you know at that point in time, Donna and Harvey Adelson were living in Miami part-time.
Yes.
So I want to take you to these text messages between Donna and Charlie. Do you have them in front of you?
I will in just a second.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at 8:59 p.m., Donna says outside your house.
Correct.
Now, you don't know from that text whether she's actually at his house or on the turnpike outside his house, right?
From that text message alone, no.
Okay. And no SunPass records were ever taken to show her actually getting off the turnpike to go to his house, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And I can't get those records today, right?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, that text outside your house is at 8:59 p.m. How many minutes later does Charlie Adelson respond to Donna?
About 20 minutes.
So his text back is 20 minutes later, right?
Yes.
So now you're at, my math is not good, but you're at 9:19 p.m., right?
Correct.
And what does he say in his response?
10 minutes.
And you take that to mean that he's still 10 minutes away, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, by the text messages, you know that Donna and Harvey Adelson arrived in Orlando at around 1:11 a.m., correct?
I believe that's correct.
Did you do that same analysis that you did with Wendy's route as to whether they could have gotten to Orlando at that time had they waited at Charlie's house for 30 minutes and then dropped off money and done whatever else the state says that they did with him?
In looking at their cell site locations very briefly, it is consistent with them traveling at least by his residence, and not knowing how long or how lengthy of a stop it would have been with the cell sites and the general locations, I certainly could not exclude them having stopped. If it were 5 minutes, then it doesn't make that drive. Obviously, they did reach Orlando when they did. 5 minutes one way or the other would not. I could not deduce that from the cell site records.
But it's not 5 minutes. It's 20 minutes plus 10 minutes.
Correct.
Plus whatever amount of time they would have stopped.
Correct.
Your testimony is that if they left Charlie Adelson's house at 9:30. They only stopped for 1 minute. Your testimony is that they could have made it to Orlando by 1:11?
I did not analyze the amount of time that travel for that. I certainly can. And again, not by communication, but by cell site location. I certainly could.
The cell site location doesn't show them at Charlie's house, right?
No.
By the way, do you remember what the weather was like that day?
I do not.
Let's go to July 19th. Now, you did some analysis regarding the money drop and who was at different locations during the money drop, right?
Yes,
Charlie Adelson was nowhere near that location, right?
that's correct.
In fact, during your investigation, you can see that Charlie Adelson didn't leave his house for 24 hours, almost 24 hours, right?
I believe that's correct.
By the way, during your investigation, you can see text messages where people were trying to go out with Charlie that day, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he was refusing, right?
Correct.
He was telling people that he was taking naps and didn't feel well. Do you remember that?
Yes.
By the way, during your investigation, are you aware that within 3 weeks, Charlie Adelson spent $3,000 of his money buying camera equipment for his house?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you see that in the text messages?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that in the text messages? Anywhere in the text messages?
I don't.
Okay. Now, you brought up a series of text messages between Charlie and Catherine Magbanowa the next day regarding the weather outside.
Correct.
You have no context for those text messages, right? You don't know what those text messages are about, right?
Only by their content.
Now, the government put in a whole host of text messages through you, right?
Yes.
Do you recall text messages between Charlie and his mom when they were leaving Tallahassee
On which day?
on the 21st?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what those text messages said?
I do not. Again, I can certainly look at them.
Can you look at text messages on 7/21 at around 12 o'clock p.m.? And then again at 12:18 p.m.?
I'm sorry, on the 21st?
Yes. Would you like me to approach with them? Will that help you?
You can, I'll confirm. Are you referring to the we all do, we just have to be strong?
That's on the at 12:18,
Yes, sir.
and then at 12.
Yes.
And then this one right here.
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson indicate to his mom in these text messages his feelings about what had happened?
There is a message that says, I feel so bad for them.
Did Donna Adelson respond to Charlie about how the family had to be in response?
She did.
Did she say what Wendi needed?
Her message is that we just have to be strong and supportive. They need family right now. Just got in car now.
Just what?
Got in car now.
Those text messages weren't in your PowerPoint, right?
They were not.
Now, there are a bunch of texts that were included after July 18 between Charlie and Katie showing that they had a nice relationship. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you have any idea the context of any of those texts, why Charlie was being nice to Katie?
I only have the content of the messages themselves.
Fair enough. The state also showed you a bunch of texts related to Wendi Adelson's divorce. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And during those texts, you can see that Donna Adelson in particular is upset.
Yes.
At least that's what the messages say.
Correct.
Are most of the messages initiated by Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson?
I believe most by Donna.
There's a text on March 4th, 2014 in your PowerPoint where Donna says 37 miles to Gainesville. I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. First of all, did Charlie Adelson erase the text?
Most of his text messages, that's difficult to determine from the iCloud return, whether they've been deleted or not.
This text you can tell was not deleted, correct?
I would have to review that real quick.
I'll move on. It's okay. Are you aware that Donna Adelson was with Harvey Adelson on their way to back from Tallahassee?
I would deduce that based on the content of the messages.
Okay. And are you aware that they were throwing a surprise party for Harvey Adelson?
I know they were throwing a party.
Well, have you seen the invitation in your investigation where it's a surprise party?
I have not.
Could this text be about the surprise party?
It could.
Objection is made.
Sorry.
Please wait for the objection to be ruled on, Sergeant.
Apologies.
Well, the next text, we don't have to speculate. Donna says, we'll stop in 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. Who would be in the car with Donna?
Harvey.
And by the way, this is 1 month or so before the text we talked about earlier where Charlie's getting a caterer for paella for the birthday.
I believe so, yes.
And by the way, that text regarding the caterer, that's on June 6th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
In your PowerPoint, you don't have that text, but you have a text on June 7th, the very next day.
Yes.
And Charlie says, have fun still working on Dad's birthday present.
Correct.
That's 1 day after he talked to his mom about the caterer, correct?
Yes.
There's no mention about a murder on this text, right?
That's correct.
There's no mention the day before about a murder, right?
That's correct.
There's mention about a caterer the day before.
There is.
I have 1 moment, Your Honor, to set this up.
Take your time.
This would be the scariest part for me. Is there a way that I can control now? Yeah, it's plugged in. So,
And Judge, I'm gonna object to showing juries.
Oh. sorry.
Please shut that down.
So you've gone through all the call records that you provided in this case, right?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And so you're familiar with patterns of calls on days other than the days that you provided in your PowerPoint, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move in demonstrative exhibit B at this point in time.
Any objection from the state?
Yes, sir. I think that the witness would need to be able to say that this is accurate compared to the records in the case.
Mr. Rajbaum, please show the exhibit to the witness so that way he can verify the accuracy.
If I press this witness button, it just goes to him?
No, that reflects what's on his.
I'll bring it up. This is May 2nd.
Okay. If this was the document provided previously, I have had a very limited amount of time to look at it. There are some things, I've made a few notes. There are some, inconsistencies with it that I could probably talk about some of, but I have not had a chance to review the entire thing, and it would take some time.
Judge, maybe we go sidebar?
You may.
All right, this is really painful, folks. This is really nothing to admire from the defense. The whole point of a cross-examination is to discredit and impeach the witness that just testified for the state here, and what you see is nothing that has impeached Sergeant Corbett at all, and so what he's just doing is just really, it's really preposterous, and I mean, just talking about, it's almost like your one commenter said, it's like a filibuster. It's meaningless chatter as a cross-examination. There's no points he's driving home at all, except that basically he's stalling. Hey, Ruth's back in the courtroom. That's great to see. Actually, she wasn't trying to be disrespectful to the judge's requirements, so that's good to see she's back in. I'm sure that mistake won't happen again. So apparently, according to her lifestyles, there's some graphics now that Rashbaum had created, and she's saying they're not as good as the state, so hopefully the cameras will show us those as well. So I've been looking to write down any good points that Rashbaum's made. There's nothing to write down except I make points that it's just gibberish. I mean, the weather that day, he's making comments like, "Are you aware of the weather that day?" And like, what's that got to do with anything? So he's just meandering through words. There's no focus. There's no direction on where he's going with these words, and it does look like he's just trying to just fill up time basically to make it sound like, well, hey, I spent 2 hours doing a cross-examination of Sergeant Corbett, but you got nothing to show for it, Rashbaum. So anyway, he's got nothing to work with. So I just wish he would have kept it shorter, because what happens as an advocate is you're losing the jury. And so as it's painful for us sitting here, if you're live in the courtroom, you're watching this, it's just so painful to think that, the lawyer's spinning his wheels. He's got nothing to show here. And it's just so obvious that he's got nothing to work with. I mean, this witness is unimpeachable. He's not going to capture every single text and email. He's not going to capture every detail what they're doing in their lives because it's not significant. It's not significant how many minutes Charlie was, what he was doing in the 20 minutes between texts between his mom or Katie or something like that. What's the relevance of that 20-minute delay? What's the relevance of his 2 hours up in Jupiter? Okay, we know he travels a lot. That's already a given. What's the point? You got to have a point on your cross-examination. You got to impeach him on things like memory, perception, bias, motive, prior inconsistent statement, and he's done none of that.
Any additional issues as to the accuracy of any one graph we'll address separately. Go ahead.
Okay. So you looked at call records for May 2nd, 2014,
Yes, sir.
and this was a non-event day, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Not an event that you were told by the state to look at, right?
Correct.
And it's one of the first days of records that we have in this case, right?
Correct.
And these are the subjects that you were looking at for the event days that you looked at with the state, right?
Yes.
And you have a call from Charlie to Katie at 12 in the morning that day, right? 16-minute call.
That's correct.
And you have another call at 12:19 for 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Correct.
Pretty much directly after each other, right?
Yes.
And then you have a call between Katie and Sigfredo Garcia at 6:42 in the morning for 36 minutes.
That's correct.
And then you have a call at 7:18 in the morning between Katie and Sigfredo, right?
Yes.
And then you have a call between Katie and Sigfredo at 8:36 in the morning, right?
No.
I'll
That's
move on.
actually,
I'll move on for that one.
it's a text
Witness
message.
is permitted to explain. Go ahead,
Fair
sir.
enough.
That is a text message from her records that's reported in Central Time. So
Fair enough. Text message, not a call.
at 9:36. Yes.
Okay. Then you have a call from Harvey to Donna at 8:52 in the morning.
That's correct.
Then you have a call from Donna to Harvey at 9:10 in the morning.
Yes.
Then you have a call from Charlie to Donna at 9:25 in the morning.
Yes.
Then you have Katie calls Sigfredo 3 times, 9:32 to 9:34 a.m.
Yes.
Then Charlie calls Katie, 9:34 a.m.
Yes.
Then Charlie calls Donna, 9:35 a.m.
Correct.
Then Katie texts Sigfredo, 9:36 a.m.
Correct.
Then Katie calls Charlie twice.
I don't show both of those calls, but there's at least one. Yes.
Please move on.
Then Charlie calls Katie twice.
I show one at 9:40, a return call at 9:43. Yes, there is the outgoing at 9:44. Yes.
Oops. Then Charlie texts Katie at 10:19.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Katie texts Charlie at 10:42.
I believe that's correct.
Harvey calls Donna at 11:04.
That's correct.
Donna texts Harvey 3 times between 12:29 and 1:23.
That's correct.
Donna calls Harvey at 1:27.
Correct.
Sigfredo calls Katie at 1:45.
I do not show that call.
I'll move on. Harvey calls Donna at 3:20.
At 1:53?
Yes.
Yes, at
I'm
1:53.
sorry. At 1:53. I apologize. Wendi texts Charlie at 2:33.
Yes.
And this goes on, right? You've seen this exhibit?
Yes.
Sigfredo calls Katie twice at 11:51 and 12:29 in the morning. It's the last activity of the day.
I do not show those on. You still on the second?
It bleeds over to the next day. That's okay. We'll move on. And if we go to May 7th, another random day, you had a chance to look through it. Similar phone activity, right?
There is, yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
If we had the records in January, February, or March, you don't know if those patterns would be any different, right?
I do not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
When defense first began asking you questions, they talked about duplication. In the presentation that you showed the jury yesterday, have all of the duplicates been taken out of that presentation?
Yes. For all the call summaries, went and looked at each call and looked at the recipient's records to see if there was indications of voicemail, routing, and did my best effort to remove anything that was not an individual completed actual communication.
Okay, just want to make sure we're not seeing twice of every single event in your presentation.
The only place there would be duplicates would be like in a frequency report or when things were tallied, because those are across, thousands of records. So in those, the duplicates may be there, but in frequencies, we're kind of looking at relevance, and those duplicates duplicate themselves across all the callers. But in any of the summaries or any of the individual call patterns, we are looking at just individual events.
And when you say summaries and call patterns, you mean those flurries where we show the data from the records followed by kind of like the talking heads with the arrows?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, the July 2nd message where we made a mistake and there was Catherine McVanwell was the one that was calling Sigfredo an effing pussy. Okay.
Yes.
That was her saying that, not Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
Okay. Were you trying to put some of these messages into the presentation this weekend while working some 12-hour shifts?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So, but in that message, is Catherine McVanwell letting Charlie Adelson know that Garcia is this scary, violent man?
It would not seem that.
She's calling him a P word.
Yes, she is.
Okay. Or telling Charlie Adelson that Sigfredo Garcia is one.
Correct.
Okay. And she's also saying that Garcia's actions are childish.
Correct.
I just want to make it clear, in For the car rental in June, when Sigfredo Garcia rented that silver Nissan sedan, we have no indications that Charlie Adelson was physically there at the rental location or anything like that, right?
We do not.
Okay. What your testimony was that Catherine McBanuel was on the phone with Charlie Adelson while she was consistent with being at Comfort Rental, and then they had that 25-minute call on her way home from Comfort Rental.
That's correct.
Okay. Just in general, when a person calls a landline, is that a suspicious thing?
It is not.
Okay. Is the reason that this Charlie Adelson's calls to his parents' landline, did that stand out to investigators because Charlie Adelson was the person on the wiretaps talking about calling people back to a landline or on a landline?
That's correct.
The July 6th text message between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel, you said it's normal for co-parents to text about children and visitation schedules. You would expect that, right?
I would, yes.
Is the reason that that message in particular stood out to investigators, is that because of the date range Wendi Adelson referenced in that text message?
That's correct.
And the date range that she referenced, was that the week of Dan Markel's murder, the 14th through the 18th?
It was, yes.
And during that date range, the 15th you said was when the Prius was rented?
Correct.
The 16th you said was the travel to Tallahassee?
Yes.
You said the 17th was the surveillance of Dan Markel?
Yes.
And the 18th was the murder?
Correct.
Defense asked you, this Prius, it was green, right? You know, it wasn't silver. Was the actual color of the Toyota Prius silver pine mica?
I believe that's correct. I referenced it as a metallic mint green.
Okay. And this was a four-door sedan?
Yes.
We saw both in your presentation with the state and when defense had an opportunity to ask you questions, Wendy's cell site locations when she's on the phone on the day of the murder from her home down to ABC Liquors. Those circles that were on the screen, those are the cell site locations that she's communicating with, right? Not her locations.
Absolutely. I hope that's clear. Those are the locations of the cell towers that her handset is wirelessly communicating with.
And that cell site that she's communicating with at 12:35 when she's on her way to the liquor store, that cell site services the area of Trescott Drive.
It could, yes.
Okay. And so does when she's down on her way a little south of there to the liquor store. That cell site services that area.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that her cell site locations, investigators looked at those, was based on Officer Brannon reporting seeing a vehicle much like hers come up to the crime scene around that hour of day on the day of the murder.
Correct.
Based on the data, could her cell site location be consistent with her going up to the roadblock as Officer Brannon described?
It could, yes.
Defense asked you about, there was also a message in all of the defendant's iCloud where, and he showed you the message, his mother, Donna Adelson, wanted him to send her info, as in like the name or number of a caterer.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that message that the defense showed you, she said the word caterer, right? Not birthday gift or birthday present?
Correct.
And did that text message say to erase it after he reads it?
It did, yes.
I'm sorry, the caterer message that the defense showed you just now?
I'm sorry,
I'm talking about the caterer message that the defense showed you today.
and you're asking if that's the one that had the delete?
Right.
It did not.
Okay. So she says, can you send me the info for a caterer? And then it didn't say delete this after reading or anything like that.
That's correct.
And it didn't say anything about a birthday gift or a birthday present in that message?
In that message, no.
Okay. In the messages that we showed the jury yesterday from March 4th, she says delete this after reading when she says she wants to make a private call to him when she gets to Gainesville when she's in the bathroom. That's the one that says delete after reading?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the follow-up message a few minutes later, she says it's about Dad's birthday gift?
Yes.
And then in June, 3 months later, after the June trip to Tallahassee by the shooters, he says he's still working on the birthday gift for Dad. And she says, I know you'll come through for me.
That's correct.
Okay. And did they talk about a birthday gift in that exchange or a birthday present? Or do they talk about a caterer?
Present.
On July 18th, the day of Dan Markel's murder, does Charlie Adelson's statement that he's not feeling well, that text comes after a call with Donna Adelson, but does it come before Catherine McBanwell comes to his house that night?
It does, yes.
That same night on July 18th, in the message from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson, does she say she's outside his house?
It says outside your house, yes.
Okay. Does it say I'm on the turnpike near your house?
It does not.
When she says she's outside his house, I mean, I guess we don't know how long she stayed, whether she...
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Hey, Ms. Dugan, if you can clean up the foundation on this issue.
From the messages alone, do we know how long she stayed there?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overruled. She's going to lay the foundation.
We do not.
Okay. From the messages alone, do we know if she left something in his house for him?
We do not.
All we know is she said she's outside his house, and he says 10 minutes.
Correct.
So in the presentation yesterday, we showed the communication between the parties, meaning the heads and the arrows, on days that we know are significant days in this investigation, right? Days.
Correct.
Okay. Defense showed you some communication, they say, on random days, May 2nd and May 7th, I believe it was. I want to look at, just briefly, divorce file in this case. So the divorce file in this case is already in evidence. I want to show you a couple of things from that divorce file that were going on during that time, around the time of the beginning of May. document, does this appear to have been filed toward the end of April 24th, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this says former husband, would that be Dan Markel?
Yes.
Former husband's second request to produce to former wife?
Yes.
Okay. And Dan Markel is requesting Wendi Adelson to produce for inspection and copy the following documents. And then if you go over to page 4, here are his requests. And he wants her employment contract, her pay stubs, showing all her income earned, her checking account statements, her income tax returns, her TIAA CREF retirement account information, any information about removing funds from Schwab accounts, a detailed list of all of the items, marital items she may have taken from the home. That was his request in April of 2014, April 24th?
Yes.
Okay. And then on May 2nd of 2014, that would have been the first day of messages that the defense showed today, right?
Yes.
Or not messages, communication back and forth.
Yes.
Okay. On May 2nd, 2014, on this day, Dan Markel is moving to compel Wendi Adelson. So he's asking the court to basically force or order Wendi Adelson to respond to that motion, to his second request to produce. That motion that was filed on April 24th.
Correct.
Okay. Also on May 2nd, 2014, does it appear that Wendi Adelson was informed that a hearing was set on Dan Markel's motion to compel?
Yes.
Okay, and the hearing was set on the 2nd, and the hearing was supposed to be, though, on, it appears to be May 6th?
Correct.
Okay, on May 5th, Dan Markel files a memorandum of authorities to enforce the marital settlement agreement and motions for sanctions. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to get through this. Looks like a pretty lengthy motion. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, so on May 7th, after that motion is filed by Dan Markel, on May 7th, 2014, does Wendi Adelson's attorney then motion the court to be able to withdraw as her counsel?
Yes.
Okay, so on May 7th, that was the second day of communication that the defense showed today.
Correct.
Her attorney is trying to now withdraw from her case.
Correct.
So on both May 2nd and May 7th, there were, even though there wasn't a trip to Tallahassee at that time by the shooters, there were significant events going on in the divorce in this case. Doesn't it seem so?
It does, yes.
All right. And those days, May 2nd and May 7th, they were days before these June and July trips to Tallahassee where the shooters drove up to kill Dan Markel.
Correct.
So, I mean, could these have been days where there was some discussion about the plan to kill Dan Markel?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation and speculation.
Stand as a speculation, member of foundation.
Okay, I'll move on. I want to show you what I'm going to mark as states 129, A and B.
You have to keep the context of text message. Just maybe go sidebar.
Briefly.
Okay, on Sarah's redirect here, she's introducing all new types of evidence here that she did not do on her original direct. So normally this would be something outside the scope. But apparently they believe that Rajpal's opened the door, so that's why they're doing that. And now he's objecting to something along the lines of this is outside the scope, perhaps, is my estimation. But she's bringing up some good points. This is not going to be very long with her, I would estimate. I think also showing again how Wendi was facing dire straits over the motions that Dan filed, that she was going to be in trouble with the state bar, as well as probably going to lose her job because Dan had all the clout and prestige at the school there at Florida State University Law School, and she was just a term temp type contract attorney that was serving in a professor role. So she really got the job because of Dan. So that's important to note. Yeah, Jeff had, you asked why Jeff left the night before. Was Gus instincts because he told about Hitman? Don't know, but he decided to leave, and good thing for him. Otherwise, things would be turning out a lot different here.
Everyone can be seated. Sergeant, if you need to take a break, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rashbaum, does your client need to use the restroom?
No.
No way. We'll be in recess until 11:30.
Okay,
All right, so we got a 10-minute break here. Let me go on a couple minutes here. If you have any questions, go ahead, shoot them to me. Just a few things I wrote down. One of the things that Rashman didn't do when he's asking about all these details of calls and texts and emails or whatever, he's not actually showing them on the screen. So asking Corbett to remember all those when he doesn't have the screen to reference is really odd for I think a defense attorney to do. You should go back to the same documents in question so the jurors can pick up on that. It's sort of like Rashbaum just has his own, he's on his own audience. He has an audience really of 1 instead of the 15 that make up the jurors. So because the jurors right now are they're just ready to poke their eyes out. They're so tired of this. They don't want to hear any more of this from Rashbaum. Notice the contrast between the two attorneys. Sarah is very direct, pointed. Everything she says builds upon itself. It helps show evidence of what was really going on. And the contrast then with Rashbaum is that he's just talking about it's just basically gibberish, right? So he's not getting anywhere with anybody, and his constant phraseology that's just really gonna, I think, annoy the jury. Like, and by the way, and then he says, he'll interrupt somebody and says, "Thanks, that's all right, we'll move on." And so his tone of voice is better though than it was with other witnesses like Katie, obviously. But he's really losing the jury here, is what I would say. I think Charlie's probably very happy, because to Charlie, anytime his lawyer's talking is a good thing. So content and substance don't matter to Charlie, because he probably can't even digest it right now mentally on how bad his case is tanking. So yeah, and Rashbaum also brought up again the caterer comment, and I thought that was also good that we heard again how Donna was saying to delete the message. So that's what this was about. The birthday party was all part of the plan. The surprise gift to Harvey was obviously the murder of Dan Markel, and that's really sick to think that they're celebrating a murder like this. And think about it, the first time Charlie got together with Wendi, that was also a celebration dinner. So I think the jury totally gets this. They're really picking up on this. I just think it's really strong right now. I think I said it was a slam dunk, and somebody I saw earlier said, "Well, no, it's never a slam dunk. All you need is one." This case, from what I've seen of the jury being picked, I don't think there's going to be any holdouts for a mistrial. It's really laughable, and in the sense that there's nothing here credible. They're just so stretching at reality here. It's not based on any realistic or reality-based evidence, and they haven't presented any evidence yet. And Charlie's going to be the only one to do that. So that's why I do think he is going to have to testify. And if he doesn't testify, and Rashbaum just argues that he was blackmailed and extorted, well, that's not really evidence at all. It was just argument by him. So I don't see that. I don't see that being the case. And I think Charlie believes everything he says. He's used to getting his way. He's used to getting out of speeding tickets with cops by saying he's on his way to the ER. He's in scrubs, so he misrepresents himself as an ER doctor to fool cops and let them get away with speeding. He drives on the coastal waterways there when it's dark out with no lights on. He'll go 80 miles an hour, creating a huge, massive wake when there's probably like a 5 mile an hour speed limit. Doing that kind of stuff, you're just reckless with your life. You could easily kill somebody doing that, including himself. So he's used to just getting away with so much. So money's always been able to provide for everything. Think of all the millions of dollars we saw the Adelsons had collectively on the slides from yesterday, and it just really goes to show that he was just setting himself up. Eventually his lifestyle was going to catch up with him. I'm surprised stuff didn't catch up with him sooner. Obviously, if he had a father that properly guided him and how to act as a man, then this kind of stuff would have been going on. And father was just sitting there being enamored with this kind of crazy, sick lifestyle as well. Also, him bragging about going to these underage molestation places in overseas locations known for human sex trafficking and whatnot. So it's pretty just so bizarre. And then to have his sister of all people sitting with him in sex trafficking. So I mean, gosh, are some of her victims that she's representing Charlie's victims? I mean, probably not, but just so bizarre. I mean, this stuff is larger than life. You can't make this stuff up. That's why I think I'm surprised there hasn't been a movie on this yet. And so I think that's probably going to be coming down the pike here before too long. David is just there as a backup. She's doing more of she's been more involved in like the motions part of the work like that. So she's not. Showing any of her advocacy in front of the jury. She's only advocating Charlie's positions to the judge on motions and limine. So that's what her role is there. Meyer, I think her last name is. Yeah, the Adelsons, Mr. Stubbs, they probably think he's doing a good job. Yeah, and Fancy points that out. Yeah, I mean this is not really anything sophisticated here for an analysis, because it's just so bare bones ridiculous what he's doing. He's not scoring any points, and I would say the one thing that Rashbaum has cleaned up, he's not treating this witness with a loud, angry, agitated tone that I think is just sort of like some of those witnesses, especially Katie. So I think his tone and approach in that regard is a much more improvement. It's here. Susan, I don't know if they're watching it. It just may be too cringeworthy for them. Or if they are watching it, maybe they are thinking it's going good for them, like Charlie is. I mean, their whole whacked out, crazy murder plot is being exposed here so well, especially by this witness. And so maybe they're completely tone deaf and they have zero perception of how guilty they look to the jury. So. Longer with this witness. I never thought he would be on the stand that long on his cross-examination and be alienating the jury like that by the way Rashbaum's conducting his cross-examination. So it just goes to show how strong a case the government has. Rashbaum knows it. And I mean, if he has a list of questions he needs to ask, and that list was created with obviously no points to raise. It's just a time filler and trying to keep his client happy. So in any event, I'm going to take a couple minutes step away here before we get started again. So I'll join you back in a few.
still have a dispute as to the exhibit?
Judge, we have no objection as to the exhibit.
Very well, please bring in the jurors. Once we finish with the sergeant, are you going to be able to complete Jimenez and Bronstein this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, Judge, before you bring the jury in on Jimenez and Bronstein, I would request Your Honor to ask the media not to show their faces. They are still engaged in undercover operations.
Very well. For both Court TV and anyone else who's reporting on this matter, if you please could not take any images of the law enforcement officers. As Kappelman, I assume they are law enforcement of some sort?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
They're law enforcement officers.
Yes, sir, they're FBI.
Please do not broadcast or disseminate any images or identifiers as to the undercover officers.
And Judge, that includes Jimenez, Bronstein, and also Special Agent Kendall, who will be there's a witness in between, but those three witnesses we'd ask not to be shown.
All right, we're in the courtroom.
Seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
You have something to say, Mr. Rauschbaum.
Just a brief recross, Your Honor.
I usually do not permit recross, as it's literally going to be one question.
I was hoping for 3 questions.
Let's get it on down to one.
All right.
You may recross as to your one most important question that you need to.
May I have one moment with Ms. Myers to figure out which one I want to use?
Go ahead. One equals one. Keep that in mind, please. Go ahead.
12:31. Ms. Adelson's phone hits this cell tower, right?
That's correct.
We can agree that that's pretty far from Truscott, right?
It is, yes.
No further questions.
On the mark. Sergeant, you may step down.
Thanks, sir.
Please call your next witness.
State House Oscar Jimenez.
The question from Sarah on whether Charlie could fire his defense team mid-trial, that would be sort of hard to do, because then you're basically having a mistrial due to the severance of the attorney-client relationship. So a judge would try to preserve that, and it probably would not grant it. Charlie would have to come up with some pretty strong reasons why his his lawyer is unfit. So I don't see that happening. And what I have seen is somebody get fired midstream and then another co-counsel take over. So in other words, the female attorney there, Ms. Myers, would be the one taking over if you wanted to fire his primary counsel, who of course is Daniel Rochbaugh.
Special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Were you employed in any undercover operations during your time with the FBI?
Man, numerous.
And were you involved in an undercover operation related to this case that occurred on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Can you explain what that operation was?
My role in that operation, I was portraying a Latin King gang member, and I was instructed to conduct a bump.
All right, what's a bump?
Well, a bump is an investigative tool used by law enforcement where you would have either an agent or an officer working in an undercover capacity to have a face-to-face contact with either a person of interest or a subject in an investigation. And what you would look to do in a bump is either to extract information from that individual or give them information or possibly set up future meetings with that individual, or in some cases tickle or stimulate a wire or a phone tap.
And was that the case here, that the bump was designed to generate chatter or conversation on a wiretap?
It was, yes.
All right. And when you say you were posing as a Latin King gang member, did you announce yourself as a Latin King gang member to the person you approached?
I did not.
Okay, so you're just, that's the role.
That was my
You're
role.
in character.
That is correct.
Okay. And who did you approach and where was this done? Tell us what happened.
So I was instructed to do the bump or do the contact with Mrs. Donald Adelson, and this was in the Miami area.
All right. And was it right out in front of her residence there, the Icon, like in South Beach?
I believe it was outside her residence in that general area.
And what did you do when you approached Ms. Adelson?
Well, my instructions were to approach her and engage her in some type of conversation and to hand a flyer or a piece of paper to her.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State 78 and ask if you recognize 78.
Yep. Yes, I do.
Is State 78 consistent or a fair and accurate copy of the flyer that you handed Donna Adelson?
It is.
Move into evidence State 78.
Any objection? No objection. State 78 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Do we have 78? Let me just do this. News article related to the murder of Dan Markel. And what's the purpose of this written over here, cell text?
So the cell number right there is my undercover covert phone number, and the $5,000 was what was expected to be received from Mrs. Donna Adelson.
Okay, so you hand her this piece of paper, and her instructions are to call this number, you want $5,000.
That is correct.
The gist of it?
Pretty much, yes.
Was the interaction that you had with Donna Adelson recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
It was recorded both audio and video.
All right, and is that something you're wearing or something that's done by a remote team of officers or both?
Both. I had a body recorder, audio and video, and it was also conducted by surveillance and security teams.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as 105. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 105, which is the side-by-side of the image of what camera captured that you were wearing, as well as the one from across the street?
I have.
Right, and that's got video and audio on it.
That is correct.
Does it fairly and accurately capture the interaction between yourself and Donna Adelson during the bump?
It does.
All right, move into evidence, State's Exhibit 105.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 105 is admitted.
And once this was concluded, did you maintain the cell phone that had that number ending in 6570 on your person and continue to be available to answer it if somebody called?
To the best, the phone I maintained the phone, and because I was doing other casework, I would, be available the best I could be.
Okay, so you have the phone with you, but you're not going to answer it if you're at your kid's school or on another operation. I mean, there's situations which might require you not to answer it.
That is correct.
Okay. As part of this operation, did you at some point make a phone call to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
All right, and was that in the same undercover capacity as this gang member?
Yes.
Okay, same character.
Yes.
All right, and was that call made on April 28th of 2016?
I believe it was.
And what was the purpose of this, what I'm calling a follow-up bump?
Yes, it's like a follow-up bump. It was basically to try and get Donna Adelson on the phone, and also to additionally stimulate the wire.
All right, and that call... That call was recorded as well, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then is there an additional call bearing your voice in this case from Charlie Adelson to the undercover?
That is correct.
Have you had a chance to review that call, which is contained on State's Exhibit 107, call FF?
I have.
And were you able to authenticate your voice in that call?
Yes, I did.
All right, and did you complete a call authentication log, which I've marked as State's Exhibit 128, initialing by the calls that bear your name?
I have.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 128.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 128 is admitted.
And Judge, I also failed to introduce the call authentication log pertaining to Ms. McBanawa, which I've marked as 127. I would move that one into evidence by stipulation at this time as well.
127 is admitted.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
So 107, I referenced that previously. That contains a call from two calls. One call from you to the Adelson Institute, which I previously asked about, and then a call that I did not ask about, which was Donna Adelson to the undercover line. Have you had a chance to review those two calls on this exhibit?
Not completely the one from Donna Adelson to me.
Okay. Do we have a stipulation in reference to that call, or do we need a recess for him to authenticate Donna Adelson to the undercover?
We'll stipulate.
Judge, I move into evidence States 107.
107 is admitted at this time.
And I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examine.
Good morning, Special Agent. How are you?
Retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Your role was to pretend to be a member of the Latin Kings, right?
Latin King gang, yes.
Okay. And you handed Donna Adelson a flyer?
I did.
And you and your team accidentally didn't make a copy of that flyer, right?
Well, my role in the investigation was to be the undercover. That was handled by the investigative team.
But the flyer wasn't made. No one kept the original, right?
I later found out that it wasn't, but yeah.
We provided the original to you because the Adelsons kept the original, right? They didn't destroy it.
I don't know what they did with it.
Now, when you saw Donna Adelson, she told you that you scared her, right?
She was startled.
And you told her that you knew that Katie and Tuto were being taken care of, and by being taken care of, you meant paid, right?
That is correct.
So law enforcement understood that as of April 2016, when the bump occurred, Katie was continuing to get money, right?
I don't have all the details from the case, but that's what I assume it was happening.
So if Catherine McVanoa came in here yesterday and said that she wasn't getting money in the months following, that would be inconsistent with what the bump was set up to be, right?
Objection, confusing, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Sustained as to mischaracterization. You may re-ask the question if you can clean it up, Mr. Rushbaum.
The whole point of the bump was you knew that Catherine McVanoa was getting paid, right, over time.
That's what I was told to say to Mrs. Adelson.
Now, during the bump, you told Miss Adelson, Donna Adelson, that you were the brother of someone who was incarcerated, right?
That is correct.
And that person needed to be paid as well, right?
Taken care of, yes.
And at the time that you did the bump, you knew that Luis Rivera was incarcerated, right?
Correct.
And the idea was to pretend to extort Donna Adelson by posing as a violent gang member, right?
That is correct.
Now, on April 28th, the bump was April 21, correct?
I don't believe so.
What day was it? I always get it confused. April
I
19th.
believe it's the 19th.
You hope to spur some activity, right? After April 19th. That was the plan of the bump, right?
Disperse, you mean disperse in what way?
You hope that phone calls would happen and that someone would pay the money, right?
That was the intention, to stimulate or tickle the wire.
And no one paid the money, right?
No, it didn't.
So then 9 days later, you called the Adelson Institute, right?
I don't remember the exact date that I called.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Whenever you called, you identified yourself as Sammy.
I believe so.
And you spoke to someone. It was not Charlie Adelson, right?
That is correct.
Now, until this call that you made to the Adelson Institute, no one had called the undercover number, right?
I don't believe so.
Catherine McVanoa had not called the undercover number, right?
No.
Sigfredo Garcia had not called the undercover number, right?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. Do you think that you ever spoke to Sigfredo Garcia?
Oh, I know I didn't.
Okay. Did Sigfredo Garcia ever leave you a voicemail?
I understood that. Well, I did miss a call from him. I was working my other cases, but I don't have access to the voicemail, so I don't know if he left a call.
Have you ever heard a voicemail from Sigfredo Garcia?
I have not.
Okay. Now, on the 28th, Charlie Adelson called the number, right?
I know he did call me. I don't recall the date.
Okay. And he called from his own phone, right?
I don't remember what number was on the caller ID.
Okay. So you don't know that he used his cell phone?
I don't know. I don't know his number.
Now, he didn't say much on the call, right?
Well, not initially, and I did most of the talking.
And you used words on the call like in reference to. Do you remember using those words?
I did.
And you used the words on the call like do the right thing, right?
That is correct.
Charlie told you at the end of the call that he would call you back. Do you remember that?
He said he would.
But he never called you back.
Not that I know of, no.
Now, still no one paid any money, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so, and on the calls, you were hearing that, well, strike that, Your Honor. Let me turn your attention to May 4th, 2016. Okay?
Okay.
At around 2 or 3 in the morning on May 4th, 2016, you sent Donna Adelson a text message to her cell phone, right?
I know I sent her a text message, but I don't know about 2 or 3 in the morning. I don't know the time or date.
Do you remember that it was very early in the morning?
I don't. That was
Okay.
7.5 years ago.
Fair enough. The text message was pretty threatening, right?
I don't remember the content of the message, but I don't remember the content.
But let me ask you, over time, did the threats get worse?
Well, no, because I mean, I know that I did the bump. I remember talking to Charlie, and I remember calling the Adelson Institute and sending the text message. But I didn't add any additional threats.
You don't
that
think
you say threats? I didn't.
You don't think that the text message was stronger than the original meeting or the letter that came in between?
Again, if you can show me the text message, but I haven't seen. I don't think it was that bad.
Did you say in the text message who was the puta who had called me?
I think it's puto, but
Okay.
they said puta.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
My Spanish is not great.
No, that's fine.
I think I'm going to defer to the witness.
Spanish on this, Mr. Rauschbaum.
I will as well. I will as well. Nonetheless, you were trying to act like Aladdin King, right?
I was, and quite frankly, I was instructed to be not so gang-like with Donna Adelson.
Okay.
Actually, to be polite.
Okay. On May 6, 2016, you received a voicemail from Donna Adelson at 11:30 in the morning, right?
I don't recall.
Do you remember getting a voicemail from her?
Well, again, if I receive a call and I don't answer the phone, these voicemails are remote. They're not on my phone. I don't have access to it. The investigative team has access.
Fair enough. So you wouldn't remember trying to call her back a couple times after she... Fair enough. Just asking what you remember.
Yeah, no,
You don't recall calling her back a couple times, right?
I don't, sir.
And at some point, you spoke with her on that day, right?
I believe I spoke with her.
And
I don't know about that day.
you're aware now that she recorded the call, right?
I have no idea.
Okay. During that call, do you recall she told you that she didn't have anything, she doesn't know what this has to do with her? Do you remember her saying that?
I don't recall that
Okay.
that conversation at all.
She tells you that she didn't do anything and doesn't know anything?
I don't recall that conversation.
She tells you that there is a reward being offered and that if you need money, you should go to the police. Do you recall her telling you that?
Like I said, I don't recall any of that conversation.
Now, on these wires that were spurred by your undercover activity, are you aware that Catherine Magbanoa told Charlie that she and Sigfredo had called the undercover number many times?
No, sir.
Are you aware that Catherine Magbanoa told Charlie that they tried the number and it was a non-working number?
No, sir.
It was a working number, right?
Oh, it is, yes. Absolutely.
Are you aware that Catherine Magbanoa told Charlie that Sigfredo left a nasty voicemail message on the undercover number?
No, sir.
Now, you're aware that Sigfredo Garcia called that number one time and it wasn't from his cell phone?
I was told that he called, but I don't know what number he called from.
You don't know that he called from a burner phone?
No, sir.
whereas Charlie Adelson called from his own phone?
Again, I don't remember the numbers, and I don't remember, who's calling from what phone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Yes, sir.
Will Mr. Jimenez be recalled?
No, sir.
Have a good day, sir. Please call your next witness.
State call Special Agent.
This next witness is probably the one that filmed the bump, so that's what I expect here.
You're about to give the truth.
Thank you.
You may take your seat.
Sir, please identify your name.
FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2014.
Did you participate in an operation back on April 20th, 2016?
Yes.
And was that a surveillance involving the defendant in this case, Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
What was your involvement related to that operation?
I was conducting physical surveillance in the area of Miami Beach and its surroundings, and then also maintained availability to move northward if the surveillance venue changed, and deploy surveillance hardware if needed.
Okay, so originally there was an attempt to surveil a meeting between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and you were involved in that?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in that particular effort?
At the beginning of that day, I was involved in surveilling the bump, as it's been called.
Okay, yep.
And following that, I maintained availability in that area, and then I received word that there would be a meeting taking place north of Miami Beach, so I made my way north.
Okay, I think I'm with you. So you were present at the bump doing some recording from a remote location?
I was not recording at that time.
Okay, what was your role there?
I was, we call it QRF, Quick Reaction Force, just for the security of the undercover,
Okay,
or
so
whoever
just
is involved.
part of the team for security purposes. And then from there you moved to, is it a restaurant known as Dolce Vita?
Yes, at the time, that's what
All
the
right,
restaurant
and what was your role at the efforts to record a conversation at the Dolce Vita restaurant that day?
I was instructed to make my way towards the Dolce Vita restaurant. At that time that I arrived, I was handed some recording equipment in a bag, and I went inside and positioned myself as close as possible to Mr. Adelson.
All right, so you knew who you were trying to record when you
Yes.
went into the restaurant. And was Mr. Adelson already inside the restaurant when you entered?
I would have to think yes, but I don't recall exactly.
All right.
I'm almost certain yes.
Okay, and was there another person present as well that you were attempting to record?
Yes.
Who was that?
Katie Magmanua.
Okay. And was the objective just to get as close as possible without being made and
Yes.
try to record their conversation?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about the equipment. You said it was inside of a bag. What does that look like?
It was a messenger bag, computer bag size type thing you would carry books or a laptop computer in, and kind of had like perforations, like a bunch of holes in it.
All right, like a mesh?
Not quite
fabric?
like a mesh, but like if you think of, it was made out of like leather or fake leather, and maybe the whole front facing area of it just had a lot of holes spaced about a ½ inch to an inch apart all over.
All right, and was the bag outfitted with audio and video recording equipment?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that equipment?
I'm familiar with its appearance, and it had a sort of an on-off button. Beyond that, I have no real technical expertise for it.
Okay, was it in proper working order that day?
That was my understanding.
All right, and you were able to review the recording, correct?
Yes.
So it did record audio and video that day?
Yes.
Where were you positioned in relation to Mr. Adelson and Ms. McBanois?
So they were seated toward about as far back in the restaurant as you can go. And I positioned myself with my back against the wall, so seated, maybe 10, 12 feet away. And there was, I think, one table between us and them.
All right, and what were they doing when you observed them at the restaurant?
They were having a conversation.
Was there background noise going on in the restaurant? What type of environment was it?
So yes, there was background noise. It's my best guess that the air handler for the restaurant was sitting in the ceiling, probably directly above either my table or theirs, but there was a sufficient amount of background noise.
Was there another agent inside the restaurant also attempting to record the meeting?
Yes, another FBI employee did enter the restaurant.
All right, and did he have similar equipment as to what you had?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, and if you know, was the recording that you made more successful or the one that he made?
I believe my recording was more successful.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 109, which is the Dolce Vita recording from the equipment that you had that day?
Yes.
All right, and is it fair and accurate as far as what was captured that day?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I'd move into evidence 109.
Any objection from the defense?
None other than our previous motion.
States 109 is admitted at this time over defense objection.
And we talked about the date, but I'm not sure the time. On April 20th of 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the time that this meeting occurred?
I would have to reference notes or reports from that day. It would have been in the afternoon.
Okay, 3:45 sound about right?
Yes.
And about an hour in length sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So by the time you got to the restaurant and started the recording device, Catherine McBanois and Charlie were already there and talking, right?
That's what I recall. Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea what they said before you got there, obviously, right?
No.
Okay. Did you see them speaking in the car for 15 minutes or so before entering the restaurant?
I don't recall that. Several years ago, obviously, at this point.
Fair enough. But you have no idea what, if anything, they spoke to each other about in a car before they got to the restaurant?
Their conversation in a car? No, I would have no direct knowledge of that.
The restaurant was pretty loud with a lot of background noise, right?
I wouldn't say egregiously loud, but it had enough background noise that from the distance of me to you, you would not be fully capable of recognizing the content of a conversation.
Fair to say you couldn't really hear much in terms of what they were saying to each other.
Correct.
And that was with you being just 8 to 10 feet away from them, right?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
There's no way Charlie could practice dentistry there in the facility in prison because first of all, you need dentistry tools A lot of those sharps could easily become a weapon without any modifications. So there's no way to have any tools there to begin with. Second of all, he wouldn't have any kind of anesthesia or anything like that. And thirdly, he doesn't have a license.
Please call your next witness.
I'm surprised they've called these last two witnesses without introducing the video. And, so I guess they're going to do that after they lay all the foundation first, and then they'll have it all admitted, and then they'll present it all in one batch, I guess. On the previous witness, we again had the issue where Rashbaum was not referring to a specific document that not only the witness could see, but also the jurors could see. So what he was doing was basically referring to some text. We don't even see it. Well, what text is he talking about? So we haven't even seen it. Is he referring to it? So I think it makes for disjointed cross-examination. You're not connecting what you're saying to the jury within the evidence you're trying to talk about. So there's just that sort of big disconnect. And I didn't see anything from the defense that was worth really writing any notes on. There was pretty much these guys are just there for the bump aspects. There was limited duty by Jimenez, the other undercover agent, to do the bump. He's not the investigator on the case. He's part of the FBI down in Miami, so he would be tasked to do a specific thing like the bump. And so he would not understand any other aspects of the investigation. They basically do a referral task order type request to another FBI office, and that's how that would have happened. And the same thing for this other second FBI agent who did the Dolce Vita tape. That's what this agent was talking about when Katie and Charlie were there. That was at Dolce Vita. The one with Harvey and and Charlie, that was at the boy, it escapes me right now. That was at Matsuri. That was a Japanese steakhouse. So that's where a conversation with Charlie and his dad happened, where they were discussing the bump. So just wanted to clarify those two things. Let me look, see if there's any questions here I can answer. Yeah, the defense case does remain a puzzle, and how I describe it is Rashbaum is the one that talked about a puzzle and pieces of the puzzle fitting together to support his extortion, blackmail type defense theory. But in this case, what he's done so far is he doesn't have any pieces of the puzzle to put together a puzzle. So not only does he not have any evidence here to present his theories thus far, he's just sort of spinning his wheels, losing the jury as well. So I think the jury's got to be really tired of hearing Rashbaum, I'd say, by this point. So I'm glad he didn't drag it out with these two witnesses here. That makes it less painful. So let's see what he does with these videos once they're admitted, the Dolce Vita and the Matsuri video. So those things will really also help set the scene where the Adelsons and also Katie and the one she's involved with, they're definitely sounding like they're guilty. The bump made them panic. They went in full protection mode, and they were worried, this is law enforcement, or is this legitimately some kind of extortion from one of the hitmen? And of course, keep in mind, Katie never told them that there's a second hitman, that being Luis Rivera. So Charlie didn't know who this other guy was. So it was very very much confusing to Charlie. They didn't know what to make of it. So it was pretty interesting to see how that went down. Where the bump really worked, probably better than they thought it could, and so hopefully we'll get that here real soon. So right now it's 12:15 there. I do not know if they've gone to lunch. Normally they'll say what time they're coming back and whatnot, and normally they just have one break beforehand. So let me see if we can find out. I'll check my phone here, see if we have anything from John. If you have any other questions, meanwhile. Okay, so here's what John said. He said, a juror raised his hand and said, I need to speak to the bailiff. So we don't know what that's about. Maybe just need to go to the bathroom or something, or maybe there was some kind of interruption of spectators there. The audience in the courtroom are doing something that's distracting and bothersome. We have no idea what that's about. So, oh, you know what? I'm sorry. That's an old one. Wow, sorry. No, that was I got that. That was 9:39 courtroom time. So that's what happened when the judge addressed some disturbance. So, okay, sorry about that. Let me send a text. Keep in mind these FBI agents are undercover, so if you're there in the courtroom, obviously you see who they are, but just for the sake of protecting their undercover operations, the camera folks were not allowing us to see them, and so that's what's going on there. So let me try to find out here if we got a lunch break. If you notice also, Charlie has his hand over his mouth a lot, so when a witness is not going to do good for him, I think he has some understanding of that, and you notice he's always putting his hand around his face, covering his mouth, and just doesn't look like he's trying to really pay attention to what's being said, because he probably realizes it's not such good stuff. So even when Rajpal was cross-examining him, I think he's not looking forward to this videotape, especially the Dolce video where he talks about doing things such as killing the undercover agent who he thinks is a gang member, or somebody tied with the hitmen. So are the feds still investigating the ex-wife of the victim? I think that investigation is probably complete. What they need to do is just package it up and bring it into a grand jury to indict her. So we're talking about Wendi Adelson. So I just can't believe looking at all this evidence, and there's so much more evidence on Wendi as well that's not been presented. I just can't believe that she's not a co-defendant as well in this trial. And because these trials do take a lot of time and energy and effort, and it's just like box them all up and put them all on the same jury case. So all right, so Carl, if I'm trying to be fair to Rashbaum in case, I don't see the rest of your question there, Andy. So I don't know if it got cut off or what, but yeah, I remember when they said, I think this guy has a camera. I can't remember if that was the Dolce Vita or the Matsuri one, but one of those, yeah, there's definitely, they were even talking, thinking there might be an undercover agent there recording them, and they still kept on talking. So it was pretty amazing to see that. Yeah, that was sort of interesting that we have a New York City type of accent from an undercover agent who's posing as a Miami gang member. Yeah, using words that are definitely New York like that. So I think Donna was so startled she didn't pick up on that. And the guy probably didn't look like he was a gang member. He probably maybe doesn't even look that much Hispanic. I don't know how he looks in person, but he was trying to act like he's Hispanic at least. And maybe he is. I guess with the last name Jim is, yeah, I guess he would be somewhat Hispanic. But in any event, the accent could have given away if they would have put the piece of puzzles together that this probably is some law enforcement guy. But in any event, it did work great. Yeah, Charlie never did call the police on the bump when the bump happened, and so obviously he never called the police when the so-called extortion happened either. So, but yet he's willing to kill for a $5,000 bump. So that was what was so ludicrous. Katie says, I think Charlie's the only one that can tie this together besides Rashbaum doing it without backup evidence. But Charlie talking about extortion is not really going to be credible evidence with all this overwhelming evidence we have here. And then they're going to be able to cross-examine him. And keep in mind, from my experience, every type of crime of violence, it always has to do with the motive of the accused. The accused always has a motive and hatred, and they want to do the ultimate extreme hurt of murder in a case like this, right? So who hated Dan enough to want to kill him this bad? And so the folks from the hitmen from Miami, they don't even know the guy. Katie doesn't even know the guy. So you're going to take people that don't even know him to do that. Who hated him enough to want to get him killed? And then people normally, they're not going to kill somebody without having something to benefit them. So in any event, we're going to have this then focused on the Adelsons. Adelsons are the ones that hated him so much. Who hated among the Adelsons? They all did. And so the way you tie this all in together is look at their behavior, look at their actions. Look at it's looking like it went all the way back to last October that this murder plan started cooking around, and they started looking for good folks to be their little errands, to do their dirty work for them. So think about Katie was selected by Charlie. Within a couple of weeks, she's being asked about whether she knows anybody could put some hurt on somebody. Think about Jeff Lacoste. He started dating in November with Wendi, and he's not her type at all. She's not into a good guy like like Jeff Lacoste is. So in any event, it does really look like the more you dig into the details of the case, the more it looks like this thing was really, really planned for many months with many details to be covered. And the problem is they didn't cover their tracks well enough or good enough. And so the prosecutors presenting this kind of information is going to seal their fate. So it's just a matter of what the other Adelsons, the prosecution has to have the courage and confidence and set aside any political influence if there is that, and go forward and just arrest at a minimum Donna and Wendi. So Diane, I asked you're a little bit nervous about whether Charlie gets convicted. I'm not. I mean, juries, from what I've seen in my experience over the years, juries do the right thing. Can you have an outlier where something really weird happens? People talk about this Casey Anthony case down in Florida there. I mean, that's an aberration. I have not followed that case at all to any degree of detail to know exactly what happened or what the theory was for the defense versus the prosecution. I know it sounded like she was guilty from what I had seen, but I didn't follow the case good enough to know what was good and bad from the prosecution and defense in their tactics and strategies that were used in that trial.
So it looks like they're in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Yes. Okay.
Eastern.
So I'm just going to cover a couple questions. So 1:30 be Eastern time. So yeah, that's almost an hour and 8 minutes away. So Ben, thanks for your help on this one. And let me just see if there's any other question here. Okay, Andy's saying some undercover agents utilize different dialects or accents on purpose, according to some agents I met and worked with during gang war in Detroit. Yeah, here I don't know that it would actually benefit them, but he probably is having his real voice. His voice on the bump sounds just like he did in the courtroom here. So yeah, he was just probably being himself. And I think it was a good guidance though for him not to come across too aggressive with Donna, because if he freaked her out enough of violence right there, perhaps then maybe she would have called the police. So I think that was a very smart move to have it more of a subtle, soft type approach. You know, he's very polite with her, was acting very gentlemanly with her. So I think all that was that played into not spooking her, and even the way he did it, a real soft approach like that, that did spook her a whole lot. So, in any event, great job by law enforcement on that call. This is the silliest argument ever from Stella. Yeah, it's I've never seen anything just this weak, this pathetic for a defense theory before, and on any kind of case, I can't, no matter how serious or how minor, if it's a misdemeanor case that I took to trial, I mean, you gotta have something better than this. But in any event, Charlie may change his tune once he's locked up, once the prison threats and extortion start. So things are really gonna change for the Adelsons once he's locked up and sent away. And keep in mind, there's tons of Aryan Nation folks there in confinement in the Florida prisons. And even if Charlie does try to get protective custody, that's still not even safe. And I don't think with his personality, he's going to want to be that way. He's going to want to be out in the open, trying to wheel and deal, and having people listen to him talking. And again, bring up the fact that a few years ago there was a Jewish prisoner in federal custody in Ohio that got murdered by a couple of Aryan nations. So even the government's best efforts to segregate and keep potential violent folks away from each other is not always a guarantee. Andy thinks that they'll deliberate a couple of hours and then come out with a fairly quick verdict. Yeah, I mean, I don't see this deliberation lasting longer than 2 hours. I mean, they may come back in 45 minutes or something like that. So let's see. Here's another question. Lana, yeah, I agree. It's a mind. The mind is blown on this defense. But that's how strong of a case they got, that they can't even they use the words and actions of the defendant against himself. So that's like the strongest way of proof. His own words convict him. His own actions convict him. And they have such a digital trail that you can't squirm and wiggle your way out of it and come up with any kind of plausible defense. Yeah, Roxanne, the trial could be over. I think the prosecution will probably rest. We're at Tuesday midday here. I think the prosecution could rest as soon as tomorrow, and that means Charlie's defense will probably just have a couple hours of testimony before they get to Charlie. Yeah, I'd probably say an hour and a half at most from the other two witnesses, and then what'll happen is we will have Charlie on the stand for probably several hours, half a day. So it really could go to the jury by this Friday potentially. Julie asked if I ever been completely wrong on guessing a jury. I'm hoping not any trial I've seen. I've not predicted it wrong. I have not had one where I predicted it wrong. I know of cases that I've heard about that I think, well, how did that happen? That happened in real life that weren't videotaped, but never a surprise like that. So I just think that we're going to have fair justice here, and they're all paying close attention to Charlie here, and so. And what the evidence is, they're not falling asleep. They're not, ignoring the need to take notes when appropriate. So they are resuming here in exactly approximately 1 hour. So I'll see you all back here at 1:30 Eastern time. Thank you. All right, good afternoon. We're back here for the afternoon session of day 3.
Transcript.
And
We reviewed the video, but we haven't reviewed what's coming in. We're okay with the state's word that it's a transcript, but we haven't seen it, so I'm just putting everyone on notice.
All right. I understand what you're telling me. Do you wish to look at it now while there's some time?
Well, I mean, it would take 40 some odd minutes to look at it.
Campbellman, can you play for him, I guess, at least the parts that were previously at issue?
It's the whole thing.
Well, not the whole thing, but the parts that were, I guess, otherwise had the ellipses or the parentheticals.
apparently they're trying to get in a transcript. The government is trying to, I guess, get the transcript of the Dolce Vita meeting in written form besides the verbal audio. I'm not a big fan of the written because there's bound to be something that's not correctly transcribed, and just avoid it being a appellate issue. Let the jury hear the evidence for what it is. They can form their own conclusions. And a lot of stuff on transcripts that I've seen, it's like unintelligible. And they have to like do ... dots, fill in the blank kind of thing, where there's nothing actually to fill in. So what about the many wrongful convictions? Well, the many wrongful convictions that we have seen, especially the death penalty ones.
I believe this morning, Ms. Myers indicated the portions that did not actually match the transcript, that had the parentheticals or the ellipses, were still an issue. Are you still raising that at this point now?
I'm sure they corrected it, but the entire transcript has ellipses. Now it's going to say unintelligible. I'm just telling you we haven't seen it. You understand?
I understand what you're telling me. I didn't want to take away your break, but this would have been a good time to watch the video if you had concerns about the video.
It wasn't concluded until towards the end of the break, Your Honor, so that
All right. Do you wish to watch this further now?
I think maybe give us 10, 15 minutes to scroll through it.
Granted. Make sure you make good use of this time.
Yeah, Judge, would Your Honor be willing to do the next witness? I'm not publishing this item through that witness, but he does have a plane to catch, so if we could take our break after him, that'd be great.
That's fine. Mr. Kent.
So apparently they were doing a transcript revision here up into the eve of trial, so that's causing this delay here. And I'm just not a big fan of transcripts. I think their ease of use for the attorneys not to have to listen to all the tapes or have a quick reference to refresh your memory on what the tape said, generally speaking, but to have it be the rock solid evidence that can replace the jury having to listen to the tape. I'm just not a fan of that. So I don't think it's going to cause any probably reversible errors for the government if they have this in here, as long as they have it exactly according to what was said. That's easily discernible from the audio. So anyway, it's just causing extra hassles now and holding up the process now, unfortunately. But in any event, to going to the issue of does a jury do the right thing? So many wrongful convictions from Moab Moon. What about the Casey Anthony case? There are exceptions. I've seen and heard of cases where there are bad outcomes of cases. So what I'm saying, though, when I say the jury always gets it right, if you present the right information and package it the right way and don't have a shady prosecutor or an incompetent prosecutor, maybe you have a case of there's many cases I think where victims don't get their justice because there's an acquittal or something like that, but or the accused are wrongfully convicted.
The state calls Keith McElveen.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and go to another witness instead here.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, JamesKeithMcElveen.
This is enhancement expert guy.
I work as a forensics engineer, a media forensics engineer.
And what is a forensic engineer?
We specialize in taking audio, video, or computer data and extracting the intelligence out of it.
How long have you been doing this type of work?
A bit over 35 years.
Can you go through your training and experience that qualifies you to do this type of forensic engineering?
I began doing this type of forensic engineering back post 35 years ago, working for the government, working on war crimes investigations, unmixing voices. Since then, I've had 20 plus, either given or taken 20 plus courses in this discipline.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to testify as an expert in your field previously?
Yes, I have.
Judge, I would tender the witness at this time as an expert in the area of forensic engineering.
Does the defense wish to engage in any further voir dire of the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the stated field?
No.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion today in the field of forensic engineering. You may continue.
Sir, were you asked to clarify recordings in reference to the case State of Florida versus Carl Adelson?
Yes, I was.
All right, I want to start with the Dolce Vita restaurant recording. What items were provided to you in reference to that exhibit?
I received 2 recordings, one from each device that was deployed in that restaurant.
All right, and was one better audio and one better video?
Yes.
All right, and what's the part that's of interest to you?
The audio.
Okay, and so you don't do anything with the video?
Only used it for observational timing reasons.
Okay. And was the bag that had the mesh on it, was that the one that was the better audio? Or the
Yes.
one that had the better video?
Right. The one with the better video had very poor audio, and the one that had better audio had very poor video.
All right, I'm with you. And the one where we're looking through the little holes, is that the one with the good audio or the good video?
The good audio.
All right. Can you sort of walk through the process for the jury of how you clarify an audio that has a lot of background noise going on?
Yes, our technique is a bit different than other techniques in that we take the audio and treat it like it's an image, like a photograph that's out of focus, it's blurry. And so we read it into the computer and figure out how to unblur the sound, just like you would unblur a photograph. And this fortunately has the nice effect of focusing in on the person's voice or the people's voice if they're near each other, and blurring out the rest of the background, sort of how you would use a video lens if you're a photographer, and you can zoom in on a person's face, but everything behind the person and everything closer is blurry and kind of pushed down and not as noticeable.
Were there any particular issues or problems with this audio?
It was frankly a mess. Competing voices, loud noises, movement of both devices, not good positioning. There was a kitchen, and of course it's a busy cafe, coffee grinders, blenders, order taking, lots of different sounds going on.
All right, and can you tell the jury that the most up-to-date efforts available in your field were applied to this exhibit to make it as good as possible?
They were.
All right, and what was the outcome? I think you've got some different segments. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Fortunately, the recording device that had the better audio was also the one that had the longest audio. the recording started at different times. One device arrived into the establishment significantly prior to the other one. I believe it was like 20 minutes difference. The one that started first, its recording first, moved. You know, the person carrying it came in from the outside, came to the counter, then went to a seat, and then moved to a different seat, getting better position. And each one of those changes of location causes the focus to change, just like you were taking a picture. All of a sudden, the person you're trying to take a picture of moves, you've lost your focus, and you have to regain your focus. Also, a limitation of our tool limited the sheer amount of audio. That's a huge amount of recording. And so we had to break it up into portions, segments, which we did the beginning, the middle, and the end. And we worked with the FBI agent to break it at about the same points that the motion happened of the recording device.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to examine State's Exhibit 110 thumb drive?
Yes, immediately before we came in here.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate work product that you did as far as the audio only on the Dolce Vita recording?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence States 110.
Any objection?
Just our previous objection, Your Honor.
States 110 will be admitted over objection at this time.
Is there any part of your processing or methodology that actually changes the voices or adds words into the voices, anything like that?
No, when we begin our processing, we set up the controls, and the tool does not allow you to actually make any changes. You hit process, and it starts at the beginning and works all the way to the end, and you can't change anything as you go along and decide to leave the word no or yes out. You get the entire thing, and the same length of the recording in is the same that comes out, down to microseconds.
And did you also perform a similar analysis or work on a second restaurant recording known as the Matt Surrey restaurant recording?
I did.
And have you had an opportunity to review States 113?
Yes, immediately before.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Immediately before.
All right, before we came into the courtroom. And is this the thumb drive that you prepared with your work in reference to the Matt Surrey recording?
It is.
All right, and were the same types of processes applied to this recording as the first one we discussed?
Exactly the same.
Move into evidence, States 113.
Any objection to States 113?
No, Your Honor.
States 113 is admitted at this time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Starting with the Dolce Vita recording. That recording was made in April of 2016, right?
I do not know.
You were asked to enhance the recording in January of 2022, right?
That sounds correct.
You'd agree with me that there's 20 plus minutes of the recording that's missing, right? The first 20 minutes or so of the recording are missing?
What do you, please clarify what you mean by missing?
Well, fair point. You would agree that the meeting that was recorded started before the recording, right?
If you mean how long the conversational participants had been carrying on a conversation before the person carrying the recorder entered the restaurant, I have no idea how long they had been talking.
The recording picks up in the middle of a conversation, correct?
If you mean device 2, the one with the longer recording, I believe that you might be confusing the fact that it was the middle segment of 3. If you mean the conversation, I think you mean.
The recording that you enhanced is not the beginning of the conversation, correct? Between the participants.
Again, I don't know when they began talking, but we cleaned up all the way from the beginning of the recorder entering the restaurant by the front to a chair to another seat, and the first segment had clear conversation going on at times. Voice level goes up and down. Then there's the middle segment, which is a few seconds, 30 seconds or something, maybe a minute go by, and then the video from the other device starts.
Fair enough.
If that's the one that you're talking about, then that's only the middle. There's the lead up to that portion is another 20 minutes.
But you don't know if the conversation began before the recording started, correct?
Correct. I have no way of knowing that.
Okay. Now, even on your enhanced version, virtually everything said by the female participant remains inaudible or unintelligible, right?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by virtually, but I would say that the female participant talked very seldomly. More of her words are audible in the first segment than in the middle segment, but she also seemed to talk less. And I can say that because you can obviously tell that she does say some words, even when you can't pick them out. You can tell that something is being said, not only by the male participant, his conversational behavior, but you can actually hear some vocalizations from the female, but you can't always pick out what she's saying.
During a lot of the recording, no matter what you did to fix that lens, you still couldn't make out what she was saying, correct?
Yes. She was speaking away from the male participant, and speaking in a low enough level that at many times the male participant asked her to repeat herself.
Nonetheless, on the recording itself, no matter what you did, a lot of times you're only hearing half of a conversation, right?
One side of a conversation.
One side of a conversation.
That's correct.
Now, were you aware that the FBI did its own enhancement back in August of 2016?
I was told that.
Did you ever listen to that enhancement?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that virtually everything you hear on your enhancement, you can hear on that enhancement?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Okay. You hear different words on your enhancement versus the first enhancement? Or are they just clearer?
Clear, much clearer. My understanding was the reason we were given these recordings was that originally the evidence was not suitable for playback to the jury because it required somebody to be have very good listening equipment and to listen very carefully and loop it many times to be able to really pick out what the words might be. I would say, in all fairness, that after our enhancement, you didn't have to struggle that much except on those inaudible parts.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a very specific question, not about the ease of hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking, could you hear any new words on your recording versus the original recording?
I can only speak for myself, but I would say yes, for me, for my ears.
Turning your attention to Matsuri, that recording was made in April of 2016, right?
I do not have this information.
Okay. And again, you weren't asked to perform an enhancement until early 2022, right?
That sounds right.
And for those two recordings, again, is it your testimony that you hear different words on your enhancement versus the original?
I wouldn't say, well, actually, I would agree. Different words than were originally transcribed versus what I heard. And I would say that the result of our enhancement, more words are intelligible.
Now, you also note in your report that portions where one participant whispers in the ear of the other, this is Matsuri, were not recoverable due to the soft level of the sound. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would also say, and due to the obscuration of the head, one participant leans over and whispers very close to the other person's ear. So all of a sudden the head's in the way of the focusing effort we made.
So in those instances where those whispers occur at Matsuri, you have no idea what was said?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time. Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor, no further questions.
You may step down, sir. Members of the jury, before we continue with the next witness, we will take a brief break. The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room.
All right, so the jury's going back to the jury, the deliberation room. This is where it looks like they're going to be giving that 15-minute break to Rashbaum to look over the transcript. And so I'll ask some questions here. Since we have 15 minutes, I think I'll go about 5 minutes with questions and then take a break. Let's see what's going on right here. It looks like the judge is about to say something.
Once again, Mr. Rashbaum, the parts of the recording that have now been modified.
Do we have it?
Go ahead.
May we be excused to do that?
That's fine.
Do I not have this one here?
All right, looks like they got a break and recess there, and let me go through some of these questions here for about 5 minutes or so, then we'll take a break as well. All right, so let's see. Yeah, it looks like the tape, they just did some enhancement up until, recently, so the defense didn't get a chance to see it, I guess. Otherwise, there would have been some argument, and I thought I heard Georgia saying something about that they just got it to him on a break. So that's really no fault to anybody. Sometimes it does take longer to develop evidence like that. And here it's just a transcript enhancement. Maybe they had given it to Katie to try to listen in and try to see what she thinks it was said. But I don't know. It just seems like an awkward process. Yeah, Gloria, it does look like Rashbaum's trying to confuse. It's all he's got. I mean, he knows he's got nothing to work with here, so he's just trying to do the best he can. And I think that we'll have common sense. Was his testimony incriminating? Let's see, I don't know whose that one it was. Would it be terrible for bad form or mad respect for Georgia or Sarah to hijack the puzzle pieces metaphor in their closing or in their cross on the D? So Don, hey, I do think that I do that. That's a common tactic I use. Is if my opponent promises something and they don't deliver, then they use certain phrases or something like that. If it's appropriate, yeah, I'll put them back on them. Like here, he's talking about he basically said he's going to show you the puzzle pieces, how they all fit together. Well, he's not even brought in any pieces yet for you to look at, right? So if he doesn't have any pieces of the puzzle, how's he going to put a puzzle together? So the only piece of the puzzle he's got is Charlie. He's the only one right now, and so that's why I think he's going to have to testify. And Charlie's a puzzle piece, is a hot mess disaster. And you think if you're defending a dentist or in the medical professionals, they don't have a criminal record. They have to have a high character, high esteem and whatnot in the way they carry themselves. Otherwise, they could lose business very rapidly. And probably because Charlie was a traveling dentist, he probably didn't have to build his reputation that much. He was more or less relying on the reputation of the other other dentists that offices he was going to. So they probably never got to really see the day-to-day type of Charlie issues that would have gone on if you're working for him day in, day out.
And so I think that by them not being able to present evidence, like if I had a dentist as a criminal defendant on a case, I would be bringing in character witnesses to talk about his character traits of law-abidingness, peacefulness, all this high character kind of stuff to show that he acted in conformity with that character and that he did not act outside that character and he did not commit the crime, therefore, that he's accused of. So, in any event, I think here with all the Charlie's stuff he's talked about on the wiretaps, we don't have any criminal convictions to speak of that we know of, but all the stuff he admitted to, all that would come out in cross-examination. And so therefore they don't have any character witnesses. There's no good conduct evidence that Charlie's defense attorney can muster. So he's got a better reputation, and the prosecution isn't going to a lot of the other stuff that he talks about that's criminal. They don't want to unduly prejudice the jury and sidetrack him on some other misconduct he's done. They got enough evidence right here regarding the murder, and that's what they want to go for. And so I totally support that. I think that's a wise decision. Mascatalia, Daniel, you're saying is overconfident, and that style rubs me the wrong way. Yeah, I think to be that confident and not have any solid defense or any witnesses to support your confidence. Yeah, but he also has to appear, I think, that he believes in what he's saying. So if he didn't act like he was at least trying to believe in what he's saying, then that's really, he's not being effective as a defense lawyer. So it's just that this theory of the defense is just so out there and just ridiculous that like I say, I mean, I wonder how he can even argue with a straight face. That's why I think it took him probably 45 minutes to muster up the courage and whatnot to try to build in his belief to argue the fact that this is how this is what Charlie's defense is. And I'm talking about his opening statement at that. And so, I mean, when you see what these Adelsons were all about, the way they talked about things and what they were planning and basically planning a celebration birthday party by having somebody killed. I mean, does any of us know anybody like that? I mean, that is so evil. And I mean, it really doesn't get much worse than that, right? Yeah, I was also thinking about somebody asked me to comment if I ever seen, a conviction, a jury do it wrong. And I did think of one, though, that I had many, many years ago that I'd forgotten about. It was one where my client was accused of assault, and it was against his wife, and I think it was assault with a weapon. And the weapon wasn't fired, but is this sort of like more like a communicating a threat by pointing it, I think it was. And went to a jury trial on that, and the alleged victim, his wife, was just absolutely it was just like unbelievable how bad she got caught lying on the witness stand. And for some reason, the jury convicted him of a simple misdemeanor, which the judge subsequently wound up dismissing sometime after that. But so he didn't actually have a conviction that stood. But that was one case I stood out that I could not make heads or tails of, because it was just such a it was one of these slam dunk types of wins for the defense. So like I say, it's pretty rare, few and far between, if you have people doing the right thing. If you're wanting justice as a prosecutor and you're a victim and you got a good prosecutor, then yeah, you should get justice. But if your prosecutor messes up the case, and obviously you may not get justice, but you get the right information, you package it the right way, you know the rules of evidence, you know how to argue and present a cogent, rational case and reasonable. You're not going on some far-fetched make-believe storytelling that's complete fantasy land like Rashbaum. Then I think justice happens, and that's what I've normally seen. So, do I hear stories about different things? And once in a while you see things, yeah, you do that. But I think that's much more the rarity than the norm. All right, so it looks like that's all the questions I'm going to cover for now. So I'll come back on the end of this break and see you back here in a few minutes. Thank you.
the instruction to be given before the recording is shown. I have drafted one. Do the parties have any instructions that they wish the court to consider as well?
I have not drafted anything, Your Honor.
I'm taking a look at pattern instruction 2.6, Your Honor.
Okay. If you wish to come up here, you can read this. My intention would be to give this instruction along with 2.6 as well.
There's probably a cautionary instruction that indicates that the ultimate evidence should be considered by you, not a written transcript or something to that effect, just so
State
it's
wish
not
to be
taken
heard
as
concerning
absolute.
the instruction.
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Then I will give this instruction and also 2.6 unless the parties are asking for anything else to be given as well.
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Please bring in the jurors. Oh, one moment. I think
Getting
they're.
a little bit of IT help, if we could just give 1 second.
Could we approach to discuss timing?
Sure.
All right, I saw a comment here indicating someone felt sympathetic for Charlie. Maybe he's a victim of his mom and Wendi, but I think that if you look at the stuff that Charlie talked about in his own words and the way he bragged about stuff he was doing on the wiretaps, I would think and hope you have a different conclusion, because he's done a lot of stuff to different people, including children. That's really grotesque and pretty wicked. So I would say you need to look at all the evidence first, and I think whatever you feel for Charlie being sympathetic, hopefully it would be erased. Well, as I understand it, Debbie, he's woken up at 3 in the morning and has to be transported from the jail to the courthouse and whatnot. And the food he's eating is pretty nasty. So, and then he has to change into a suit, obviously, and then back out of the suit into the jailer's uniform. And so it's really not going to be a fun time sleeping. He probably doesn't have a very comfortable bed. It could be cold. There tends to be a lot of noise. There's a lot of people with mental problems in there as well that could be making a lot of noise at night, just screaming or hollering or whatnot. So it's not a fun place to be. You hear a lot of metal doors slamming and stuff like that, off and on during the day and possibly night. So George is not done with Katie and Luis. There's more to come. Yeah, well, as far as prosecutions, yeah, they should be bringing up more charges here. So if they don't bring up charges against Wendi and Donna like really soon, then you don't have justice there in Tallahassee. So if you don't give a case to a jury as a prosecutor and you know that they're guilty, and when the prosecutor like Georgia's arguing that Wendi is guilty and when she's cross-examining her like she did in this trial unlike the first two, then you know that they believe in their hearts that there is that evidence there. That's why she's an unindicted co-conspirator for the charges of murder like Charlie is and some of the others, right? So if they know that she's guilty and they don't prosecute her because they're worried about an acquittal, so it could be that if they're saying, well, we need additional evidence before we're comfortable with going to trial because you only got one bite at the apple, right? You can't try somebody for the same murder twice. That's double jeopardy. It's prohibited in our Constitution. So, but I would say I think you do have enough evidence. Maybe they'll wait a few months that they want to see if Charlie's willing to flip. That would obviously be a great thing. And maybe Charlie will resign to the fact that, you know what, maybe I am going to roll the dice, see what happens here, and then I'm ready to flip as soon as I get convicted. So in any event, I did see a comment there. Funny, I thought the same thing. I thought, Charlie's normally going to testify, but maybe a strategy could be that he doesn't testify so that if he does decide to flip, he's got more leverage. Because if he gets on the stand and lies, then he's obviously got more credibility issues. But, I mean, Katie did it twice and got away with it, so maybe he's thinking, well, I'm going to get up there and lie and get away with it. So I still lean to the fact that I think his personality is that he's going to testify. No, I could not get Charlie acquitted. Absolutely not. There's no evidence to present.
Call your next witness.
Currently employed for a private investment firm.
What about back in 2016?
I worked for the City of Plantation Police Department.
As part of your duties there, were you called upon to participate in a surveillance operation involving this defendant, Charles Adelson?
Yes, as a member of the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force Miami Division, I was.
Okay. And was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was ongoing at that time?
Yes, there was current electronic surveillance of Mr. Adelson at the time.
All right. What were you asked to do?
Conduct physical and electronic surveillance of Charles Adelson.
All right. And did part of that involve going to the Matt Surrey restaurant?
Yes.
Is that a sushi restaurant in Miami?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what were you supposed to do once you got into the restaurant?
I had a covert electronic surveillance audio and video recording device and attempt to record Charles Adelson and his father, Harvey.
All right. And do you see Charles Adelson in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a blue blazer and a blue shirt and a blue tie.
The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant. All right. And is this on April 21st, 2016?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What equipment were you using for this operation?
It was a recording device that recorded audio and video.
All right. Can you describe the setup at the restaurant and where you were located in relation to Mr. Adelson?
Harvey and Charles Adelson were sitting at the sushi bar. I took a position directly next to Harvey.
Were you able to hear the conversation that they were having?
No.
Was the recorder closer to them than you were?
It was right between myself and Harvey Adelson.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording that's captured on State's Exhibit 12?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of the interception you made there at the Matt Surrey restaurant on the date in question?
Yes, it is.
All right, and it's video and audio, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, let the record reflect the witness has initialed this exhibit, and I will at this time move it into evidence as State's Exhibit 112.
Any objection?
No objection.
Case 112 is admitted.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Hi, good afternoon.
Back in 2016, you didn't really like sushi, did you?
Not that much.
You didn't see them enter the restaurant, right?
No.
And you didn't see them talk outside the restaurant before they entered the restaurant, right?
No.
There's no recording of that to your knowledge, correct?
That's correct.
Now, during the conversation, do you recall some whispering happening?
Yes.
And you couldn't hear what was whispered, right?
That's correct.
When they left the restaurant, could you see them talking in the parking lot?
Yes.
But there's no recording of what they were saying in the parking lot, right?
That's correct.
You participated in the arrest of Charlie Adelson as well, right?
That's correct.
And that occurred in April of 2022?
Yes.
And the arrest happened at around 6 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
And during that arrest, one of the officers got caught in a barbed wire fence, right?
Yes.
That was behind Mr. Adelson's house, right?
Yes, on the side of his house, I believe.
Okay. Also, during that arrest, there were a lot of security cameras, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. When Charlie Adelson was arrested, he surrendered peacefully?
Yes.
And he consented to allow the agents to come in the house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Fair enough. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Judge.
You may step down. Please call your next witness.
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
Agent Sanford, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Guess we'll have you reintroduce yourself.
Again, Special Agent Patrick Sanford with the FBI.
All right, I want to circle back to a couple questions I missed last time with you, and then we'll talk about the wiretaps in this case. In reference to Professor Markel, he was transported from the scene to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long he survived before he was pronounced dead?
Approximately 14 hours.
All right, and I want to ask you a few questions in reference to Wendi Adelson. Wendi Adelson advises that the Markels, meaning Dan's parents, have had unfettered access to their grandchildren. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge, no.
How many visits have they had with their grandchildren, say, between May of 16 and April of 2022?
I don't believe they've had any visits during that time period.
All right, and what about since then?
Maybe less than a handful. I can't remember exactly how many. But
Does 3 sound correct?
That sounds all right.
After Wendi got skewered at the first trial for not allowing any visits, she then allowed a visit, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and mischaracterizing testimony.
Overruled as to those grown.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. When was the first visit that the Markel family had after their son was murdered with their grandchildren?
It was a few weeks before the scheduled trial of Catherine McManua because we ended up delaying the grand jury indictment of Mr. Adelson so they could meet.
For fear that if we proceeded with the indictment as scheduled, that visit might be canceled?
That's
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. And foundation.
Sustain, there's the foundation.
You're probably right. All right, I want to turn your attention to Mr. Rivera. We heard from Mr. Rivera. Are you familiar with his role in this case?
Yes, I am.
And were you aware that Mr. Rivera chose to become a witness in this case?
I am.
In exchange for a plea deal?
Yes.
Were you present when he gave his proffered testimony initially?
Yes, correct.
All right, did we learn anything new in the proffer with Mr. Rivera that we had not known as part of the investigation already?
We did.
And was one of those items related to Mr. Garcia shooting a hole in the rental car?
That's correct.
Had at the time that you were interviewing Rivera or taking this proffer from Rivera, had law enforcement already tracked down that particular Prius, the suspect vehicle in this case?
We had. It had been sold previously, and we had tracked it down.
And upon that initial inspection, was this bullet hole discovered?
No, we were unaware of it.
After the proffer with Mr. Rivera, did law enforcement go back to look at the Prius to see if there was any evidence to corroborate what Rivera was saying about that particular item?
Yes, we did. We went back and took possession of the vehicle and got a search warrant and searched it.
I'm showing you state's exhibits 49 through 53. Recognize these exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs taken when they reacquired the vehicle and conducted the search warrant and found the actual bullet hole going through where it went through and severed the gas line, and it was repaired.
All right, are they fair and accurate photos of the Prius upon that second inspection that was made by law enforcement?
That's correct.
All right, moving to evidence 49 through 53.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do we have?
49 through 53 are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, publishing 49. Publish 50, please. Is that just documenting the VIN number of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Publish 51. What does the rod show in the vehicle?
It shows the path of the bullet, where the hole is, and the path of which it traveled.
And is it in the passenger seat floorboard?
Correct.
All right. Publish 52, please. Publish 53. All right, what does this exhibit show?
This is the fuel line. You can see where it had been severed and had been repaired.
Mr. Rivera testified that he knew Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed, and that's why the killing had to happen on the day it did. Are you familiar with that piece of his testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and have we ever found any, let me strike that. Have you had an opportunity to review Mr. Markel's Facebook?
I have.
Was there anything on his Facebook indicating that he was going out of town the day after he was killed?
No, it wasn't.
Have you had an opportunity to review the prof's blog that was provided by the defense in this case?
Some of it.
All right, and does the prof's blog provide specific information that would let these killers know that he was going to New York the next day?
There was just a reference to a conference that was being put on.
That Danny and I are going to a conference?
That's correct.
So someone else saying Danny and I are going to a conference that starts on X date?
That's correct. There was no other information detailing his travels.
And is that published in the form of like an alert Or is it just in a narrative of a lot of other stuff?
No, it was buried inside of a lot of other stuff, inside of comments.
All right. I want to move on to the wire. Whose phones were tapped in this case?
Catherine McManus and Charlie Adelson's.
How many phone calls were intercepted total?
Oh, wow. Thousands.
Have you reviewed the disk of calls that were selected and prepared for the jury's consideration in this case?
Yes, I have.
Are they all fair and accurate recordings of calls intercepted pursuant to the wiretap in this case?
Yes, they are.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would move into evidence states 108. It's a thumb drive containing the wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, other than our previous objection.
States 108 will be admitted at this time over objection. Go ahead.
May I confer with the opposing counsel for a moment?
Take your time.
All right, so the wiretap evidence already admitted now. The question is, how many of them are they going to play? How many of them do we need to listen to? If there's 1,000 calls, there's many, many hours. And I really think that prosecution's done so well here, they can probably they don't have to show any, frankly, but if they want to show some just for completeness of the record, then I would say at least show the first day and the second day maybe at most, but they don't really need to go much more into that unless there's some unique or compelling reason they want to go into some other specific thing. So again, we got a lot of digital type evidence against Charlie Adelson that a defense counsel cannot have any credibility in arguing against. It is what it is. His own words convict him. So it's not somebody else's word. Normally on a crime of violence, you have, words spoken and you're trying to discredit a witness because of something that they said as a witness against your client. Here, it's your client's own words that are convicting him. So it just gives you no wiggle room. And so it doesn't matter what kind of lawyer you have on a case like this. You have no realistic possibility of winning at all. And at most, the best hope he could wish for is getting a hung jury, which maybe only one person would be that confused to vote that way. So I think it'll be a unanimous verdict. I think the jury gets it, and it's going to be over and done with less than 2 hours, just like Murdo.
I'm sorry, we had an issue we should have handled before the jury came in. I think we're ready to proceed.
Go ahead.
All right, so in reviewing the calls that were captured on this wiretap, was there any evidence of Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson meddling in Wendi Adelson's life?
Yes, there's quite a bit.
All right, I wanted to bring your attention first to a text message that was included in Sergeant Corbett's presentation about pulling the plug on a home purchase. Are you familiar with that text message?
Yes, I am.
All right, and for the jury's reference, it's page 218 in Sergeant Corbett's presentation, but we've already seen these text messages. Can you tell me why the date of the pulling the plug on the house is of interest to your investigation?
That text message was sent on Halloween of 2013, which was the same time frame that Catherine McManus said that Charlie came to her.
All right, so the pulling the plug on the house, who's pulling the plug on the house?
Wendi was pulling the plug on the house. She was looking to buy a house, and Charlie was talking to her about not purchasing the house, not wanting her to purchase a house in Tallahassee.
And was that done at someone else's urging to Charlie?
Yes, it was.
Who is that?
His mother, Donna Adelson.
All right, and this date where it's revealed in the text that when you pulled the plug on the house is the same date that Charlie Adelson first approached Meg Banwa about harming Markel.
That's correct.
And that's Halloween, October 31st, 2013.
Correct.
All right, I want to move on to Dave. Do you know who Dave is as a subject that comes up quite a bit on the wire?
I do.
And who is Dave?
It's one of Wendy's ex-boyfriends named Dave Atel.
All right, and is this the person she was dating apparently at the time of the wiretap?
That's correct.
Okay, and is Dave the subject of discussion between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson?
He is.
So the two of them are talking about Wendy's love life.
Correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the wire to find out how many times Dave comes up on the wire?
Quite a few, at least a dozen times.
That they're having conversations about the status of Wendy's relationship with Dave?
That's correct, and some of the conversations are quite lengthy.
Okay. And Judge, for this, I have just figured out what 128 was supposed to be. Okay, could we mark this? Whatever's next. So it's going to be 129, Your Honor. I've got a couple additional calls that I'd like to publish, starting with this call, which is call 989. So I'm moving to introduce states. What's the number, Ms. Dugan? 129. I'm moving to introduce 129, which is a thumb drive containing additional wire calls, including 989, which I'd like to publish at this time.
Any objection?
Assuming it is what I've been told it is, no objection.
I didn't ask for a caveat or lawyer speak. Do you have an objection? Let's take a brief break. Members of the jury.
You can't come up with one.
The jury room.
Wow, this is huge. This is huge. We got confirmed, absolutely confirmed, because they were doing it in rebuttal, that Wendy's lied on two major points. Keep in mind, she lied about the boyfriend aspect, not having any boyfriends. And then she also lied about the visitation. And that's enough right there to get her. Then there's also other lies. You know, if you talk about the book and the stuff that she lied about the book, how it wasn't representative of her real life.
Please play the recording for the defense.
There's numerous things they could go after her for perjury. So I really expect them to go after her with not only murder charges,
18th of 2016 at 8:21 p.m.
but also
And then I also intend
also
to publish
perjury for all three trials. Go after her for perjury,
2873,
all three trials.
which occurred on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.
23rd, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
May 23rd.
Correct? I'm sorry. Did I say that? Okay. First one is 989, 4:15 of 16 at 8:21 p.m. Second one is 2873, May 3rd, 2016, 7:53 p.m. Something for identification. I didn't move it into evidence, but they think I said that on the record that I.
If you lie under a grant of immunity, that is perjury. Doesn't matter what kind of immunity you're granted in any state, any federal military court. If you lie on a material thing, on anything that's material in a court of law, that is perjury, and it's a felony. And here you got perjury on a murder case. So I'm sure the enhancements go way up. So Wendy could go to prison for years for lying on all three of these trials. So, man, if they don't go after it against her when they brought it up and they're going after her specifically, keep in mind they're targeting all the Adelsons in this trial. They didn't do that in the other trials. They're really doing it now. They're focusing on them, and maybe this is just a warm-up prep to show the Adelsons we're coming after you, and your days are numbered, and it's just going to be a matter of days. So yeah, Ruth was allowed back in shortly after the first break. I did see her back in there, Dawn. Yeah, the tapes haven't been played. Well, the Matsuri and Dolce Vita are not wiretaps. Those are a separate issue. Those are actually not subject to needing a search warrant to record those. So yeah, New Britain Polly, absolutely. She could be charged. She could be charged for each trial. Keep in mind, she's lied about where she's traveled down Trescott. She said she never traveled there, but yet she said she could see the squad cars and the tape and all that kind of stuff. She's trying to deflect and minimize her involvement. And so I would bring all those things up if I was the prosecutor in my state here in Texas. So hopefully they have justice there in Tallahassee. It looks like they got their act together here. And it's really good to see they're going after all the Adelsons this bold and strong. Somebody says waiting for the second brother in the family to show up. Wow, if they go after, if they bring Robin, yeah, that would really mean they're bringing down the whole clan. Yeah, so the thing that I always argue about a case is that if you have somebody that's a victim of a crime and they weren't involved in a crime and they're completely innocent, there's no reason to completely lie and lie and lie. Statement after statement is lie, lie, lie. And why would you do that unless you're implicated in something a whole lot worse? And that's what you have with Wendy's testimony. She had her brother that's accused of murder, and she didn't want to implicate him because she knows she's implicated as well. So, yeah, and I think anybody that had reservations about, well, is Jeff jilted or something like that, or she tried to make Jeff Lacasse is having a jealousy problem. Really, you're dating multiple men, not just this Dave guy. So does Dave know that she had multiple girlfriends? So this is a kind of explosive lead bomb crashing over a courtroom type of evidence that just crushes your opponent. And it's so great to see that these lies are finally being called out, and that you have the aggression of the prosecution team doing a great job of exposing all these acts that were done to not only commit the crime of murder, but also to lie and cover it up. So this is part of the cover up, right? Lie in court, see if you can get away with it. And they just don't respect the rank and file people of society because they consider themselves as elitists, and elitists don't have to be subject to the same rules as everybody else. And everybody else is, they look down on them, I'm sure, as a bunch of lowlifes that they don't have to answer to. So they create their own rules. They live by their own standards, and the society standards doesn't apply to them. So, so I don't think the FBI is watching them beach sanity, but I think they would be watching them if they're getting ready to arrest them. So just like the agents that said he got hurt on barbed wire in Charlie's place. I mean, who's got barbed wire around your house when you're living in Miami there? I guess you do have high crime there perhaps, but barbed wire instead of electronic surveillance and stuff like that. I mean, this just shows that they were paranoid. And I bet you anything that happened not after the murder of Dan, when this bogus blackmail extortion allegation came up, but I bet you that happened after the arrests of the hitman. That's when I'd bet anything that he was hunkering down his place, getting it all secured like that, because he wanted to know if law enforcement is going to be snooping around and busting him. So that's what people do when they're running scared and they know that the law is closing in on them. So, yeah, Georgia Girl, I think they have had high political ties. And remember on the wiretaps, there was conversations about a judge Wendi was working for calling up a judge in Tallahassee to find out what was going on, if she was like under any threat of arrest and prosecution or something like that. And so why would a federal judge be doing that, right? So normal people don't have that kind of access. They don't have judges calling them up to find out do they got any top cover with the DA's office there. And so yeah, it's it does reek of that. And hopefully the previous prosecutor, chief prosecutor there, previous to Jack Campbell, he was just handled this thing terribly, and he was on the side of the criminals. It looked like more than the side of justice. So yeah, I think, Karina, that Wendi and Harvey, my guess is they probably are watching this to the extent they can, because I think that we heard how Charlie has high blood pressure, and this was like 10 years ago. So if he's got high blood pressure, he's probably got other kind of ailments we don't know about. This would be horrific on the body if you're an elderly citizen. And so this, and then we know Donna on the wiretap, she's talking about having to, get Pepto-Bismol. She's sick a lot. Think about what Jeff Lacoste said. Wendi was sick at the time that, right before the murder is supposed to happen. So yeah, there's these people's, I guess on one hand, don't have a conscience and what they did to Dan, but on the other hand, their body is reflecting some issues that showing that they have mental strain, because mental strain can affect the body, right? So obviously they got physical ailments coming from a guilty mind, a guilty conscience. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, that barbed wire, that's just, that's out there. Yeah, and if Don and Harvey at this Bristol Towers there, those high-rise $1.5 million condo type building, apartment type deals, they obviously have, they probably have guns there, yeah, and they're probably paranoid as well. They probably have security measures as well. And I really think that they're going to have to move out of there. Once Charlie's convicted here, I guess they have a lot more money than I thought they did. How can a couple dentists make that kind of money where they're just rolling in millions of dollars or sitting on millions of dollars? And I believe that $8 million had to do with, I believe the time frame wasn't specified on the slide, and I don't know if I heard that right. Was it like as of as of current, or was it back? I think, yeah, actually it said 2024, so I think it was a mistake by the prosecutors. It should have been 2014. So they had like collectively about $8 million jointly back in 2014. So how they had that kind of money, and so in any event, that kind of money is not doing them a whole lot of good if they're going to be behind bars in prison. But it is going to be money that's going to be extorted out of Charlie before long here. So I think this case will wind up early. I think he'll be sentenced in the very near future and be facing those kind of threats in prison, where extortion is going to happen pretty fast, because you just don't see dentists in prisons. And if you go to YouTube and look for Florida prisons and whatnot, they're like overcrowded. There's lawsuits because of the overcrowding. And to think that Charlie's going to get some nice little cozy cell and he's just going to have folks that are non-threatening around him. He's accused of murder, and he's going to be in a highly restrictive area where they put the worst of the worst. And so he's not going to go in low protective threshold of custody. He's going to be in the maximum type. So if they do have some protective custody type thing for maximum security individuals like him, then it's still not going to be a safe place. So, and I think if he's to the extent he's isolated in a cell all day, I think it'll drive him mad. And he's going to want to bust out of there and just go ahead and face the extortion rather than live under, basically live in a spider hole like Saddam Hussein did. So, New Britain, Paulie, how long do you think George is going to take before she charge? Oh, Georgia, yeah, before she charges Wendy with. I think it's going to be really soon. I mean, I'm just really impressed with the fact they're going after the rest of the Adelsons, and so thanks, Hotshot guy. So I think I think what they're doing is good. They don't need me, and I think they need to just have the conviction to go after the rest of them. And with this kind of evidence, I think this is a prep. I guarantee you they'll be asking the jury, hey, if we would have charged all these other Adelsons, would we have
Statement
convicted
at this
them?
point as to any objections.
No objection.
Please bring the jurors in.
It's gonna be 1:30 now, but I'll clear that up for them as well.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue.
Thank you. Agent Sanford, I've made a mess of a couple things. So can we circle back to the Wendi giving Dan's parents visitation question?
Okay.
Are you familiar with the email that Dan's mother sent regarding the Jewish-run child services organization?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Between that time, May of 2016, and April of 2022, how many visits did the Markels have with their grandchildren?
As far as I'm, information I have is 0.
All right, so not unfettered access.
That's correct.
Okay, and since then, 3 visits, correct?
Correct, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right, my next mess is this exhibit, which is now going to be 130, not 129 as I previously indicated, because we had already identified something previously as 129. So 130 is going to be the Dave call, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you're familiar with this particular call. It's call number 989 on the wire. Do you remember it?
Yes.
Okay, and this call was made on, may I have that sheet? April 15th of 2016 at 8:21 p.m. Sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 130 and publish call 989.
Is there an objection as to states 130?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted at this time.
All right, and if we could just start at 8:56, please. All right, can we pause it? Okay. All right, so Judge, this may be a good time to have the jury advise that they each have headphones and may make use of them. If they don't need them, that's okay, but if they want them, you have volume controls for everyone.
Members of the jury, please take your headphones if you wish to listen in that fashion.
Where are the volume controls on the
They're
headphones?
in front, so the front row is gonna have to tinker with it. Why don't we just play a minute of this as a test, and then we can back it up once everyone gives me the thumbs up on volume?
Because I'm in that demographic of guy who wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, when you put some toys, these are my own budget at 37. I'm not asking for her to eat. Oh. Of course. I have done. And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit, because there's a point at which someone purposely would do what you're asking them. So purposely do the opposite.
I'm just going to sort of life because there needs to be another day. There needs to be another day.
What's that?
There's not going to be.
All right, Judge, could we inquire as to if everyone is comfortable with that equipment at this time?
For everyone who is going to wear the headphones, do you have anything that you need to raise concerning them? All right, they're nodding their heads in the affirmative that the headphones are working and giving a thumbs up.
All right.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah. The reason why the guy had the problem is that if he was 26 and was trapped. Like, where do you think it's going to be when, like, I mean, I wouldn't, and the problem is too, is like, she has to hear it from me because I'm in that demographic of guy who wants to date.
Right.
And I don't have a problem telling her, Wendy, you put the Victoria's Secret model in front of you at 37. I'm not asking for her to date. So,
She needs to know, Charlie, how unusual a guy he is.
Of course.
And people can, and especially from.
I have done.
I know.
Both of them.
I know.
And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit, because there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them. They'll purposely do the opposite.
I'm just going to spur her life because there needs to be another day. There needs to be another day.
What's that?
There's not going to be another day.
No. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice, but I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is this.
That's what she needs to do.
She understands when I don't ever offend her, because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could be with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself with a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with him, because she's there with this lady serious head.
I know.
But it opens it for you.
Of course. Yeah. But just hear me out. Yeah. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendy, in a million years I wouldn't date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends.
I know.
Tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his. Like, there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys want to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Only someone like him who's got 3 boys, who knows what it's like, could understand it, and it doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Berman. You remember the little garage that crazy mom lived on the other street? The lawyer.
No, of course.
Okay. Ted Berman got divorced from his wife. He's engaged now. Oh, I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp, the football player. Yeah. He took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, paid for everybody for 20 people to go for the weekend to Atlanta. So we'll go there and spend $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a new girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has 3 I'm that age group. I don't know what. And I'm wondering if 2 that one. It's not, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're worse than somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to come home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, they're my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them? What's their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendi. It's Wendi and the 3 boys. It's 3 people you're dealing with. So you can't, and you can. Trust me, I know what to say.
I know you do.
And I listen, and a part of me is this because you know what? Someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
And that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and you two, I don't know if she's got her hips stuck up in her ass.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not. But guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bond with the kid. There's so many aspects to it. So you can be a great guy, he doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out too?
This guy not only was crazy about her, but he was crazy about these boys. And he treats her, and that's what.
That's why. Because the truth is, she can meet a great guy. Those aren't his boys. And he just doesn't like them. What is she going to do? Get rid of them? He may treat her well, but he's okay with the kids.
He'll tolerate the kids. He'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. Right? And, they're going through a tough time. I'm just saying.
Know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again. She's away. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for these kids that deserve a dad.
But you don't understand, you could never say that to her. Oh, you can. It was a pet.
Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can tell you the end of the cover. You can tell me the beginning.
If you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try.
You fuck it up good. And you fuck it up good and go, I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her just like you.
I know. Charlie, believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. I really am. You know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. Listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just
you know what? She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that 2 of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too. But I can tell you
really am. And I appreciate what you do because
I go.
Who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, "Hey, wake up"? You know, this is not only the perfect guy for you, but it's the dad for you.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like I'm saying, like to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
Because the truth, and that's what I could listen, Mom. When
and acting on your head at the minute and going like, wake up.
Trust me, Mom. Believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendy, I wouldn't meet Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's no kid, and Jess probably wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has I go, but you about. So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto.
Right, so just to clarify, this call is, guess I gotta wait for you to take your headphones off. This call happens 2 years after Dan Markel's death.
That's correct.
Did Wendi end up marrying Dave?
No, she didn't.
All right, what about, so we talked about the meddling in her financial decisions, her love life. What about her career? Do they talk about that as well?
They do.
And I'm referring to Donna Adelson and the defendant discussing Wendi Adelson's career decisions.
That's correct.
All right, are you familiar with call 2873, also here on Exhibit 130?
Yes.
All right, and was that call made on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.?
That sounds correct.
All right. Permission to publish this call, Your Honor?
You may.
708.
Other stuff from this firm. And what you shared on
So I don't know if I told you this. I got Wendy to accept that job with Walter.
With who?
She told me she was going to accept, like after I got done on the walk with her, she said she was going to accept that job. She was thinking about not taking it.
I think this is not what she wants, but it's only about.
But I said, Wendy, first of all, there's no time frame on it.
Right.
And if you change your mind, so, but you'll pick up skills you don't have.
Right.
And basically, now's not the time to just chill and become a guidance counselor at Miami. Like, you're way overqualified.
And she can't get hired anyway. There's like nothing there.
No, they offered her a job at UM. The dean called her up at UM.
Oh, she didn't tell me that.
Yeah, but it would have been basically like as a...
Yeah, she's not qualified to be a guidance counselor.
Not a guidance counselor, an advisor or whatever it was. Like, she's like, no, it's basically it would have been brainless work for her. She said, the way she said it, she said even the dean called her up to ask her to take the job. But the thing is, I'm like, Wendy, you have to get as much skill as you can now. If this is a skill you just got done telling me you don't really know how to do, now's the time to go learn that skill, not later.
Right.
You need to learn it. So at least you can learn it and say you don't like it. You can learn it. You can make a bunch of money. That's the whole thing is that she can, I'm like, Wendy, then you might as well do it to see if you even like it. She's like, well, it's not really what I like.
But she's never done it.
Right, but you've never done it, so you really don't know until you, it's like dentistry, until you practice dentistry, you don't really know what it's like.
Exactly.
So I got her to do that, and then the other thing I was going to tell you is she asked me if Dave could come to the house for Mother's Day.
Oh, she asked you.
Yeah, if I would mind, and I said, of course I mind, don't bring him. I told her, I said, yeah, bring him. She texted me the other day, and I said, yeah, bring him, the more the merrier.
You know, why not? It's fun.
Yeah, I don't care.
Listen, I wouldn't care if you take the kids and her and Dave out on the boat for an hour. You know,
Oh, yeah,
and
no,
like a pool, just to help, you know, a nice
we do, but yeah, no, I told her, of course, bring him. I mean, I'm sure you'd rather him her to spend the day with him than you anyway. You know, it's the best Mother's Day present you could have given me. Could have spent the day with him.
You know what, and that's like, I'm happy. As you know, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, no, I thought that would, that'd be your best Mother's Day present this year, when he wants to bring Dave.
Yeah.
She's developing a brain.
She's developing a brain, that's right. And you know what, I have to walk away from the game. And Ben, he's a friend of Ben. You know, but he's not, and both boys are not very good at hugging and kissing, and it always makes like you feel bad. At the time they're boys, they're just not the way girls are. Girls are more kissy. So I said to her, Ben, I said, you know, people who love you hug and kiss. I said, that's what Grandma and Grandpa always wanted to do, hug and kiss. And he said, well, I always did that with my mommy and daddy, and I did that with my children, and I do that with the grandchildren. So he said, yeah, it's like Dave and Mommy. They're hugging and kissing all the time because they love each other. I said, yeah, I guess so. So, you know, you can never hide anything in front of the person. You know, once they have a mouth, they open it up and they tell you everything. You know?
Yeah. No, that's great. I mean, listen, Wendi just doesn't comprehend at all how lucky she is.
So she doesn't.
It doesn't like register in her head how lucky she is at all. At all. And not even like nothing. It's just, which is great. You know, but at least she doesn't see herself as a victim anymore, which is great too.
I'm just happy to hear that she is spending more and more time with things. That's great.
Yeah, no, so she's
and the funny thing was,
All right, let's move on to the bump. Was the bump on April 19th, 2016?
Correct.
What time of day was the bump?
I believe it was around 1:45, 1:50, somewhere around there.
Okay, in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, yes.
Were you involved in that operation?
Yes, I was.
What was your role?
I was the lead agent, came up with brought the Undercover down there, and I coordinated everything.
Okay. What was the purpose of the bump?
The purpose was we had just began the Title III on the individuals, and we knew it had been 2 years after the homicide, and we wanted to purport the undercover agent to pretend to be somebody that Luis Rivera knew. Luis Rivera was currently in prison at the time, had been in jail, was in prison, and we wanted to make it seem that Luis Rivera was talking to people and telling people what he had done, and possibly even want more money out of it because his family was struggling because he was in prison.
Why did you select Donna Adelson to be the recipient of this bump?
Because we noticed the pattern of calls leading up to the murder and around the time of the murder. The calls were always Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Catherine Magbanwa to Sigfredo Garcia and then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much in that order. So we wanted to start it on one end and see what would happen, see if it would travel that same line of people.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd like to publish States 105, the bump video.
You may proceed.
Yes, please.
Black shorts. What is it?
Pause it for just a moment. All right, so on the left side of the screen, we've got two different things going on here. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, on the left side is a body recorder that the undercover agent was wearing, and it has video and audio on it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the undercover agent and his video. On the right side is a separate video taken from surveillance agents that were in the area watching.
All right, so the woman we're seeing on the stairs here, is that Donna Adelson?
It is, and she's exiting the Icon, which is on South Beach, her condominium. That's the stairs coming from her condominium toward the street.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, bye.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. Don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Luto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Where does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the Icon back across the street.
And are those Wendi and Dan Markel's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're in school just literally less than a block over?
Right across the street from where she lives.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
We don't know that.
Okay, but you didn't take one out and make a phone call?
She did not.
All right. When is her first phone call after the bump?
After she goes back into the Icon.
Okay. And the undercover references a name, Katie, actually two names, Katie and Tuto. Was there a strategic reason why the name Katie was used?
Yes, there was.
Could you tell us what that was?
Yeah, basically, we believe that the Adelson family had been already in the public limelight because of the bad divorce. We believe they possibly could be.
Let me back you up. Because of a bad divorce, they were in the limelight, or under suspicion for this murder?
Under suspicion for the murder because of the bad divorce.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, And then, so we felt like Katie couldn't, we felt like Katie's name had to be put in there to let them know that it wasn't a random person just trying to come and extort them, that it had some legitimacy to it, because the person actually was in prison. He's the one who did commit the murder, and he was the one that we wanted to portray, that he was providing information to other people about the homicide.
And who is the first person that Donna Adelson calls after this bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce 124. This is a wire call summary that I've created to assist the jurors in following along with these wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
124 is admitted at this time.
And Judge, I've marked one copy for evidence. Would it be permissible to pass out copies so everyone can follow along?
Please show them to the defense, but yes.
Yes, sir. Judge, for the jury's purposes, will they be able to make notes on this and take it with them, or do they need to make their notes separately?
Defense have any objection to the jurors writing on the summary and taking it with them?
None at all. I think it's a great idea.
Well, that settles the matter.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I will ask to publish what's marked as Call A on the... Have I introduced this? All right, let's introduce the wire calls themselves. And those are 108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Okay, then they're already in. So this will be Call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
So, you know, if you have time tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to meet with people.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, I can, I'll have to figure out something. You can tell me you'll be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their, piano lesson around 4-ish, and I've got the traffic with them, and they take a ride with them up there.
Did Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's, IRS? Or?
You know, those IRS people, they're kind of obvious sometimes, but Unfortunately, not now. Okay. So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way.
All right.
Okay. And
Does Wendy know that? Is it involved
no,
Wendy?
no. So let me just talk to you later, and if I know
What is it? Is there help okay?
Yeah.
All right. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
All right.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
Well, when he doesn't come home, he doesn't get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's ordered you talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow, and it's important.
All right.
I know what to do.
Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really late.
I'm just concerned that I would have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier with more coming in out here.
Can I ask you a question? Who's the paperwork sent from?
I see them, that's great. It was something that came hand to me as I exited the building today.
And was it anonymous or?
Oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is, it is. I will, it's silly, but, if you want.
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
Yeah, no. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS, but
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are.
All right.
Okay. So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
All right, I'll come down in the afternoon. That way I can hang out with you and see you soon.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, honey. Bye.
Love you, bye.
All right, so we've got, seems like we're picking up mid-stride there a little bit, like we might have missed the first couple words. Can you explain if that's true and why that is?
Yeah, it could have been a couple reasons. Technology missed it, or it could have been that the officer picked it up and hit the record button a little bit late, just after a few seconds.
All right, and in this call, does Donna Adelson, the thing she was handed is State's Exhibit 78, right?
That's correct.
Does she ever mention to the defendant even the name Dan Markel?
No, she does not.
Or Danny?
No.
Jibbers?
No.
All right, we've established that the undercover did say the name Katie to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Does Donna Adelson say the name Katie to the defendant?
No, she doesn't.
What does she say?
She says a girlfriend.
Who does she say this matter involves? Not Wendy, right?
Right, not Wendy. The
Who
two
does
of them.
she say?
The two of them.
The two of us?
Two of us.
Meaning herself and Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Is there another call where the defendant calls Mrs. Adelson back shortly after this?
Yes,
And is that the next call on the wire?
it is.
How long after the first call is this call that we're about to hear, call B?
From my memory, a few minutes. I mean, I could look.
You
further
can
notes.
look on the
Okay.
wire call summary in front of you.
2:09. It was 5 minutes. The call we just listened to was 5 minutes long, a little over 5 minutes. This call's at 2:35.
Okay, so less than half an hour.
Correct.
All right, publish B, please.
You may.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the SunPass?
Yeah.
Just kidding. No, listen, what was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown & Brown insurance?
No.
Okay. Because I'm going to just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into a lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I'm
I'll do that now.
and then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so that someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in. Sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So, yeah.
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress about too much.
Okay. Okay. That's probably nothing.
Yeah. Listen, people can always write. People can always say anything they want. It doesn't. If someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So. But anyway, I will. I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly because I have the day off.
Okay. You know,
So-
maybe I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah, I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I have here. Okay.
Was it? Can I ask you? Is someone blackmailing you?
Well, that's always a good possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. Is there? I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I could see you? You can't come up here at all.
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15, and even if I came up there and got there a little after, it would be 5:15. It would still be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for when he would pick them up.
Was this? Can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that.
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Did it have a? Do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But let's talk later. Either I would like to try to get to you today. I will definitely. I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for Wendi. Not for the Wendi somewhere else.
Is it so? Whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter.
It's not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered.
So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
That's what I thought it was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and I make a right, and I picked up those drivers at the icon.
Right.
And I'm on the sidewalk, and I'm about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the boy this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, sweetie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay right here. I'll look on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? So, yeah, it's amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and handed you. Was it a young guy, old guy?
I'd say probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I can make the attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and when we say we're early. And I think it's a place to say you know?
All right.
And I need to send you a check for something that's happening.
Well, I mean, you have to get into this stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. And I don't know.
Maybe we better just keep it tomorrow, about 12:15, 21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You never know how to interpret these things. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. Let's meet tomorrow.
All right. Let me ask you this: do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I don't want to do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody. It was just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
How long was the letter?
Well, it was just a copy of an article. It's what was written on the letter. That was written on the copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
All right. I mean, it's kind of thing. If there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, I don't mean it. People threaten you, got to go to the police. But let me talk. Let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first.
Okay.
It won't be the first time I've been threatened.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I'd like you to just see what you think.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
I'll get a picture, honey. Right here, right up here, honey. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30 tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it.
Come down, you'll play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right. Yeah. No. I'll come down. I'll see you. I'll play with the boys.
Yeah.
No worries. Okay. All right. If it's something serious, I'm going to recommend going to the police. So.
Oh no, I know. That's what I'm thinking to do.
So. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Let's talk tomorrow. Okay?
All right. You got it. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Does Mrs. Adelson mention Dan Markel in this call?
No, she doesn't.
There's mention of going to the police. If there was a threat, we're going to go to the police. Did anybody go to the police?
No.
And again, does Mrs. Adelson in this call ever mention the name Katie or Catherine Magbanua?
No, she doesn't.
Who is the first person that, oh, I'm sorry, we've got one more call between, does the defendant call Donna back one more time?
He does.
All right, and is this the same date?
It is.
Okay, what time does this third call happen?
It happens about 3 o'clock, about 15 minutes after the last call.
All right, publish C, please.
You may proceed.
Hey, John.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
White.
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. I could describe him to a T.
What's that? You could
Describe him to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
It's someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like to go to the police, but
I may have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and then.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know.
So
that's why, I just want you to. I don't want your father upset. So.
Don't say anything to Dad and Dad take a look at it. Did Dad flies off there?
Absolutely.
On everything.
That's why I suggested after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But it's clear. It's clear what's wanted.
Can I just ask you, what did they ask for?
I don't know. This TV is probably about $5,000.
They asked you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend.
Hi, Sandra. Come on in. Good. How are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go from there.
Lincoln, your turn. Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Let me take a look and then I'll
That's why I just thought if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we'll go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon and I'll take a look at whatever someone said.
Maybe we'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's going to be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Love you too, honey. Bye-bye. Yes.
In this call, does the defendant tell his mother, obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place?
He does.
What is the significance to your investigation of the reference to a TV? This TV is probably about $5,000.
He had made statements. I believe Wendi Adelson made the statement that he had offered to have a hitman hired early on, but thought it would be cheaper to have a TV, to buy her a TV as a divorce present.
All right, and what about the use of the word 5? This TV is probably about $5,000.
And the 5,000 is what was written on the paper that the Undercover had provided.
All right, in this call, was an ex-girlfriend mentioned? Or the term ex-girlfriend?
Yes, the term ex-girlfriend.
Okay. Was it ever said up to this point, whose ex-girlfriend?
No.
The name Katie or Catherine McBanois at all?
No.
And does the defendant, in this case, has the evidence revealed he has a lot of ex-girlfriends?
That's correct.
Who is the next person that he calls after these? We've got 3 calls with his mother.
Catherine McBanois.
Publish D, please.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
No, are you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
Just talk to me now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. This is like loud. Like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, wait a minute off. All right. Somebody. Hang on, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
If she didn't want to elaborate.
Uh-huh.
But she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And she really wouldn't go into detail. And listen, I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, I'm like, first when she was saying, I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or a patient or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. She said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And that they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I don't even know if my mom didn't even want to talk to me on the phone. But
like, was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah,
asked her something?
That's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right?
threatening you like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want you to see it in person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So somebody's like stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, you guys.
This is what I do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel
who knows?
for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
Just
know.
random person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involves your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids, and was like, listen, just she doesn't have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What about me? Yeah, like
I don't know.
Girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assume that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering, wasting your time. But if it
I
does,
would feel bad for your mom. Like, who the hell? Like, if that was me, would have called me home right away? Like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing hat, glasses? Mom's like, no, I could take the person out of line in a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in his 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and knew who she was and addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other ex. But anyway.
Yeah. Did you have any fight with any of your other ex or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's the story?
Yeah, but you can always pass by over there. Doesn't matter.
All right. What time do you finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time do you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I got to get back in there. I'm going to be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm going to come to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there, so.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, kiddo.
All right.
Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Yes,
In this call, we hear Charlie Adelson say that the undercover mentioned something about her son, meaning that the undercover mentioned something about him. Did the undercover mention anything about Charlie Adelson?
No.
Anything about Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend?
No, not in those words.
No. He did say the name Katie and Tuto, correct?
Correct.
But didn't specify your son, your son's ex-girlfriend, anything like that?
That's correct.
In this call, we hear the defendant stating that Catherine Magbanowa was his last ex-girlfriend, and that's why he's calling her. Is it true, based on the evidence that was collected in this case, that Catherine Magbanowa was in fact his last ex-girlfriend?
No.
Okay, so he had other girlfriends in between Catherine Magbanowa and the bump?
That's correct.
Including who?
Whitney Kick.
Okay. Did he call Whitney Kick at all on the wire?
No.
Did he ever call any other ex-girlfriends other than Catherine Magbanowa about this matter?
Not about this matter, no.
All right, I want to go to the next day, April 20th, 2016. Do we have a meeting that occurs that day?
We did.
All right, and Charlie and Donna have discussed we're going to meet in person. We don't want to talk on the phone. Did that meeting take place on April 20th?
It did.
Where did that meeting take place?
It started inside their building, but they walked out the back of the building of the Icon where Mrs. Adelson lives. They walked out the back of it and then walked down the sidewalk, which is a marina right on the water of South Beach. There's a marina right behind their building. They walked down that sidewalk along the water, and there was a restaurant just down from their condo. And they stopped behind that restaurant at a little table and sat at the table right by the water.
Is that restaurant Monty's on South Beach?
That's correct.
What time of day did this meeting occur at Monty's?
Approximately 1 p.m.
How long was the meeting?
About 30 minutes.
Were you present for the meeting?
I was.
And can you describe sort of their demeanor or what they were doing at the meeting?
They walked very closely to each other, went and sat kind of next to each other. There's a little round concrete table. They sat next to each other, and they were kind of leaning in intently, talking to each other, very low voices.
Were there any attempts made to record what was being said at that meeting?
Yes, we did try to record it.
Okay. What were the results of those attempts?
We were not able to get close enough to them. They were isolated across the sidewalk next to the water, and we weren't able to get close enough to them to be able to capture any audible conversations.
How close did agents get? Did they have bags similar to the ones that were previously described, like recording devices in bags?
There were recording devices in bags, yes. And we were able to get, I think the closest we were able to get is maybe 20 feet from them.
All right. And was the recording from that, was the expert that we heard from earlier, McElveen, able to get any audible words out of that recording?
Not from those recordings, no.
Okay. Was there a photograph taken of this meeting?
Yes, I took a photograph.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 54 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Once this meeting concluded, what is the next phone call that occurs on the wire?
Charlie Adelson calls Catherine McManua.
All right. And so what time did that call occur?
Can I refer to the
You may.
chart? It occurs at 3:14 p.m.
Okay. And in this call, are they just giving directions to each other to meet up?
That's correct.
All right. And is that the Dolce meeting?
It is.
Okay. What is Dolce?
Dolce was a pizza sandwich shop. They was next to her business where she worked. It was in a shopping center. They met first in a car, and then they walked into Dolce and sat inside of the restaurant and talked.
Right. And we've heard about the efforts to record the meeting as well as the clarification.
Okay.
Was the clarification that McElveen did put onto the Mo Better video that came from the other recording device in the restaurant?
That's correct.
Okay. And have we also got, for demonstrative purposes, the transcript that will play along with this recording and audio?
Yes.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence that composite exhibit 111.
Any objection to 111?
Now, I do have two separate exhibits, Your Honor. I have 111 with a star, which is our demonstrative. We can call that 111A or demonstrative D, whatever is Your Honor's preference.
Just make sure it's marked as demonstrative.
Yes, sir. And then we've got 111, which does not have the transcript included.
Right, Mr. Rashbaum.
No objection other than our prior objections.
Very well. 111 will be admitted at this time. I will also give the instructions if the state and defense desire concerning these recordings as well.
Yes, sir. This is about a 40 to 45 minute recording. So for your planning purposes, we can do that and then break for the day, or we can, whatever Your Honor wants.
We'll break for the day then after it's published.
Okay.
Members of the jury, you are about to view a video recording. I'm going to instruct you that the subjects shown were speaking before the recording starts, and certain portions of the recording are inaudible. Like other recordings, you may determine this recording's context or lack thereof based on what you are able to hear. I'm going to give you a second instruction now concerning this same recording. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear and not what you read.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
And Judge, for this is the recording that's more difficult to hear, so I would ask that all jurors use the headphones for this particular publication.
Members of the jury would all put on your headphones at this time if you have not been using them already.
If anyone needs to adjust the volume, maybe I'll play it and then go back. We'll restart it a couple times to make sure everybody's got it correct. Volume adjusted, we're going to start one more time. Go ahead, please.
got out, how can you did you witness it? Just take it up. You didn't witness it, you only heard a rumor on the street that this person did something. You know that's what? Zero. Then what you do is you wear a wire, give this person a call, and if you can get the person to confess on a wire, then you have something in the charge. You have a confession. Outside of that, there's no evidence. Okay? he said it, like, he said, he needs to call. He was there for his family. Yeah, like, he didn't want to share. He didn't share him. But he could just his question, you understand, his question behind the diary all night. And then he's been up since 2 o'clock in the morning with diary. Like, how do you think I feel? My mom's 65 years old. Diary. He was?
for the witness before we rest for the evening?
I'm comfortable resting for the evening at this point, Your Honor.
Very well. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you the same instruction that I give you every day, but it is important as we progress in this trial. Please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any news reports or seek out any information concerning the trial. We will start tomorrow once again at the normal time at 8:45. Please report by 8:30. Have a good evening. We'll collect these the same way we would with the notepads, but the jurors will have access to them once again.
All right, I'll take a few minutes here to answer questions and give you some thoughts of what has transpired here. The thing that keeps popping in my head is that why haven't other Adelsons been arrested? Why aren't they sitting at the table there next to Charlie? You should have Don on one side and Wendi on the other and Harvey on the end. So, yeah, it's been another long day. It is hard for me to sit here. Hopefully you guys can get up and walk around.
Testimony. Do the parties have anything that they wish to raise with the court before we go into recess?
No, Your Honor.
One moment, thank you. No, Your Honor.
Always a squeaky wheel. I'm teasing you, Mr. Rashbaum. We're in recess for the evening. We will get started again at 8:30 tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone.
All right, there you just saw how the judge has a good sense of humor and just a really great guy. And you know, what's really interesting is how we've seen terrific judges here in Tallahassee, and we just haven't seen really good attorneys from South Miami is the way I would describe it, the Miami area. So this is, it can lead to a totally different approach. I think South Miami lawyers have a completely different way they go about their business. They're not as conservative. They're more, I should say, outlandish and that kind of thing, and the way they come across. And I mean, think of Tara Kawas. I mean, I've never seen an attorney act like she conducted herself in this trial, just totally out of control. It was really, I'll just say, a sort of an embarrassment for the legal profession. I think when you're going after law enforcement that way, and you got nothing to show for it from the evidence, stick to the evidence. These people aren't going to railroad people. I have worked with folks who are railroading defendants before, and I can spot somebody's got a bad agenda against an accused. Whether they're partially guilty, fully guilty, or not guilty at all, you got to conduct yourself with honor and integrity in the way you go about it. So, in any event, the thing sticks out also is because they're not co-defendants, and guess what? They're not there. Talking about Harvey, Donna, and Wendi, they're not there to see Charlie go through this. There's no other family members. Obviously, Robert's not going to show up. He's listed on the witness list as well. But yeah, this is I think a big elephant in the room again. They're not going to be there. They're not going to show up. Obviously, Wendi, I guess, can't show up because she's still under subpoena. But I agree with the comment that was made by Dr. Cancella about wouldn't it be interesting if they would recall Wendi, and then while she's up here, they arrest her, and then she gets processed, put in a jail uniform, and then they call her back to the witness stand. So yeah, that would be pretty amazing. Yeah, I agree it's not going to happen, but wouldn't that be a good form of justice? Yeah, it's embarrassing. TWS, you couldn't talk to Kitty Martin into taking a plea deal. That is just so bizarre. And so I guess a different screenshot up. Hopefully I'm still on. Can you let me know if I'm still talking, somebody, please? Yeah, so Tim's saying that Rashbaum lied in his opening. He stated that Rivera took information from the internet and able to know Dan's movements. Well, I don't think he intentionally lied. I'm sure he's not intentionally lying. I think he just didn't realize the evidence that they had on him, and they could look it up. I mean, if a defense attorney makes an opening statement like that, a good prosecutor team is going to do research on that, and they're going to pull up Prof's blog, and they're going to pull up his Facebook account to see, did he leak information on where he's traveling that weekend? And so good job by the state to be thinking that aggressively and have that kind of agility to go after agendas and statements of the prosecution in their opening. So obviously we saw that that's something that is not where they would have got information about Dan having to leave out of town on that Saturday the 19th. So yeah, it was a really grasping at straws there. He probably shouldn't have said it in his opening, because he probably should have realized that they would be checking that, right? So Gia, no, I don't want to read all that testimony later to you, but I will post, not me, I guess, but I'll ask John or Ben to post a link to the best clear-cut version of the transcript that you just tried to listen to, like me, that we couldn't hear it very good. But it's much more important, obviously, for the jurors to be able to hear it, and they could get a clear hearing of that. And they actually have like tablets in front of them, is that what I understand? And they have the headphones as well. So they would be able to hear all that. And I thought it was really great of Georgia. Not so much this last one, because we had a side video of Dolce Vita that was all blurry. I don't know really what benefit that provided, but if they had the bigger version of the transcript to go along with it, nonetheless, the other versions of the transcripts they had done, it was done by court reporter, so it's very accurate, as accurate as it could be. So I thought that was a good thing. And what they also have was the way they flowed through that and followed along with the actual audio. I thought that was a really great idea, very smooth. So I'm very impressed with the ability for these prosecutors to incorporate technology and making it easy for the jury to connect and do a deep dive into this kind of evidence. Mary asks, Mary Patterson, how can a jury not block out a high-profile case like this with all the media covering it? You know, that's something that they're asked to do. They're sworn to uphold the law and abide by it. So if some do, go ahead and start researching and stuff like that, I think there's going to be always a percentage of folks that do that. I don't know how many do that per se. It's going to, of course, vary depending on what kind of composition of the jury you have. But it's human nature to want to really see what that's all about. I know somebody that recently told me about how they did it when they were on jury selection. They didn't get selected, but they had also done that as well. So technically, you're in the wrong. It's not good. So in any event, I think that it's not going to affect any jurors here if they did do that, because there is such overwhelming evidence. If somebody was guilty, let's say, and they had kept out a lot of evidence, and then through motions in limine, and so they had a much weaker case, and then the jurors looked at it, obviously then that could be contaminating the jury and whatnot. But all right, let's see this guy. Okay, Stephen C., this guy Charlie might be guilty, not sure. Okay, well, he's legally presumed innocent until the case is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But just from social media channels, the same thing was said about Murdo. Look at how guilty Murdo was. The jury came back so fast. And obviously we had some contamination of the jury based on what that court clerk was telling them. That's the accusation anyway. I don't know the latest on that. But the thing is, assume you don't have that kind of tampering with the jury. If that happened, I mean, they still would have come back. They didn't help speed it up. So I remember tons of folks saying that on social media, saying that, and even attorneys were commenting on the news and YouTube and stuff like that, saying, oh, this is like the prosecution is messed up. They should have done this and that different at the end of the day. They were making those comments, and they should have, they're losing the jury and all that kind of stuff. So I just looked at some of the forensic type evidence, and right away came to the conclusion that he was going down. There's no way he was going to get acquitted, and there wasn't going to be a hung jury at all. So I have the same impressions and judgments on this case. It's going to be like I say, an easy win from the government. This is not a close call. And I'm basing this on my experience working with juries, working with evidence, and I also want to make sure we don't go after anybody that's falsely accused. I'd be the first one to stand up for somebody that was falsely accused. In fact, that's what I've done much of my career is defending folks who are being railroaded by prosecutions that are out of control. So, so I guess what really I have a passion and um, motivation to do is help speak out for those that are either falsely accused or those that are denied justice because the prosecution isn't doing their job to make sure justice happens. So that's the whole reason I got on this case is because I couldn't believe that this thing was sitting out there for so long, and that the Adelsons were walking around without without having justice done to them. Charlie was, I guess, in jail at that time, but taken 6 years to get the Dolce Vita tape enhancement. I just thought that was just really bizarre. But the prosecution is on the right track. I think that all this evidence that they brought out today again confirms they're really going after more Adelsons. I think we're going to have more arrests coming here. I think they'll come much sooner as well. And I look forward to that. I think that of all people, the Adelsons, they need to face their day in court. And how long are you going to wait to have the perfect case? No case is perfect. Just as evidence can sometimes develop over time, but also evidence can degrade over time. You may lose witnesses to death or illness or something like that. And that's just a part of life, obviously. But if you, are they going to wait till Wendi turns 80 to get the evidence better? Think how many witnesses won't be around. So the time is overdue. And I believe that she will, she'll be charged here in shorter order along with her mom and hopefully Harvey as well. They really did operate as a crime family here, as you see it. Yeah, so apparently the type set for the jury, that is big enough so they can read it. So that is, that's a good thing. They're not going to have it too small where they can't read it. And it probably was digital as well. I'm not sure if it was paper copy or digital version, but in any event, let me look for a few more comments here. Danielle's attorney's career will be in tatters. No, I don't think so at all, because for some reason you can take a big case, a high profile case, and not do good at it, and your client lose and get convicted, and you can still, get press coverage and you sort of considered like a celebrity lawyer, even though you didn't do a great job. So here in this case, Rashomon has nothing to work with. So maybe this is name recognition will follow him, and people won't remember that he defended Charlie so much as they'll just remember the name. So that's my expectation of it, though. That's my estimation. So the other thing I was just thinking is that keep in mind that with the lies that Wendi's told now, they went after that good. They could have gone after more lies of her. That have brought up things like the book and some other stuff that escapes me at the moment. But they have a lot of good, solid information now to go on and charge her with perjury, as well as the same charges Charlie has that he's facing right now in court. So I would be really disappointed if they don't do that. So I do believe that they're ramping up this sort of a trial practice, and they will inquire of this juror, each juror, if they would have convicted other Adelsons as well. And then based on that, they can also ask them, what kind of evidence would you want to know? How much more would it take if you were on the fence or not sure about it? And I don't think they'd find a single juror that said they didn't think they all had something to do with it. But the thing in criminal law and proof beyond a reasonable doubt is you can't have a jury that thinks somebody's guilty, but if the government hasn't proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, that's a standard of proof that's required here. It's a high standard of proof, and they need to be convinced that what they're doing is the right thing. So it's not a guessing game. It's not a speculation game. It's not well, in my heart of hearts, I know they did it. There has to be enough evidence to confirmly make the juror feel secure that this is a decision that they would not hesitate on. It's like they are convinced it's the right thing to do, and they will sleep good at night. And that's one thing that I argue a lot when I'm arguing cases, that I want that doing the right thing will make them sleep good at night, and they won't have to come back and be thinking, gosh, did I do the right thing to so and so? Did I do justice to them? And I've seen before where a juror has nightmares over the fact that they did the wrong thing. They convicted somebody innocently. They didn't think of the evidence properly. They went with the flow and just want to get it over with. And then they became haunted by that. And they spent $25,000 of their own money to go back and exonerate the person. And sure enough, the person did get exonerated. So I go into those kind of details to make sure that the jury is going to feel sure about what they do and not have regrets or rush through it as well. And in any event, all right, there's some different comments here, not questions for me. If you do have a question for me, it's always best to put a couple cues. We're scheduled to be on at 9:30 Eastern time again, I think. So I'm not sure if we're going to be on tonight. I got to see how I'm feeling at that time. It's been hard to sit here through today. And I'm also on court TV at 7 o'clock Central Time. So I don't know if I'm going to have enough brain cells to be doing that much. But we'll see. I'll talk to John about it here. So stay tuned. And we also had those problems last night doing the live stream. I don't know what was going on. It started with John in Tallahassee, and then it was being hosted by Ben Self in Texas, and that was it was initially working fine. Then when we tried to go live, then it was sort of having problems also at his end as well with the eCam system that we use. Somebody asked me a question what I shook my head on. I'm not sure. Oh, that had to do with whether I'd take Charlie as a client. I'd only do that if I got hired for a case like this. If I would go through it and after coming to my conclusions on how the evidence was assembled and whether we had a chance of a conviction or not, I would see that the evidence is overwhelming, and I would go back to my client and I would tell my client that it's in your best interest. You have leverage that the state could use, and if you flip on other parties, even though it's your family, that's your only chance legally you have to see the light of day ever before you die behind bars. So, and if my client said that no, I didn't do it, there's no evidence against me, I would directly challenge them. I would even do maybe a mock cross-examination on them, and I can raise my voice really loud, and so if I have to raise my voice loud to try to cross-examine a client that thinks that they're going to buffalo a jury and get them bamboozled into thinking they're innocent, then I need to have that. I need to have that moment of robust discussion before trial, not avoid it completely. Because what I think a lot of times happens is attorneys don't want to be confrontational with their clients. They're afraid about losing them. They're afraid of getting a complaint made against them. And so they figured just don't have that confrontation with them. Just let the clients make their decision. Is their constitutional right to decide whether to plead guilty or not? And so by not being tough on them like that, they sort of allow themselves to be set up for failure. And what happens then when the client gets convicted, the attorney says, well, you got what you wanted. We did our best job. And the client goes to prison and the attorney goes home. So I think it's a better approach to really give the client the options. If they still want to go to trial after you've actually done that robust discussion and motivation talk and all that kind of stuff, whatever tactics you use to get them to see the light. If that all fails and they still want to go to trial, then fine. I would not go to trial on a murder case like this where you got victims of such a horrific crime and whatnot. I would not want to be a party to that. So because I'm in private practice, I can have a choice of whether I want to take a case or not. So I'm more interested in somebody that's being railroaded than somebody who's trying to escape justice. Let me scroll down here to the very end. Let me see if we got any more. His defense only makes sense if he takes a stand. Julie, I don't know why you think he has his defense makes any sense. So does it sound like he was extorted? His conversations with Katie do not reflect any kind of extortion effort at all. I mean, I just, if they wanted money out of Charlie, why would they kill somebody? I mean, that just makes no sense. Criminals don't act that way. They're going to have a better sense about it. And granted, any murder is senseless, but just doing something 7.5 hours up out of the way, trying to go up there twice and all that kind of stuff. Somebody who really hated Dan did that, not somebody who thought, oh, hey, we'll extort the Adelsons. Let's go hunt this guy down and kill him and then come back and extort him. And I mean, think about it. If Charlie was giving money to an extortionist, and then he even has it coming off the Adelson books, and they're giving it as a business expense on their taxes, does it really make sense that they would, if they're innocent, allow themselves to be set up and framed that way? Granted, this plot was really stupid, but on the half of the Adelsons, but it wasn't that stupid that they're willing to make themselves innocent, and they themselves make themselves guilty by having a money trail going to the extortionist. So that's my opinion of it anyway. You know, and what you do if somebody's extorting you, you call the police, you get them to do a wire with you, and then you go meet with the extortionist, and you get it on tape, and that way you clear your name that way. So you become basically an informant for the government, law enforcement, and that's the way you would do it. I mean, Charlie said he was so knowledgeable. He's got those close buddies that evicted a business partner of his. They had a joint venture business, and he got some cops to evict a business partner, which is totally illegal. Law enforcement does not get involved in a civil matter, but yet these guys were a couple of shady cops that Charlie was bragging about. Anyway, this is what happened, and what happened was, the guy wound up leaving the business, and Charlie got over on this guy. So you're telling me Charlie wouldn't call some of these Fort Lauderdale cops and go after and hunt these guys down and get them? Of course he would. So that's something I'd probably bring up from the prosecution, is the fact that Charlie hung out with guys that were rough, that would be able to take out any kind of threat like that. So any event, I think, okay, Tennis Girl 101. Oh yeah, can you go over the perjury you thought was proven on Wendi? I was a little bit confused on that. Okay. Perjury in any particular state generally has to do with whether you provide material false evidence in a court of law. Some states have it where the statute of limitations is extended for cases depending on how serious the crimes are. In a murder case, I would extend it like maybe from 4 years or 5 years to 15 years, let's say. And so if you provide false testimony in court, like the prosecutor just brought in basically in rebuttal to Wendy's testimony today, that she said she didn't have a boyfriend, she wasn't looking for dates. She's alleging Jeff Lacasse as being having jealousy issues, and he was the odd one, not me. So she made it out like she was loyal and faithful to him. And they just proved today that it wasn't the fact. She was actually having at least one other active boyfriend at the time behind his back, Jeff Lacasse's back. So in any event, that's one of the things right there. And you also have the fact about visitation with their own kids and their grandparents, the Markels. I mean, how sick is that, to lie about something that simple to prove up? Did she not know that they could easily charge her with perjury? But what happens is in a lot of courts, and maybe they figure Tallahassee, they're too slow of foot. They're not tough on crime, and we've gotten away with this long. Well, why do I have to worry about any lies I tell the court? How often do you see somebody charged with perjury? A lot of district attorney's offices, state attorney's offices, they're not really tough on that. From what I've seen, it's sort of surprising. So I've gone after that before, and I've had a tough time getting folks to agree to charge folks with perjury. It's really bizarre how that works. And so what you see is people just freely lying, major issues and cases, and it's like, well, that's just sort of the way trials work. But in any event, all right, so just to be clear, I didn't mean his defense made sense. I was responding to people saying he won't take the stand. Oh, thank you, Carl. Okay. Thanks for your support, Julia. Yeah, if he doesn't take the stand, the advantage is if a client like this wouldn't take the stand for me, what I'm thinking is like, okay, if you want to come back later, you got good leverage to go against other parties. So that being the other, your sister and your parents. So if he doesn't take the stand, I think that's a calculated move. That's the only reason I think he wouldn't take the stand. And so if he wants to present his best option for presenting this joke of a defense, then obviously he's got to take the stand, because there's not been any evidence per se. It's been innuendo and arguments by Rashbaum. And Rashbaum, if you stop to think about it, hasn't even said exactly how the extortion took place. When did they meet? What was said? Where were they at, specifically in whatever building? Or were they in a car? Were they driving? What date and time was it? What words was used? I mean, none of those kind of details of this supposed extortion plot was even brought out by Rashbaum. And I think that in and of itself just shows that how flaky and flimsy this kind of a supposed defense is. So he's not really even presented a true defense yet. So that's why I think that you have the competing issues there for a case like this. If Charlie, the defendant, is thinking about, hey, is there ever a chance I want to roll over on my family? So I don't think he's thinking right now he's going to roll over on anybody at all. I think he's his mindset. With money, you can get out of everything. I got a super high charged lawyers defending me. I got the best jury selection experts money could buy, paying probably close to over $1.5 to $2 million on attorney fees and whatnot. And so, by golly, I'm going to get my money's worth here, and that's what he expects. And I think Rashbaum is really just really alienated the jury this morning with his just ridiculous cross-examination of the sergeant that did the videotape, and sergeant, the one that did the brilliant video yesterday, and he had cross-examination day. Gosh, why is his name escaping me? But you know what I'm talking about. And so he didn't touch him at all today. It was just wandering, meandering questions like, well, gosh, what? You don't know what they did between those 20 minutes of emails, do you? You don't know what they did between those texts, did you? Did you know she stopped to go to the bathroom? Did you know he was needing to get something to eat when he sent that text? I mean, just really ridiculous comments like that were used by Rashbaum on this so-called cross-examination. So I think it was pretty much going to, yeah, Sergeant Corbett, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm telling you, my mind's sort of mush after talking all these names. I mean, I've never seen a case with so many names involved. It is sort of hard to keep it straight at times. I mean, I've been following this since December, and your mind can sort of be like mush trying to get all these names straight when you're just trying to rattle them all off. So thanks, Lila Jade. And I know John told me, hey, I was calling him Corbin. I'm like, I didn't know that. I didn't know I was calling him Corbin. But anyway, let's see. So Kat Renee Abercat asks, could there have been a defense? So it just jumped. Could there have been a defense for Katie in fear of her life by both of these men? One's a killer, the other can hire a killer. So let me see here. I want to study your question. Okay, a defense of fear for her life. Okay, so if she was going to fear for her life, and that's why she agreed to do this, all courts in America allow for the defense of duress, and they may call it something else like coercion or something like that, but duress means you're under fear of imminent life and death, significant bodily harm, and you basically did a crime because you were forced to, and you had to go against your will. Your will is not to do it, but somebody overcame the will by the fact that they threatened you. So, for example, if somebody held a gun to your kids and then gave you a knife and said, kill your oldest son, or I'm going to shoot the other 3 kids you have. I mean, if you did that, I mean, imagine the mental pressure you're under. So something like that would be duress. But no, she didn't have. I guess if she did have a threat, hey, you got to help carry out with this. You got to give the envelope that has the information on where Dan lives and a picture of him to the hitmen. Otherwise, we're gonna kill you. I mean, I guess you could theoretically have a defense like that, but I mean, it has to happen, and it had to be a credible defense for a jury to buy that. So that's why I don't think that's a valid defense in her situation at all. But it is those kind of defenses do exist under law anyway. A case to remember. No, I don't think the family is being surveilled throughout the trial, and but if they're going to charge them really fast, then I guess that is a possibility that they want to see where they're at. Because a lot of comments I notice are talking about how they may be leaving the country, and I mean, I think there's a good threat of that, and I just think they don't really understand what's going to hit them once Charlie gets arrested, and I think things are going to get really crazy in the near future. And I saw somebody else posted what I thought of. My impression is that Charlie is going to really have a tough time, and I don't know that he's going to make it even a year in prison. I think it's going to be such hardship for him, and I think he's going to get hit up in so many different ways with extortions and threats and body violence and stuff like that. I just and with think about it with the Aryan Nation folks there, they're the skinhead type Nazi type haters of the Jewish people, really sick people, and those kind of people they find out, you know, any Jewish defendant, especially a dentist, is in prison. A lot of these folks may have access to the internet and stuff like that, and they do searches on Charlie Adelson, so it wouldn't take long for threats to come out. And I mean, Charlie's just not going to fit in with the gangs of prison well. So I just see that as being really the really time of horror is going to start once he goes to prison. Now, if they're all locked up and they're in Leon County Jail, the rest of the Adelsons, and obviously they may have a little bit more protection. They may be in protective cell at that place there. So it may happen until they go to prison that more extortions happen. But I'd be wondering, I'd be curious how much money they have left though to hire good defense attorneys. So I would, that's another motivation I would think a prosecutor would have. It's like, you know what, these people are living large, and the kids are suffering. The Markels have been suffering all these years. The more people you charge that you know are guilty, and you know you can get an indictment on them, just go to trial with what evidence you got, and let them hire the best lawyers money can buy. I don't think a prosecutor office should ever be intimidated by defense lawyers, how expensive they are, how successful they are. Truth is the truth, and if you got the truth behind you as a prosecutor, go for it. Don't be afraid of somebody outsmarting you, tricking you on the jury, tricking the jury, and bringing up some kind of sham defense. So, in any event, I think that things are really going to be changing for the good here in the near future. And I think threats under Charlie may get him to think about, you know what, I have been abandoned by my family. They weren't there for me in trial. I did get set up like a bowling pin by Wendi and Donna. And you heard him talking about Wendi having the life of luxuries as a lottery winner, right? So if he's thinking she's already a lotto winner now, that's before he got arrested. So what is he really thinking now? And if you notice at trial, Wendi did not look at him at all. And when she got done testifying, she was starting to leave the stand, he just sort of like shook his head, and there was no eye contact from what I saw. So I think there's a chance he'd want to flip on Wendi and maybe cut a deal where he's not going to flip on mom and dad. Yeah, RN asks, how can the Adelson parents be able to sit by and watch their son go down for this? I mean, part of the reason is they're worried about being arrested, and they also have the issue of the jury's going to be looking at them, and they're not going to be able to act normal in front of a jury, and a jury's going to be staring them down just like they are at Charlie to figure out what do they look like. They're going to be sizing them up. They're going to say, gee, was this what these people did? And they're going to be looking at their body reaction. Their body language is going to be speaking there. So if mom and dad showed up, their body language is going to come across the jury, and the jury's going to pick up on it. And I don't think they want to face the jury. I don't think they can face the fact that this is what they okayed as parents. They're so terrified that they're going to be arrested now as well. I think they never thought this thing would happen, that Charlie, of all people, the maestro, he's not going to go down for anything. He's been able to skirt the law his whole life. They've been able to do all kinds of stuff to get away with stuff. So, yeah, keep in mind the comments he made about single women that's a 37, like Wendi was at the time with 2 kids. No guys are going to be interested in them. And so I'm sure there's some single mothers on the jury. So imagine what they're thinking of this guy right now. So I don't think there's going to be any sympathy for Charlie whatsoever. Do I think they're going to use that and unfairly have prejudice against him? No, not at all. I mean, he is what he is, and so. Oh, thanks, Gloria. That's nice of you. Yeah, so M. Christine, that's correct. If Wendy's charged, and I would expect her to be charged with perjury for not just the trial that Charlie's undergoing, but also the 2 prior trials she lied about then too, about not driving down Trescott and some other stuff. And so that will revoke the immunity. And you know what, if I was a prosecutor, I wouldn't even care so much about the perjury aspects. You do bring in the perjury to get in her lies. And so the building of the lies and presenting the lies to the jury is what gets the conviction for the murder. So would I care about whether a jury thinks it's enough to convict beyond reasonable doubt for perjury and 1 or 2 or 3 times? No, because I'm just using that as a way to bootstrap her testimony in, to show how calculated the lies are and to help prove the murder. So that's just an avenue to get in other evidence of what she said. Because like I say, one of the best things you got as evidence against the defendant is their own words. And it's just really hard. You don't have anything to get around. Just like Rashbaum doesn't have anything to get around Charlie's words here. It works beautifully for the prosecution. Okay, Hotshot, you're responding to Princess. You said Rashbaum really tried to confuse the jury with his slimy tactics of testifying for the witness by leading with suggestions until finally Georgia finally stopped him by objecting. So, yeah, I mean, he did that a lot. I mean, just his different commentaries and stuff like that, where he's introducing all these facts. I mean, you can do that. I would say do that as an attorney if you have the facts to back it up. If you're just throwing out theories and wild speculation out there, then as your opposing counsel, I will crush you in arguments. I will call it out on you, and I would take notes on everything you're saying about these wild theories. And I mean, he just said a lot of bizarre stuff, of false promises. Oh yeah, we'll get back to that, and just condescending tone that he had towards a lot of the witnesses. I thought it's just going to come back to bite him in the closing arguments. So yeah, I'm not worried about that. So my whole approach is every single time I go to trial, I have not had a single case yet where the opposing side isn't doing something that's shady. Every single time, doesn't matter who I go against, what court, every time the opposing side, they see in the courtroom that they're losing and they resort to something that's shady. They try to hide the ball in something. They try to mislead the jury in their arguments and misstate evidence. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff people do to try to prop up their case. And I call them all out on it. And every single time I've had a closing argument, whether I'm a prosecutor or defense attorney, it doesn't matter. The thing I bring up every time is like, especially when I'm a defense attorney, because the prosecutor goes twice, right? He gets to, and or she, whoever it is. And ultimately, what I do is I say, when they're back up here, I dare them to talk about X, Y, and Z. And I'm telling you, it works when I say that, because every single time they have never dared to go there, because those are the X, Y's, and Z's are the facts that show my client's innocent. And never once will they address on them. And I actually say, it's like, if they don't try to address those issues, they themselves are revealing the fact that they also know the truth that my client is innocent. I don't call my client, but I'm not a believer in that. But anyway, that's the kind of approach that I use. All right, Mary Patterson, how serious is it, especially with the FBI? Oops, question jumped. Sorry about that. Not sure if I can find it. Let me just go to the first one I can find. Susan Jason, do you think Donna, Harvey, and Wendy and boys will get on a private plane out of the country? You're thinking like a lot of people. And, if they want to go to a country that's not going to have an extradition with the United States, I don't think there's a lot of them that do have a non-extradition agreement with us for a murder case. So I've not looked that up and don't intend to. But, yeah, I mean, they could try to run from the law for a number of years. I think they're minimum going to get out of their high rise, and Wendy will probably sell her place there in the local area as well, because I think that they're going to be worrying about Latin Kings going after them. So, okay, as a matter of fact, how is the dental community looking at this? Do they believe that Adelsons are guilty of Dan's death? You know, I don't know. I know that from records from the jail there, I know Charlie has called a couple dentists. Like one was in Colorado, and I forget where the other one was, but I know John looked it up, these phone numbers he called. And so he's been calling apparently other dentists that he maybe went to school with. Yeah, suicide is possibly an option for Charlie. A lot of times guys that are really, have it all and then they lose it all. Yeah, a lot of times suicide is an option for them. I think that's a terrible thing as an option to do. I don't wish that on anybody. Even if they're guilty of this kind of stuff, I think they need to face what they've done and got to make themselves right with the Lord on these kind of things. So, Betty B. Boop, or I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing your name. There's very little evidence against Wendi. She's very smart. Okay, well, did you see her testify in any of these trials? She never discussed anything on the phone and never. Okay, well, they intentionally did that. I mean, obviously, these are highly educated people. She's valedictorian. She's got all these degrees and all these straight A's probably and all that kind of stuff. So, does somebody with that kind of education translate into being an honorable person, a person that doesn't have any baggage? I mean, look at what she did. She's lying on the stand about any number of things in any of these trials. I mean, like some people say, there's more lies than truths that she told. So, and so it's just really, I would say you're not looking at all the evidence. You haven't seen all the evidence. And I would say you can go to the 100 countdown that I've done on Survivor, or you can go to our own individual YouTube that I did way before that. It was just a real quick version of over 100 things that were indicators of her involvement and knowledge and part of the planning. So I just think you haven't seen all the evidence. So in any event, of course they're going to keep the lawyer daughter who they're trying to protect, and that's the whole reason they're bringing her down there, because they wanted her there. And think about how she was being told how to not buy a house. And because they were trying to get her down to Florida and she's fighting for custody down in Florida. So what they were trying to tell her is, why would you buy a house in Tallahassee when you got motions pending with the judge arguing that you want to be brought to move down to Florida? So that was the thing that they were telling her, and she as a lawyer should know that. So I don't quite get your reasoning, but if you do more deep dive in the information that's out there on YouTube, I think you'll come to the same conclusion. Oh wow, Jason Lipoff. Sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. I graduated dental school with Charlie. He was a hilarious guy and fun to hang out with. Yeah, I'm sure he was a big talker and a big partier and stuff like that. I know over the years he has worked his butt off. He was working all day and night placing implants at different. Yeah, I'm sure he was. But the question is, how did he have time to do all this other stuff that he was doing on the side? Some of the criminal activity he talks about on the Wiretap. So. Yeah, I'm sure Charlie was the life of the party. He's a large in life kind of persona. And I think those kind of guys in general tend to think they can get away with stuff, right? So, oh, thanks, Linda. Yeah, I think, we got to have hope for justice. If we don't have hope and we just turn it off and let people get away with this kind of stuff and don't say anything about it, then, how are we any different than if we condone stuff like this? So, let's see, Debbie Martin, let's see, I'm not sure why you are addressing you're talking to somebody else. Okay, I'm looking for cues then. If you put a cue, does ambition or rote learning indicate intelligence? To me, intelligence is not so much book smarts as being, how much do you know about life, about history, about people's behaviors and stuff like that. I mean, you can take the most educated, highly successful people in the world, but that doesn't translate into street smarts or understanding of truth. So, yeah, I'm not a big believer that degrees translates into brilliance. So you can have zero education and be brilliant. So that's my view on things. Yeah, I heard that too, Sonny Tanner, that Harvey had some issues passing grades at this Nova, I think it was Nova Dental School down there in South Florida, that his dad had to like give money to or something like that to help get him to graduate. And apparently there were some people protesting or something if he was going to be able to walk across the stage or something like that. So I don't know if any of that's true, but that's the kind of stuff that I've seen on some people that are supposedly in the know. Yeah, ultra testosterone. No one's going to believe in an extortion racket. Yeah, I mean, it's just. I mean, if you get away with this kind of murder, then you can basically just make up any kind of story you want. If you get accused of murder, that somebody you actually do murder, and in Tallahassee anyway, you could just get away with it, and nothing's going to happen to you. Even if they do charge you, juries are going to exonerate you, and you can walk home and live your life. Yeah, Roxanne, you're right. They're going to see right through it. I mean, think about it. Charlie's the one that he paid for the hit. Now they're trying to say that he was extorted to pay for the hit, but he's that close. He's like just a sliver away from being totally the one hiring the hit. He's just flipping the script around and say, oh no, they threatened me to pay them for the hit. So, I mean, it's just like, because I talked about killing him so much, that's how they got the idea that he would really pay for the killing. Well, if that was really something he wanted to do, then why wouldn't they just go to him instead of threatening him? Why don't they say, hey, Charlie, guess what? We know you want him dead so much. How about giving us some money? You know, Charlie's the kind of guy, he'd probably give him $100,000 right there. Say, oh man, that is so awesome. You did that. I didn't even have to ask you to do it. He'd probably willingly give him $100,000, right? So that's it just shows how ludicrous this story is. Tiffany Floyd, seems like the family handled Winnie with kids' gloves. Yeah, you can definitely sense that on these videos we heard today, on the wiretaps. Was that simple manipulation, or did you think they were concerned about her mental health? You know, I think they treat her like a little child of ways, and that's what Jeff Lacoste said she was acting. And if you remember, Jeff Lacoste said it when he confronted her on their trip to Gainesville. I think that was the time he confronted her about her cheating on him and not being faithful and stuff like that. And he said she curled up in a fetal position on the floor and was crying hysterically or something like that, as I recall. So it just goes to show that she's got some issues going on. And, you know, I don't know what she had happened to her. And, you know, she might have had some trauma growing up is my suspicion. And I don't know if it was where it came from or whatever, but I think she's not acting with the solid type of character you'd expect from someone. She's acting more like someone that's been seriously harmed, I think, and victimized as a child. Is my guess, I would say, from my experience and seeing and trying to relate to people's behaviors. So, looking for some other questions here. Sorry, trying to do as fast as I can. Do you think they would retry in the event the case gets a hung jury? Julia Nielsen, I don't see why they wouldn't. And in a case like this where you know they're guilty, you got overwhelming evidence. If you get one oddball juror that won't hold out, or even two or whatever, they're going to retry this and let them spend the money. I would gladly retry it if I was a prosecutor. And what they get to do is ask the jurors, what held you up? What prevented you from voting to convict? And you just get smarter the second time. I mean, the conviction rate of going to a second trial is much higher than the first trial. So the prosecution, like I say, gets to ask the jurors, and what should I have done differently? What evidence didn't you like, or did you like, and that kind of stuff. And so they get to really, it's like a mock trial with all the real evidence coming out. And it's just a gold mine for getting better and perfecting your case. Yeah, I thought of that too, Stella. My question is why Rob, the older brother, was expected to marry a Jewish woman, and it was okay for Charlie to date an Asian woman. That is a good question. I think Charlie was such a wild card and like a wild version that's not used to their family. And I think maybe the mom was entertained by his wild ways and just sort of fed him and inspired him to continue in that. And so I don't see Charlie's even had an interest in marriage. So I think if he was looking at marriage, then I think it would have been, okay, you're going to have to go through the gauntlet. I need to inspect this woman and they're going to have to pass my scrutiny. But as long as he's not marrying, I think maybe that's the difference there. But yeah, Rob, the older one, yeah, that'd be interesting if he testifies. I hope they call him. Esther Ann, sequestering of witnesses. How could we, Wendi, find out that morning about extortion? That's something they could have asked her, but I think if she's out in the hallway, she could have been looking at, the Tallahassee Democrat or a channel like this and seeing what's going on, is my guess. So, or else her attorney told her, because he was out in the hallway with her, right, waiting for her to come in and testify. So it could have been him as well, finding out. And I suspect her attorney was following social media as well, looking to see what's going on and being said in the courtroom if he's outside of it. So that's probably what happened. So yeah, not only extortion, but 9 years later, says Judy D. I agree with that. It just shows on the day of your opening statement, that's the first time you tell the government, oh, hey, my client's been extorted. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that, I think, as a prosecutor. So defense really handed this to the prosecution on a silver platter. So it's going to go well. I have no doubts. Dennis can write for steroids. Yeah, I think they can. I think they can give any kind of medicine. I don't think there's any limitation on what a dentist can prescribe. I know there's a couple doctors on here. If I'm incorrect, could you let us know? RNs can prescribe pretty much anything. Same with nurse practitioners. And so I think that's definitely a possibility. Yeah, I feel sorry for the children too. Yeah, Charlie was sort of like the golden bad child. It sort of looks like. It's sort of sad that he didn't get that kind of discipline he needed. Go Georgia. Yes, can only one juror cause a mistrial? That is true. In the civil courts in America, that is how it works. In the military, we don't have mistrials ever because we don't need unanimous votes to convict. It only takes 2/3 vote to convict, which I think is unconstitutional, but that's what we have. And we don't need 12 jurors either. So imagine your chance of winning are much better if you're a defendant at a accused of a crime. Your chance of much better getting a hung jury and not getting convicted or with a civilian court system rather than military. So yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, Roxanne, yeah, that's a good question. I thought she doesn't read, write, listen, watch. Yeah, so that's true. She would be violating that. So she'd have to probably get it from her attorney, John Laurel. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard what she was doing outside the courtroom. Dee Carl, was that the enhanced video today? Yeah, it was enhanced. We could not hear a clean version of it, but the jurors could. There's a better enhanced version, and we'll post that, I think, tonight. I will ask John to do that, a link to a better version if you want to see the whole 30-some minutes of it, because it is dynamite. I mean, it is golden, and that's where you hear that Charlie was wanting to kill the undercover hitman who he thought was somebody from Luis Rivera's side of the family. So I thought that was again, just to show us how ridiculous his theory is. So he could be extorted from Sigfredo for $100,000 and more over a couple of years. But as soon as the other hitman asks for $5,000, he's ready to kill him or flee the country if he thought it was law enforcement. Why would you flee the country if you thought it was law enforcement? So that's the kind of information they got on the Dolce videotape. Yeah, my impression is that they are really doing this as trial as a ramp up basis to prosecute other Adelsons, and they're going to poll the jury and find out what do they need if anything, more to convict them. That's what I would be doing if I haven't charged them by now. I mean, I thought they should have been in a pipeline, many years ago, all of them, if they weren't going to charge them all at one time. So, but I think they're getting bolder, and they're having the courage. Ruth's age, I think Ruth is. I don't know if I want to say her age, but she's gone through a lot. I want to be. I guess I don't know if she'd want me to say her age, but it's out there. You can see it. So I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, there was a lot of control there in that family, extreme amount of control, and yeah, that can cause a lot of dysfunction, and it can be really a mess on kids. So, and just think about, is that same kind of control being done to Ben and Lincoln? So, gosh, that would be awful. And that's part of the reason I think, as a prosecutor, man, you want to go after this, bust up that indoctrination, prevent that from happening on another generation, right? Yeah, the Celine Iris Summers are in. I'm not. I think somebody asked that question the other day about borderline personality disorder for the mother. Yeah, I don't. You guys can make your own diagnoses on that. I'm not, as a prosecutor, I don't talk about that in court, so I'm not going to talk about it on our channel. So I'm just trying to keep it more professional like that. But yeah, obviously, a lot of criminal cases and stuff like that, you definitely have a lot of different personalities running through the family lines, and so that's all I'll say about that. State and federal government probably spent 10 to 20 million on this investigation over the past 9 years. Yeah, I don't know how much they've done lately. I think there's probably a lull in it for a while, and I think they've ramped it up. They're working harder, and I mean, just all the graphics that they presented. Sergeant, his name escapes me again, Corbett. I think that is so awesome that they spent the time to do that. And can you imagine how many man hours it takes to do all that kind of stuff? And I mean, what kind of talent would that be also, to have that kind of talent on hand? I've never seen anything so brilliantly presented before. So in any event, Susie Q, do you remember Charlie saying that Katie is his best friend on one of the wiretaps? If she's extorting him, seems unlikely she'd be his best friend. Yeah, I mean, this just goes to show. And he also says, "I love you," and stuff like that. So if I was a prosecutor, I'd probably put all those up there on a big closing argument whiteboard, and basically point to it with a pointer saying, "Look, does this sound like somebody was extorted?" And so it's pretty laughable. This is his defense. Monique Dawn, yeah, the evidence is overwhelming. Jury will see right through it. I'm not sure why you're addressing comments to me. Oh, you're talking to somebody else there. Okay. Debbie Martin. Yeah, Charlie's also highly educated. Okay. Debbie Martin knows dentists and pharmacists that know Charlie and negative stuff. So I assume you're talking about some criminal stuff, or his reputation for openly being sort of like a nighttime criminal of sorts that he bragged about. So that's another good question here. If Cat Renee Abercat says, I want Wendi to ask Wendi, I guess, if Dan Markel's murder wasn't Dad's present, then what was the big present that they were planning for him? So, yeah, that'd have been a good one, wouldn't it, if they would have asked her that? What would she have said? Oh, we got him some, a new golf cart or something. I don't know, but yeah, just to see her reaction. 10 pounds of weed in his trunk, says Mascatelia. I don't know if that's true. I haven't heard he had 10 pounds of weed in his trunk, but yeah, there was references of drug, marijuana dealing and stuff like that. Do I think Charlie will file a mistrial due to ineffective counsel? A mistrial happens when an ineffective, that happens after the trial, so that's not something during the trial. Mistrials are normally during the trial. So reversed on appeal is what it would happen after the case goes up, and it's a paper trail up to the Court of Appeals, to the Supreme Courts. That's a case on appeal, and that's when they normally allege ineffective. So normally a trial counsel, when like somebody like that's in the shoes of Rashbaum, he's not going to argue to the judge, Judge, I'm ineffective. I can't do this. Now, it may be necessary if the judge is making you do something, like if the judge wants you to prepare for a murder trial and he gives you 30 days, then yeah, I would say, Your Honor, I mean, I'm going to be ineffective. I cannot proceed in that amount of time. And if you're technically ineffective, that would reverse the case. That would bust a case on appeal if the courts find you ineffective. So, but no, I don't think he's ineffective at all from a legal standpoint. He is zealously trying to represent Charlie, and he's challenging evidence. He's just got nothing to challenge it on. I mean, so much of this is digital type stuff, or Charlie's own words, or his family's own words. You cannot explain that away. And so what he has to do is just sort of ramble and just put some gibberish up there on his questioning. So you got nothing else to work with. So any court of appeals, if he's challenged for being ineffective, which probably lawyers for Charlie on appeal would do, they're going to say that Rashbaum was ineffective. That's actually the easiest way to get your case busted. And the courts of appeals find it not as I guess not as disruptive to the governments below them by saying the prosecutor messed up. It's easier to say the defense counsel messed up. And so that's the easiest way to bust a case on appeal throughout America is ineffective assistance of counsel. Yeah, where are the Adelsons? Well, I think Wendi probably went back down to South Florida, subject to being recalled, and I guess her parents are down there too in their high rise. Yeah, making a fortune off people's tooth pain. I've just never knew that dentists could make that kind of money. So I don't think most of his money's from dentistry so much it is probably from the real estate. He probably bought before the market spiked, and I heard he had like maybe 10, 12 rental units. So I think that's probably more where the money's coming from than actually practicing dentistry or that periodontal work. So somebody says, Moon Pink, Child Pink, think about it. Charlie was drinking, smoking weed, taking Xanax and steroids pretty much daily. How was out of his mind? Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that came out from wiretaps and whatnot. So can you imagine him working on people's mouths and grinding their teeth out and doing all that kind of stuff? I mean, and this guy's, wow. Don't know about the steroids. So I'll just leave it at that. The Daily Mail will find them if they try to hide. Yeah, I think I heard the Daily Mail has covered this before. Marluna, if you were the defense attorney for Charlie, what would be your approach? I've said that before, so I'll just say it real quick. My approach would be to get him to flip. If he doesn't flip, then I would move on. But I would spend a lot of time. I'd aggressively talk to him, and I'd confront him with the evidence after I spend time looking at the evidence. And but I would probably see pretty early if I came up with the case and saw how guilty he was based on what I saw on YouTube. Yeah, I would get in pretty quick and get out and not mess with it. So yeah, women's love letters. Yeah, that is sort of disturbing that a lot of these killers do get love letters from folks and while they're in prison for doing some of the most heinous crimes. So I don't get that. I don't even want to think about it. New Britain Paulie asks, do I think Rashbaum was the right fit for this case? Because online it says he specialized in white-collar crime. Yeah, I mean, this is not a white-collar crime case at all. White-collar crime is more like a financial fraud type stuff. It's more like the fraud coming from Medicare, Medicaid. Those are like the number one fraud type cases that are pursued across the nation. A lot of Department of Justice attorneys are pursuing those on a regular basis. So that's the kind of defense I think he does. A lot of times he defends people like Charlie and the doctor community and stuff like that for those kind of financial crimes. So that's probably how they got referred to him. Plus he's also a Jewish background like the Adelson. So that's probably also another reason why they felt comfortable with him. is my estimation. Montenegro, yeah, I'm not. I haven't looked that up. I've heard it's a very beautiful place. I saw something here about the defense. Somebody says over at the VA they don't have nurse practitioners or docs, and they prescribe every day. So I guess you're talking about those kind of steroids and stuff. So yeah, that makes sense to me. Oh yeah, yeah, that judgment. Anelio, I'm sorry saying your name wrong. Yeah, it was hilarious when the judge said to June, "Did you have a nice tour of the courthouse?" Remember they couldn't find her, and then she shows up and then her phone rings. I mean, that was a classic. It was almost like a movie kind of thing, wasn't it? I was thinking sort of that. What's that movie? Legally Blonde. It's sort of like a Legally Blonde movie type moment. That's a good question, Cat Renee Evercat. How did Katie already know that the hit was done? So I think that I still believe that that's true. What we heard from Luis, that Katie said, I already know that the hit happened. So I think there might be a time delay on some of those cell towers, or maybe the cell towers can last longer than they expect. So I think that we're just talking about a few minutes difference, and so yeah, I think there's still some degree of belief that did happen for the jury. So, but it's just another data point of many that the jury has to believe that that Charlie was behind this. So I don't see that being any issue at all as to what Wendi did to report it or not. I think that's a bigger issue for Wendi when she's prosecuted. DCAT, do you think the general reasonable doubt defenses would have been better than extortion? Yeah, I do, but for a case like this where you got nothing to work with because you got all this evidence of the actions of the accused, his statements, the money transfers, all that kind of stuff, it's all a solid case of guilt, and so it doesn't really matter what you do in the end. So I think the other one is pretty laughable. If they did just sort of reasonable doubt and just sort of poked holes in the few things they could try to poke holes in the end it doesn't matter. So David Page, do you think Charlie will get life without parole if convicted? That's automatic by statute. Charged with first-degree murder in Florida courts, you get life without parole unless you become an asset to the government and flipping on other people. Then they can always do, like most all states have, some kind of post-trial remedy address to help do this very thing, solve the crime of others' wrongdoing for the crime in question. Or other crimes if they know of other criminal activity not involving the crime they're charged and convicted for. David Strange, the significance of not buying the house was that it was around the time Charlie found out Katie might be able to hire a hitman. Yeah, that is true. That is true as well. And so yeah, that's a real good point. And this is a good point, David. And this is the kind of stuff that jurors also pick up on. So as a collective group, the 12 juries is a great thing because all these little nuggets of information, no one person can think of everything and think of it off the top of their head, but all of us have different ways we think, and all of us can come together, and we all sort of gel in coming up with these little details if the person's guilty, and then we also come up with reasonable doubts if they're not. And so that's why I think the jury system is such a great way to have justice. Most countries don't have it. It's just like a judge or two or three that are appointed by the government, and so you're not going to have the public, your peers in the public, deciding your guilt or innocence. We got the best system, and it hopefully will never ever go away. Yeah, I think I already said when he would be charged with the same thing Charlie would, as well as perjury. Question from Nora Levine. If Charlie's exonerated, will that be the end of this case? Yeah, if they can't win against Charlie, I don't see them going after the other family members. I mean, they got the strongest case against Charlie, so yeah, I would agree, but that's not a worry in my mind, because I just think it's going to be a clear-cut conviction. Was Katie asked who paid for her lawyers? That didn't exactly. The only thing that came out from that, from what I recall, is that the question was brought up that I think she blurted it out that Charlie talked to her brother and I was offering to pay for her lawyer, and at that time, Rashomon was shuttered and was like trying to shut it down. And right away, tried to ask, that's not what I asked you, and try to move on. And I was thinking that'd be like something that Georgia would pick up on and go back and say, hey, what did you mean by that? Charlie offered to pay for your attorney. So, so think about it. She was being extorted by Charlie, and yet Charlie's going to pay for her lawyer when she gets busted for the murder. I mean, that makes no sense. So, but that was omitted on redirect. But like I say, it's not going to matter in the end. They got enough. Sonny Tanner says the case against Charlie, to me, seems stronger than it was for Katie's. Yeah, I mean, because they got more talking from Charlie, right? So yeah, I do think it's stronger for him. I agree. Damon says, can you explain his defense theory? Is that they killed Dan as a warning, we will kill you too, or we killed Dan and framed you? No, my understanding of it was that they killed Dan and they came after him and said, you're going to be killed next if you don't pay us, or your family members will be killed next. So, so there wasn't that framing aspect, but the framing aspect would be obvious to somebody like Charlie. If he pays anything and leaves a paper trail, obviously that's going to look like he hired it done, because it makes the most sense that they hated him, and therefore it was something that the law enforcement would be targeting the Adelsons for. So, yeah, that's the way it worked from what I saw in the opening statement of Rashbaum. Society page with the great video says they got Harvey 10 pounds of weed for his birthday. LOL. Okay, maybe that was it. I maybe just didn't catch it. So very good. I'll have to. If you guys know more details, if somebody wants to post something about that. Yeah, Julia again. It killed me to hear Dan wanted to go every night to tuck his boys in and kiss his boys. Yeah, I mean, he really loved his boys. That is like, how could anybody want to take that away from him? Anybody, that is just so cruel and heartless. I mean, that is so diabolical, evil. Yeah, Katie said that Adelson's offered to pay for lawyers, but her brother died. But he was cutting her off when she was saying that, so he was sort of talking over her. But yeah, that did come out when Katie was being questioned by Rashbaum. Yeah, Charlie paid the shooter to kill Dan because Katie Sagrino Lewis made him do it. Otherwise, they would harm his family. Yeah, it wasn't really clear to me who was going to do the harming, whether it was just Sigfredo or Katie and Luis Rivera. So I took it to be, from my memory, I took it more from, it was going to be Sigfredo, but it's like she was basically married to him, so it's almost like a package deal. She was going to get part of the money as well, right? So he wouldn't be talking lovey-dovey to her. Okay, dentists make a lot more now than they used to cosmetic dentistry. Yeah, that's I'm sure that's true. Gator Bolt general legal question. If we are ever speaking to an investigator like Jeff Lacoste was, are we subject to liable laws if we say investigator, if I if you wish, I would look at Charlie or Wendi. I've never seen in the states I practice that somebody that says, "Hey, I'm suspicious of somebody like that." I don't see that being an actionable issue at all. You know, you'd want to Google it for your state, I guess, but I've never heard of such a thing. Trying to solve a crime. Yes, Brooklyn, Pisola, Harvey and Donna could be arrested during this trial. Absolutely. Wouldn't that be awesome if we woke up tomorrow and heard that they were arrested down in Miami? Yeah, that would be something. Elizabeth Winchester says, I think Katie's legal representation needs to be examined more thoroughly. So yeah, apparently the money came from maybe the estate from Katie's mom, and it wouldn't have been a whole lot of money. And so if they took it on a sort of a shoestring budget, and they liked it because of the publicity that it got for them, and that's what I know. Tim Jansen said that they had, you know, that could have been one of the reasons how they were able to, how she was able to afford 3 attorneys. But you know, wow, that really came out that she got immunity. And the state didn't rebut that or correct her on it. So she got full immunity. That means she would have gotten right out of jail, right back to her kids. She would have gotten no conviction at all for being the middleman for this murder of Dan Markel. So that's how much of a benefit she was offered. And what did she do instead? Stuck in jail for 6 years, went to 2 trials, and now is facing life without parole. So that is like so. I've never heard of a worse outcome. Never. I've never heard of a better opportunity to walk away from something horrendous happened to you in a legal setting, in the legal arena at all, whether it's civil or criminal, and then getting that kind of outcome. So, wow. And the kind of lawyering that she got, it was just really, really bad, I thought. So it's the kind of thing where you got strong evidence of guilt against your client. If your client wants to still go forward, and if they had client control issues, I wouldn't have taken it. I would have walked away and said, you know what, I'm not going to signing up to you going down and being convicted of life without parole. So I would have like verbally worked him over and made him see the light, and then had her flip, get the immunity, and I would have just kept picking away. Why would you take the deal of immunity? You know, so. If it was that she had a flip on Sigfredo, okay, well, Sigfredo wouldn't have flipped too. If Luis Rivera got 19 years, why wouldn't Sigfredo as well? I mean, he's got to do some time if he's a trigger man. Would he expect him to walk out of there free? So it's just really weird. This whole thing about this case is just so many twists and turns, and just so bizarre the way different players are acting. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on what kind of attorney somebody is on. I don't know anything about Tara per se, what other cases she's done or not done. I'm just saying on this particular case, her advocacy I thought was terrible, and it was, you know, in many levels, sort of embarrassing. And from an advocacy standpoint, I thought it was embarrassing. So that's my impression. That's my personal opinion on it. And yeah, it's and look how it turned out for her, right? She got convicted, and I mean, even after the first trial, she didn't get a wake-up call. She kept on staying stuck on, I'm not guilty, and look how it turned out for her. Is there, Susan Lynn says, any way that Charlie cannot testify and get acquitted? So, well, I don't think there's any way he could get acquitted right now. Acquittal means all 12 jurors. There's no way. I mean, this is so overwhelming of evidence. So, in theory, is it possible? Yes. And the facts of this case, is it possible? Absolutely not. Because you're talking about all 12, and there's no way, from my experience, that any 12 would agree that Charlie is going to be acquitted because the state hasn't proven their case beyond reasonable doubt. And he does not have to testify, but keep in mind, as I've said before, if he doesn't testify, there is no evidence right now of an extortion. It's only innuendo and accusations from defense counsel. He's not actually presented evidence of something or somebody or some object that indicates and proves that Charlie was extorted. So that's why he's got no defense. Yeah, a lot of good questions. I agree with that, Leon, lately. So thank you. Brooklyn Pasola, yeah, this is so crazy. Charlie's lawyer is not giving us one instance of extortion. He doesn't go into the details. I was, I would expect all kinds of details for this, and there was really a huge lack of details. And so, lack of details usually means you got nothing. You got nothing to show for it. So, and then you're going to wait for Charlie to show the details, and you didn't cross examine the witnesses that he was talking to that did the extortion and all that. So it's just really bizarre. So, all right, with that, I think I'm going to wrap it up here now. Thank you for following the case, and thank you for supporting Justice for Markel's and supporting the cause here that we're doing on this channel. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be back on tonight, and I'll talk it over with John. It's been a long day, but we will talk more, and we're supposed to do another live stream tomorrow. So if you'd like to join us back tomorrow, and we'll continue on from there. So thank you much. Have a great night. Is there, Susan Lynn says, any way that Charlie cannot testify and get acquitted? So,